All right, everyone. Hello. It is, of course, Friday night. It's 9 o'clock. I don't care if it says 9:03. It's 9 p.m. on the dot. As always, it is, of course, time for Coast to Ghost, episode 115 on August the 18th of the year 2023. So, what's going on in the world? I think we're up to, four indictments against President Trump over charges that he argued about the very sketchy 2020 election. So yes, but difference with this one is it's not a federal charge; it's a state charge. We may soon have.
Please don't kick us off. Please don't kick us
we
off.
We may soon have a state charge, which means they would put him in a shitty prison cell and take his mugshot. But we'll see what happens on that front. Hawaii is burning. Canada is burning. The big fires there. AfD, the right, I guess the anti-immigration party in Germany is getting pretty popular as opponents demand that their party be banned for the good of something. The Ukrainians are striking back against the Russians in their own territory because, I mean, you're at war with someone. Of course, you try to take out their critical infrastructure. Makes sense to me. The Middle East. There's been a lot of stuff in the Middle East. There's been complaints in the Middle East about amphetamines becoming the new drug of choice after magically the Afghanistan opium trade has collapsed a bit with the those Americans out of the way that were claiming they were stopping the opium trade, but some reason a lot of these regions in Afghanistan have actually stopped the opium trade. So now people are worried about, I think it's called Copazon. I'm just going to call it copium. They're selling copium pills, which are basically Adderall, that people at Arab clubs and European clubs are taking. They call it like $3 cocaine or something, but like whatever. So they're panicking about that, and they're trying to lay that at the feet of Bashar al-Assad. But Assad, I guess, noted drug pusher now. I guess, gassing his own people didn't work. Whatever. So now he's now El Asado. That's right. El Asado, drug kingpin, is going to corrupt the youth of Europe with cheap drugs that aren't opioids, that are fentanyl, synthetic drugs that are killing people. How terrible, I know. God, what else is going on in the world? Lots of shit's happening. Oh yeah, China, of course, is waving their dick around about Taiwan because their economy is slowly collapsing in real time. The Chinese are like, okay, guys, I know you see, your eyes work, and you can see, but you're not allowed to report what you see, because if you report what you see, the economy will collapse, so just don't talk about it, and everything will work out, okay? Yeah, I know these loans are bad, and they're not going to come due, we're going to have to bail them out, but don't say that. That's what's going on in China. I don't know. The Ecuadorian candidate for president, by the way. I was spoiled. I was spoiled of a future season of Narcos. They assassinated the Ecuadorian anti-cartel presidential candidate. I'm sure many people will lay this assassination at the foot of the CIA or various other organizations, but right now it seems the cartels might have done it. I don't know really why, but that happened in Ecuador, but in I think, is it Argentina or Chile? They got a candidate who said he wants to ban the central bank, calling it a crime against humanity. That's Argentina.
Yes. Chile elected the socialists.
Javier Milei.
Yes, and have you seen his video when he talks about how he wants to pare down the organizations of the government? Like he has this whole organization chart of all these departments. He just fuera, just throwing off all of it. He seems like a really cool dude.
To Judaism too.
He's what?
He wants to convert.
He wants to convert to Judaism.
Yes.
What? Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I don't know. Everything I've seen, he seems like a good guy, in a place surrounded by Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador and whoever the guy in Venezuela is, the bus driver. Maduro. And
the Chilean president is also a known socialist, too.
Yeah. Oh, and then Delula, the guy who's, trying to ban... amazing! A lot of populist leaders are trying to be arrested, They're going after Bolsonaro because he challenged the election that was, it all... it had probably stolen. They're really going after Viktor Orban, but they're kind of doing it indirectly with Viktor Orban. It's more... I think it's more more like, NGOs and shit they're working on with that angle. Who was the... Very careful how we say it. Was it the president of Niger, I think? Who is the African leader that died recently? Former.
Do you have any idea, the slightest possibility, how you can narrow that down?
Well, I know, isn't Wagner in Niger right now, and Niger and Nigeria are squabbling?
I feel like if, Well, okay, so the president of Niger got deposed.
I think that. I think people say he was deposed for his not supporting Ukraine position. I don't know if I accept that. I mean, this is Africa. Dictatorships go up and down all the time there. And presidents
the country is located in the coup belt.
The coup belt. Yeah, it happens all the time. But I think they hired Wagner to defend themselves, and now some of their neighbors are like, we're going to invade them to restore the past leader.
Yeah,
now,
but the problem is
for both of you guys is how many ethnic tribes are in Niger? Because I know Nigeria has 150 in that one. So.
I'm sure there's a lot, but I think, don't they kind of like aggregate at some point, right? Like they're separate, but they kind of like you kind of like categorize them a little further.
Yeah, is this the same? Like the Christians and the Muslims hate each other, vice versa.
Is it like Hutsis and Tutsis? But like I don't know. I think there's a bit more dispersed than that. But as far as I know, they hired Wagner to go there, which I guess would be a good vacation for them after their little temper tantrum they threw because they got bombed by the Ministry of Defense or whatever the fuck happened there. They ran away to Belarus because like we can't have you here. We need to punish you, but we can't. We can't not. It's fucking confusing, But they were hiding out in Belarus because the leader of Belarus wanted to be in the headlines, I guess. And then they sent them off to Niger. I don't know. They'll probably be back in Ukraine soon, I imagine, once it's blown over.
The most common group in Niger is Hausam. Then you have the Zarma and Sanghe. The Tuareg, Fulani, Punari, Gurama, Horbo. It's not religiously divided. I mean, it's
is it just
mostly
like
Muslim
ancient
country.
ethnic connections, or like how does it work?
Well, I really don't know. Because, I mean, this is not the first coup that Niger had.
What?
And it won't be the last.
What do you mean? This isn't the first time there's been a coup in this small African country.
Well, it's not exactly small, but there's been 5 constitutions, 3 military coups d'états, and I guess number 4 now.
What's the order on that? Is it like constitution, military coup, constitution, military? Like what? I'm actually curious. Like what the order of operations for that has been,
yeah.
Or was it like one constitution, then another constitution, then military coup, then?
So
Niger's over here playing Game of Thrones with themselves.
Well, they were under French rule until from 1900 to 1960, and then they declared independence. Then it was ruled by a civilian regime under President Hamani Diori.
Oh yeah, he was a good basketball. No, I'm just kidding.
That's Hakeem.
Hakeem Olajuwon. Yes, sorry. So,
but
what you're saying is there's not a long history of peaceful transition of power here, I'm guessing?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
But it's gone from civilian to military rule to back again. I mean, 2010, it was basically the 7th Republic, but now that's gone.
Do they get a free Republic with the 7th one?
Mm-hmm.
This isn't a seven. No, it's the 11th one. You know.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, you bought 6. When you buy this 7th Republic, we'll give you the 8th one for free. Is that the one that's founded by non-military coup? But okay, so there's another. What was the genesis of this coup?
So the background was that there was an attempted coup in 2021.
Was that over fuel prices, or am I thinking of a different African country? I'm thinking of like Kazakh or somewhere.
Kazakhstan, that's in Asia.
True. Yeah, that's right. But I thought there was like almost a fuel price coup somewhere.
So this one from 2021 happened because of there was an insurgency going on in the Sahel, and the Nigerian government was
Pretend I
accepting
don't
a
know
lot of
what the
French help.
Sahel is. Is that a region of Niger?
The Sahel it's actually a region that borders Niger and its surrounding countries.
Okay, so it's probably something that's been traditionally a little contested, probably multiple claims on land there, kind of like...
So it's an Islamic insurgency.
Okay, so kind of like Kurdistan or something, right?
So it's like ISIS.
No, not really like ISIS.
Kind of.
Oh, really? So, okay. So kind of they
Yeah.
tried to make a little breakaway republic that they could rule under Sharia or whatever their
Bunch of
flavor.
Yes.
jihadis. You know, nothing wrong with the jihadis.
Well, look, remember, our good old boys in the Mujahideen over there, right? As they
It's a
say in the
religion
rap.
of peace, remember? It's a religion of peace. That's why we're pumping a bunch of them into the U.S.
Oh, yeah. Look, someone's got to handle our opium, okay? But it... okay.
Basically, the
Which, by the
Sahel
way,
is...
do you think
Yes.
we're going to get a bunch of Niger refugees coming into the U.S. pretty soon?
I think they'll
In
try,
airports.
depending on how out of hand things get.
Well,
Which it will get out of hand.
The Sahel is the transitory boundary between the Sahara Desert and the green biome of sub-Saharan Africa.
The green biome. Now, my Minecraft is a little sketchy.
So basically, this area has been plagued with Islamic insurgency. And a lot of African countries have been trying to kind of break ties with their former colonial masters. You know, you see this
Algeria with
in
the
Mali.
French, and yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've demoted like the French language, even though all the government officials and the educated population speak the language. And so,
They're just trying to deal with a foreign influence.
Yeah, like, nothing happened.
but 2 years after this, they couped him successfully.
They successfully couped him.
And the ECOWAS,
That's
is
like the
the-
collaboration of various different African governments, right?
yes. But 4 have been suspended because of the recent events.
Were they
Niger
in on
is
it
the first
secretly?
one. No. So Guinea, Burkina Faso, Mali,
Papaya
and
New Guinea.
Nigeria. No, that's a different one.
Papua New Guinea's in the Pacific.
Oh, you're right. Shit, that's an island.
And you're looking at so there's 11 countries still in this union, but 4 have been suspended, and they're all threatening a joint military intervention in Niger to restore the president. And the 4 countries have said, if you invade, we'll all band together and attack you.
I guess as you do, as your neighbors are causing trouble.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's sounds like a clusterfuck of sorts.
Yeah. So, while of course, a lot of it was basically the president of Niger was seen as pro-France, and a lot of the population has been becoming um, anti-Francophile.
That's anti-French, right?
Yeah.
But like half the world's anti-French anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Seems like a normal response to French, but yeah, I get what you're saying. So they're not happy with their French colonial roots, kind of, I guess, one way to put it.
Yeah, and so the military, after like protracted protests, rising sentiments, the military basically coup d'etat him.
As you do?
Yes.
Okay, so he got coup d'etat. Then what happened? Are we there? Or it's like where you are here now?
Yes. So the current situation of you might see a military intervention.
Where do you predict this military intervention will come from?
And how much aid are we going to give them?
Well, it's not really a question of how much. It's more of, will we support them?
Do you think we will support them? And which side,
Well,
too?
I mean, obviously, the France and the United States do not recognize the military junta, and so they want Mohamed Bazoum to resume his position of power as president, and all the other countries in the ECOWAS are going to. I mean, it's basically. I think it's a given. I mean, negotiations broke down, and they decided on like a D-Day for military intervention against the junta.
Now, the ECOWA, they have, like, a shit ton of, like, tanks and conventional weapons and modern weapons, right?
Some of them do. I mean, African militaries aren't exactly, on the level of, the armies in the first world, but that doesn't mean they aren't incapable of fighting.
Yeah, I mean, you give an RPG to even an untrained person, they can cause a lot of damage with it.
Yeah, even to themselves.
Quite often, even.
Yeah, it reminds me of that old copy pasta where they were fighting insurgents in the Bush War during Rhodesia years. And they looked at their guns, and they were like, their iron sights were like totally misaligned. And they asked them, why did you put the gauge for the iron sights all the way to 10? And they said, well, we thought it would make the bullets go faster.
Well, can't win them all.
No. What are some of the other news topics we got? Because I think I don't know. My scale of nothing happening to something might happen will occur in that region.
Yeah, I could definitely see it go to shit very quickly.
So, now, Ghost, how does it feel to have a hurricane?
Honestly, I don't feel it. Like, I
now
don't
you
see
know
any rain. Like, I'm in SoCal. I don't see any rain outside. Like, it was bright and sunny when I got my hair cut today.
Well, it's not here yet, but they call it Hurricane Hillary.
Look, all I know is that the state of California has evidence that could lead to the arrest of... Ah!
Yeah.
I mean, it's also pretty hilarious that Newsom's going to go debate DeSantis pretty soon. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what's happening, too. They're having the Republican loser debate is going to happen, I think, on Fox News pretty soon, right?
It'll be on Wednesday. Are we watching that together
Oh
for
God,
a watch
no!
party?
I don't need to watch them. I don't honestly see any of them. Potentially, I don't see any of them as potential vice president candidates.
You don't see Vishwami be like coming out of nowhere and all of a sudden everyone's like,
No, I don't see him doing anything. I mean, he supports TPP and he's a globalist wearing fake populist clothes. Like, I can see that. People are smart enough to see that.
I mean, Ian from Temple IRL calls him the Republican Obama, so I think that's the.
I mean,
Wait, so does he secretly fantasize about wanting to have?
Now.
Well,
We did see that story. That according to Mr. Obama, his former girlfriend said that he talked to her about dreams of having sex with men. Which I don't know. I mean. Do you guys ever have dreams of having sex with men? I have not experienced this. Is this something you guys have experienced?
No.
That's not something I've ever dreamed about. But
no, but I can see that Quinta's dreaming about men.
Oh man!
I thought we were talking about serious stories. I mean, I'll say this. I mean, he's got a better chance to be president than Mike Pence does right now.
Well, Mike Pence has.
I know there are people that write Pence's name in a poll. I don't believe they exist anywhere. Like, I just imagine like they live under a rock. It was like, hey, do you like Mike Pence? Yeah, maybe.
You mean Mr. Pray to Gay away.
I thought it was the electroshock therapy guy.
Well, I believe his specific comments were something along the lines of people should be allowed to seek out, conversion therapy of their own kind if they want to. Which, I mean, like, yeah, I guess. I mean, it's whatever. You're an adult. You can make your own decisions how you spend your time. I mean, normal people get therapy for things that they don't want to deal with. It's not inherently saying being gay is bad. It's just saying that, like, they don't, They think maybe there's a way to alter it or something, so maybe they should be allowed to, address that, I guess, if they want to. There are people that have perfectly good functioning genitals that want to cut them off. And, we don't stop them from doing that. Why should we stop them from, getting rid of a perfectly acceptable sexuality? Like, I don't know. That's my middle of the road fence sitting approach to that.
And we've officially been kicked off of YouTube. It was nice knowing you guys.
I know. It's just like, I was like, hey, you're an adult. You can do that. Whatever. But,
I think...
But you know what I say? I believe his current comment on that issue is, that's not my concern. Oh, no, sorry. That was talking about Americans being able to pay their bills or gas.
How much is gas in your safe, by the way? I'll tell you.
Between $5.50 and $6 a gallon still.
I had to fill up gas. Thankfully, I have a rewards membership with this gas company and got 25 cents off the gallon, but...
Wow, a whole 25 cents, Geeky. You are balling over here.
I still had to pay $4.10 for my gallon of mid-grade.
Jeez. Yeah. Have you guys been getting offers to buy your cars lately? Because I know used car prices have been out of control. I got like 3 different phone numbers saying like, I will buy your car. Call this number. And I'm like, first of all, fuck off. No, I like my car. Second of all, this is really fucking creepy that you just went up to my car and placed your fucking I'll buy your car sign on it. Like, what the fuck, bro? I think I need to get my like Gun Owners of America like bumper sticker on my car just to people stop bugging me.
Yeah, for me, my car's a rebuilt restored title, and I could still get like at least almost $7,000 from it.
Yeah, because I've seen that used car prices have been skyrocketing because the value of money's been going down again. Shockingly, printing money has a negative effect on the price of money. I don't know how this happened, but apparently it does happen. So, but have you guys been getting offers on your cars for randomly out of nowhere?
When I was working at my old branch, yes, but since I work at a brick and mortar building, they're not really doing it because I live next to like 5 dealerships.
Yeah, I don't know who's trying to buy. I don't know if it's a dealership. I didn't look up the number because I'm not bothered with it. What's up, Jace? But that's been an interesting little story that's been developing too. You know, for some reason, things that have value are going up in value, and things that don't have value, like money, aren't. What do you guys think is going to happen with the BRICS currency? I feel like they've delayed it so much it's not going to happen.
Look, this is my theory because I work in the financial industry. So do you, Ghost, but I have a theory that...
What is that a slight, good sir? I'm just kidding.
No, because I deal with like the recreational. I deal with like the
you're client facing. You work at a bank.
Yeah. Well, technically I work for a credit union, but it's like...
I mean, okay, you basically work at a bank. You know, you're just...
Yeah, it's the froyo of banks.
Yes. You know, if the bank is Baskin Robbins, you are a yogurt land.
Exactly.
More or less.
And I wouldn't be surprised because it's 7% interest rate to get a carload right now.
Now, I mean that's pretty obvious why we're at 7% interest rates. You know, it's because the Fed has been raising rates to try and undo the consequences of all the inflation they caused during and after COVID, and with the Green New Deal, or the Orwellian named Inflation Reduction Act.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they look at the polls in next summer when they're like, oh my god, he's not going to win. We better drop these rates again.
Well, so that's an interesting case there, because I think overall, right, raising rates is well in line with the goals of the regime and the government, because the government wants to contract economic activity, obviously, so that, you know, we can reduce energy use and, you know, move ourselves towards a sustainable economy. Basically, everyone lower their standard of living, so the rich and wealthy can continue financialization and continue to pillage and plunder resources and increase the value of their resources. I think that all fits in line with that strategy as well. But I don't know if they lower rates yet.
You don't think they'll lower rates as a...
I mean, it's gonna happen eventually. I don't know if they'll do it that quickly, because... yeah, the inflation numbers have ticked down a bit, right? It's just because we're still working. It's still working through it, but I mean, it'll be back soon and with a vengeance. And the thing is, when the recession hits, right, that rates immediately will go down, right? They're gonna cut rates as soon as the recession hits. So, by the way, if you're looking to buy a house or get a mortgage, I'm sorry, but wait.
Like, yeah, you think about a housing crisis too?
That depends. I think they will do everything in their power to prop up the value of land and assets. Now, there are limits to how much they can do that, but there are limits. But I foresee them kicking the can down the road to prop up asset prices. That definitely would well fit in with what they would do. Maybe. I think at minimum we'll see a housing correction. You know, we might see 10 to 20% drop in house prices, but I don't necessarily... because what's going on right now, most people call it the everything bubble, right? We had the dot-com bubble in 2001. We had the housing bubble in 2000, you know, the housing and mortgage-backed security bubble in 2008. You know, we had the COVID bubble. The COVID bubble in 2020, and, you know, then it's reinflating now, of course. But, you know, basically all consequences of easy, cheap credit and money coming through, inflating asset prices, and causing maybe intended consequences. I can't read the minds of our policymakers, and unfortunately that's kind of what you need to understand what they're trying to do. But what they call right now is the everything bubble, where, you know, housing was inflated in 2008, tech companies were inflated in 2001, everything is out of control inflated. And the idea is that all it will take is one of these, like, smaller things popping to collapse the whole thing. I don't know how far-reaching that will be. Do I have faith that they can do what they're trying to do, which is a soft landing? You know, like, that's what they're trying to, like, get out of this inflation crisis with what they call a soft landing, where it's like, yeah, there's a little hurt, but it, you know, we don't see massive unemployment and, you know, huge consequences. I don't think that's gonna happen.
So you're telling me we're all gonna lose our jobs?
No, but a lot of you will. A lot of people are gonna lose their jobs.
Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice
I'm willing to take. Yes, like that's the reality. Okay, not everyone is gonna get fucked over. A lot of people are gonna get fucked over. You know, there's a lot of earnings out there that are really inflated because there's a lot of companies that have a lot of hope in using AI to get rid of workers. You know, automate them and replace them with machines that they don't have to pay salaries, benefits, retirement, vacation, payroll taxes, and various other things that you don't have to pay a machine that's also not going to sue you for sexual harassment because one of your employees gets handsy with an intern. You know, like, there's a whole mess of reasons. There's a whole mess of things that, you know, having a not human in your office takes those risks out of the way for you. And the hope is that AI will allow them to do that at a meteoric rate, you know? Basically just shove people out into the poorhouses and, you know, replace them with machines. Now, this is often short-sighted, right? Because, like, well, I'll be fine, but our consumers will find ways to make money, you know, and to buy our products at the end of the day. And, you know, the high-minded, overly technical elitists out there all say, oh, we'll just do universal basic income with all the excess productivity we get from machines. And the unfortunate reality is, there's just not that much. There's just not that much excess productivity to do that. And at the end of the day, someone's got to buy and consume these things, and it's not going to be more than, you know, the amount of output you expend to make it. It just won't work. Like, it's a math problem you can't solve.
Yeah, Andrew Yang.
Yeah, no, that's a. I'll to say it kindly, that's blowing smoke up your ass.
There's many warning signs of a recession as well, and
well, we've been in a recession already too.
They just won't admit it.
No. We had an actual recession. We were in it, and then we had growth the next period, and so we weren't in a recession anymore. But the underlying factors causing said recession aren't gone.
So you're telling me that Bidenomics does work?
It's hard to explain.
Every econ major is probably mad at that.
I mean, okay.
Phrase.
It's... How to put this? It's like, hey, I've got someone else's credit card. I can keep tapping someone else's credit card. My plan works. I can keep spending money without having to find money to pay for it, guys. It's working. You know? Like, it's working because I don't have to pay for it, right? As these saps, I think they're called American taxpayers, I can borrow at their expense. I have their line of credit. It's an endless line of credit that I can expend to do what I want with it. But the reality is, every time you borrow money against them, your money gets worth less. You know, it gets worth even less. Their savings go down. But here's the thing. You're the guy spending the credit cards. You get to spend the credit cards at full price, right? So you get to spend it on whatever wasteful, useless program that you're going to spend it on. Like, you're golden.
I think I can explain this. I think I can explain what you said in chimp terms. It's like getting a credit card, and it's at 0% interest. But then, when the interest is about to be kicked in, you do a balance transfer to another credit card with 0% interest. And
no, I think a more apt metaphor is you stole someone's credit card, and you're borrowing against it. And then, eventually your lender goes, hey, wait a minute, this isn't your credit. And now it's like, now you try to get more credit with someone else's credit card. Like, wait, I remember you. Here, instead of $10, you have $9 for the same amount you borrowed. I don't know, it's a bit of a stretch of a metaphor. Long story short, there are consequences. You know, how is the crash gonna happen, Geeky? Suddenly, then all at once. That's the best way I could tell you. Everything's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. One person's gonna be like, I was right about the crash. I said it was gonna be this week. While at the same time, he said 50 times before. It's happening. It's so happening, guys. You know, I'd been saying that for like a year, and then finally it's like, oh, it happened, guys. Yeah, you've been calling it every week. Of course it finally happened. But yes, it will all crash. It'll be ugly. And your savings are going to be what's sacrificed. Your well-being's going to be sacrificed. You're gonna be hit first. Remember how the pandemic affected stuff like that? I mean, yeah, that'll be similar. I mean, we're definitely gonna see like another pandemic. Not necessarily a virus.
Alex Jones did just say that.
People are saying like the how to put this, the Canadian fires are gonna be their next pandemic. But what government realized with the pandemic was all you have to do. All you have to do in a crisis, all you have to do is create a crisis and then seize power with it. I mean, they learned this with the Patriot Act in 9/11. You know, basically it was like, oh yeah, you know, we just pass this thing, take extraordinary powers, and you know, by the time it's all weaponized by the next administration, it's like, I can't blame us. Half of us are dead. Half of us are dead, and the other half of us are still here, and still in unassailable political positions. And having strokes, no less, too.
Wait, you're having a stroke?
No, Mitch McConnell.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Yeah, he had a stroke.
I forgot about that.
Which makes you wish you had managed to record a memoir of your grandparents, Doku? Yeah, I wish I... From the Great Depression. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. But yeah, what are your guys' predictions for what the next crisis will be, Yellow Lantern?
It's hard to say because there's a lot of things that could go right and a lot of things that can go wrong. I am not the Oracle Delphia.
I'm not asking you to be the Oracle. I'm asking you to make an educated guess.
Well,
or not educated guess.
I think the United States will become even more ideologically crazy as the demographics continue to
careful how you say those words.
Okay, so you think the brown people are going to ruin the United States. I got it. All right, Geeky, what do you think?
Let's see. I think it all depends what happens with the elections in Latin America next year.
Really?
Yes.
Well, if that's the case, I mean, we got a good start with Chile. We've got a good start there. That guy, I mean, look, that guy could obviously prove to be, you know, a letdown. I don't care. He seems pretty based.
Argentina?
Argentina, same thing.
Well, Chile has a socialist, so that's also going to be interesting, too, how their crisis is going to go.
Yeah. Well, sorry, the guy in Argentina seems pretty based. I like him. We'll see when he lets us down, I assume. But it's a good start.
Yeah. Well, also because it's not just Argentina having a presidential election. Mexico is, I believe. Well, Ecuador.
Well, I wonder who Ecuador is going to pick now that the guy who was going to win just died.
Yeah.
That's gonna be some tough. That's gonna be rough shoes to fill. I mean, like, everyone in that country's got to be like, yeah, this guy really can't do anything about the cartels, can he? No, they literally just murdered the guy. They just murdered the other guy. There's not really much he can do, right? It's like, guys, listen. Even if I believed that, like, come on, really?
Yeah, you really believe 7 Colombians snuck into the country and killed?
Was that what happened? They had 7 Colombian gangsters? Oh my gosh! What was it like? Oh god, I don't even know what cartels are left in. Because Pablo's dead, Cali's gone. Is it Mazatlan, I think, or something? I'm trying to remember which one it is. So
Mazatlan, that's in Sinaloa.
Oh, sorry, that's one of the Mexican ones. My bad. Yeah. I can't remember, but it's the guy. It was the guy after Pablo, probably, because I think he's still at large.
Well, I think the issue is, yeah, you have they. I don't know, because his death is literally filmed on camera. I can send you the link.
Pablo?
For the Ecuadorian president.
Oh yeah. Dude, his security was shit, by the way.
He wasn't the president. He was the presidential
He was the candidate. He was the leading candidate in the polls. To be clear, but by all indications, he was going to be the next president. But yes, that's true. It wasn't like they assassinated the current political leader. but they assassinated the leader in the polls, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Which didn't guarantee victory. That's a fair point.
That is true, but it's also like, it's still pretty crazy that we have.
I mean, obviously, we can hear abound tons of ideas, right? That, it was the CIA or other clandestine, you know, movements weaponizing their cartel connections, which, I mean, we're pretty well aware of, the U.S.'s clandestine operations and their connections with, organized crime in South America to enact political outcomes they prefer, right? We're quite well aware of this. This is well documented as far as I know. I don't really think that's in dispute at all either.
Yeah, and I think on top of that too, he was, like I said, he was a very anti-corruption candidate, so it wouldn't even be surprised if like his own.
But this is South America. Like corruption's like. Like, I mean, like, in America, in the entire Western Hemisphere, people don't go into politics because they love their country. They go into it for money.
Yeah.
I mean, like, that's why everyone goes into politics here. Why would it be any different in South America?
I guess some people like to believe they have a moral high ground.
I think there's about maybe less than 30 politicians that have money as their primary focus in the U.S. At the federal level. I mean, maybe at the state level you can find a few more, but
yes, because also
it's not,
I think
it's not promising.
Right, and I think also you got the Latin American elections, you got the U.S. election next year. Mexico's going to do one.
God, that's right. Next year is 2024. So AMLO, who's AMLO gonna face off against in Mexico?
Well,
has he jailed his opposition yet?
Well, in Mexico, it's a one-time term and you're done.
Oh, really? So that they're term limited?
Yes.
Wow. So,
and it's
so
6 years.
So wait a minute. So they copied the Confederate States' presidential term limits?
I don't think
That's
term
funny.
limits is that new of an idea.
Yeah. But like literally one of the things the South changed when it was forming the country their own was they changed it so that the president can only serve one term of 6 years, and he's ineligible to ever run for president ever again.
I don't mind the whole two-term thing. I don't, you know, I think term limits for Congress would probably be beneficial. Maybe like, you know, if you're a congressman or a senator, you get a certain number of terms, and then you can either move up, try to run for president, or, you know, go back to civilian life. Yeah.
Or
go home. I think that's a pretty reasonable approach to it. Something of that effect. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you know, it's like, what was it? Like, Putin is, like, president now? Like, he was, like, president, and then he moved out of that position, but basically did the exact same thing in his other position, right? Like, I forgot.
Kind of.
Yeah, he was basically president, and then was like, oh, no more, I can't be president anymore because of some weird rule. And it's like, okay, well, I just put my successor in, and then I take this other position where I basically do everything I just did before, and now I'm still doing that. And then, you know, in China, they don't give a fuck, so they're just, yeah, whatever, you know, he's dictator for life. We don't care. We don't care. He's got the most power in the party, so he's the leader. You know, he made the CEO of Alibaba disappear. Okay, he's leader for life. Okay.
Wait, CEO of Alibaba disappeared?
For a while. He might be back. I'm not sure. Who's AKGU?
Eats me.
I haven't heard of AKGU.
Is that a rapper?
I'm assuming maybe it's I don't know. I haven't heard of him. But wait, what were you saying just now?
I don't know. Well, you were asking about Almo's. Well, the crazy part is because he's not running for president too, and there's been some scandals with him. They're actually afraid that Mexico's going to back to the old status quo and put back the old political party.
You talking about the PRI?
Yeah.
Ghost actually did watch all of Narcos, so I know about the PRI.
That was That was the party that ruled Mexico for like 70 years.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah. It was basically a one-party state for like forever, and they alleged that the cartels stole the election in I think '93 or something.
They might have stole it again.
Yeah.
With putting Peña Nieto over there.
Yeah, it's just. I just love that they showed in the show. It's basically they just went to all the ballot talliers and were like, just write a 0 here, I'll shoot you in the face. Like, well, it gets the point across.
Yeah, I mean, so that's gonna be interesting too.
Yeah, I mean AMLO, a very flawed and shitty leader. However, much more nationalistic than whoever's going to replace him, probably. But, you know, the core foundation of his belief system doesn't work, so there's that issue as well.
Yeah, they wonder why government spending went up so much when he was in office.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the corruption, graft, and socialism. It's all a great recipe, I'm sure.
Yeah, so like I said, next year will be great for like political nerd junkies.
Oh yeah,
like,
no, it'll be fun. What we need is term limits for the staffers that work for elected folks. I mean, I think what you're getting at there, Doku, is we probably need like mandatory, like just mandatory cycling through employees that work for bureaucratic organizations. You know, like
look, if there's
like I don't like I mean,
get me a job at AOC right now. I will.
Look, I'm just saying we've had the FBI for years, and they've attempted to cause more terror attacks than they've stopped. So I'm like, at this point, like I'm sorry, you all have to be fired. It's over, guys. Sorry. But no, I think you know, people that work in these organizations, right, that get lifetime appointments based on a set, like I feel like that maybe we should replace those appointments every 4 years at minimum. You know, just like clean them out, like not necessarily fire them all, but force them to be heard again. You know, like we've got to like how many months of the year do our congressmen get off? Like they get like 3 months of just vacation, right? Like it feels like every other week it's like we're in recess, guys. We don't have to do shit, and it's like what the fuck? You guys work like teachers. All right, you're supposed to be governing the most powerful nation on the earth. Like, what do you mean you take 3 months off? Fuck off. You know, maybe we only give them 4 weeks of vacation and we spend those extra months that we take out of their vacation and you just, you know, hey guys, get through these hearings. You know, you got to rehear these people. You know, and have, I don't know, performance metrics and shit and be like, hey, why have you guys wasted all this money? You know, mandatory audits of all these organizations that happen. And then after you get these audits, then have them go before a committee that's got to see like, oh, okay, you did this, this, and this. All right, what's next? I don't know. I think that would solve a lot of the problem we have with overregulation and bureaucracy and just things that are absolutely crippling this country. You know, and that way, you know, the scary part about that is, oh God, you know, when radical progressives are in charge, they will be able to move faster. But on the other hand, it will stop a lot of trouble you have with people who are entrenched, you know. And the other nice part about that is basically politicians that approve those people working at those agencies are co-signing them. You know, basically they're putting their money on the table, right? And saying like, hey, you know, we approve this person. So it's like, hey, if shit goes down, like, you guys are at fault. You caused this shit, right?
Right.
More or less.
It's about how bureaucracy's main purpose, I mean, the iron law is that there's 2 people who work for the bureaucracy. One who tries to, like, you know, do the jobs that are intended for the effects, and the second group of people are the ones who work the bureaucracy for the sake of expanding it. And usually group number 2 wins out.
Well, you say the group that's focused on self-preservation wins out? Shocking. Yeah. Shocking evidence. This is a whole new way to look at the world. Amazing thought.
Yeah.
So yes, the self-serving, self-interested members of the bureaucracy probably outperform anyone that wants to improve said bureaucracy and make it better for everyday Americans. And those people generally don't get involved in it because most of those bureaucracies just make people's life worse. Pretty much. I mean, the role of the state is to basically enact violence against people to make society function. Like, that is the role of the state, right? Do we have any disagreements on that? I mean, it's less flowery language, I'm sure, but I mean, basically, that's kind of what it does. I mean, that's kind of its purpose, right? Is like, you know, it has to enact violence to make society work at whatever the ruling elite decide is the acceptable way for society to function, right?
Alright. There's what else do we have going on?
Did you guys see the Scott Pilgrim trailer?
I heard about it. How does it look? It's gonna be Michael Cera, right? And whatever mid girl is playing, what's her name? Ramona Flowers, who felt so empowered by a movie made in Hollywood.
Almost, I think it looks pretty close to the style of the original.
You're absolutely right about that, Yelled. That was exactly my first thoughts when I saw it. I was like, this looks exactly like the weird manga thing that they did for it, right? That it's based on.
Yes, and also Amaguchi, who did the music for the video game, is also helping with the soundtrack.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, as far as I understand, it looks like it's a faithful adaptation of it. I'm sure there's not going to be, modernity or woke politics inserted into it. Like that's definitely not going to happen. I mean, Hollywood is much smarter than that, right? These are big brain people that are working.
I mean, I do trust Edgar Wright, and the creator of Scott Pilgrim is working on
who
it
is
too,
Edgar Wright?
Edgar Wright has made great movies like Baby Driver, Hot Fuzz.
Oh, okay. I did like Baby Driver. Even if Kevin Spacey is, he's
Hey, he got
creepy.
out. He got found not guilty.
Oh, okay. Well, he's still creepy. What was the joke from Family Guy when Stewie runs in front of the mall? Help! Help! I just escaped from Kevin Spacey's basement! That was like, what, 2002?
Okay. Yeah.
So, when you say he was found not guilty, was there... I didn't follow his case. Was it just a private case that resolved and basically, like, there's not enough evidence to say that he's guilty of what he's accused of?
I don't know. I just thought it was not guilty. Found it hilarious, and now.
So it wasn't settled. It was actually a non-guilty verdict.
Let me take a look real quick. I just know he's making movies again.
Well, I mean, I remember when he got big because he voiced the villain when they did the motion capture model after him.
Yeah, he was in Call of Duty Advanced Warfare as well. I think one of his big shows he did was
Oh, he's been cleared of all the allegations.
Sorry, say again?
He's been cleared.
Oh. So, how long till Justin Roiland is cleared of his allegations? I know everyone says, oh, it's so damning, there are DMs and everything, but they deleted all that evidence. It's like...
And also, Rick and Morty Season 7 starts up in like 2 weeks.
Oh, yes. Oh, joy. Yeah, who's voicing them now?
I haven't seen who's voicing them, but I also, find it hilarious that this is happening, and the first thing they're gonna do is go off of what happened in Season 6.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you gotta continue. I mean, we've got, Liam Hemsworth about to replace Geralt of Rivia in The Witcher?
I think so.
I'll give him this. He does kind of look like it. Now, he looks the part where he's got all the makeup and the wig on, but, I mean... no... it's not the same. But yeah. So when does that Rick and Morty season even happen, Geeky?
I just saw it in about 2 weeks. It should be dropping. And then also we're getting fully grunge finally. I think in.
All right, I'm gonna fucking say it. Fully Cooley sucked. All right, I'm sorry, we all watched it when we were 10 years old and it seemed like the hottest shit ever, okay? It wasn't good then, it's still not good now. We just have nostalgia glasses, okay? There, I fucking said it. Sue me. It's not good.
I fully agree with you. The only good thing was the music.
Even that was, it's fine. It works. I wouldn't say the music's bad, but it's just, I'm gonna say it, damn it! It wasn't good. Oh, and Jujutsu Kaisen, I figured out why it's bad. I've been thinking about it, right? Like, I try to watch this new season, and every time I watch it, I just fall asleep. It's like liquid Ambien for me. It's like every time I'm just like, oh.
We're literally about to get a hate mob sworn over.
Listen to me. You know what Jujutsu Kaisen reminds me of, Geeky? Okay.
What?
Have you ever seen like someone in art school and like their portfolio project they have to do? It's like, I drew this really cool character. Oh, what's it about? I don't fucking know. Exorcist or some shit. Sue me. That's what Jujutsu Kaisen is. It's some loser's art project that he had to submit to his art professor at the last minute, okay? I said it. That's what it is. Like, it's what it looks like to me. It's like, wow, there's some really cool character designs here. Oh, yeah. What's it about? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Demons and shit, and they have to go... It's dumb, okay? It's just like Bleach, okay? It's Bleach, but we're all old and everything has to be like, oh, it's like, it subverts the genre, man. Look, they had this character show in the opening and he's not there later. Fuck off. It sucks. It just sucks. I'm sorry. I can't get into it. Why do so many people say like, oh, it's so good? It's like, no, it sucks. All right. Oh, this guy's eyes look cool. I don't care. It's not good.
They're literally calling Jujutsu Kaisen this generation's Naruto. And they're calling Demon Slayer this generation's Bleach, so...
Like, Demon Slayer's fine. It's not great, it's not bad. But it's not on those levels, okay? Sorry. Scott Pilgrim. Where are we on the hype scale with that?
I am excited.
I don't remember watching the original film. So I remember the premise is this: Scott is the main character. He wants to date.
Scott Pilgrim wants to date Ramona Flowers. Ramona Flowers has 7 evil exes, which is a big point of contention in the film. And all of them want to fight him because they're still down bad for some blue-haired girl that looks like she's in your art class, and you would stay away from her based on her appearance and demeanor. But she's kind of a dumpy goth chick, which, you know, someone that's not very confident's like, I could hit that. You know, it's kind of got that energy, basically. And, yeah, the premise is that he has super cool super fights with her exes. And it's honestly, it's a nice little movie. It's like, it's not like high art, but it's a fun movie. Michael Cera fits the role good. The girl they have playing Ramona Flowers is fine. She's good at the part. Knives is cute. I like her. I like her actress.
She's also the villain from Sky High, by the way. If you want to see her not as a blue hair crazy person.
Yeah, I think she's actually a good actress. I think. I think she's actually had some good roles, if I recall.
Yeah, she's banging Obi-Wan, so that's like a win.
Oh, wait, who was she in Obi-Wan? Oh, she's the chick from Obi-Wan, right? His helper.
Well, no, she's married to Ian McGregor in real life.
So, but she's the chick, right? That's like helping the Underground Railroad of Force users and shit, right? Is what the hell was her name?
I don't know. I've never seen Obi-Wan.
No, it was the chick, the human chick. When I don't remember what her name was, but. What's up, Fed Zeppelin? How are you doing, sir?
Hi, Fed.
Sorry, I was gonna make something to eat, but then... Oh, hello. I heard you talking about that movie without mentioning the weirdest thing about that movie.
Go on.
Oh, Scott Pilgrim?
Yes.
What is the weirdest thing?
There's a lot of weird shit about that movie.
It's Brie Larson.
Oh my god, you're right. Brie Larson plays her lesbian ex, right?
Yes.
Oh, you know, she's actually good in that role too.
And she sings the song pretty good too.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm like, oh shit, you're right. It's fucking Brie Larson. Charisma vacuum.
Like, not in that movie. She's like, she's kind of still blank. But
I was bi-curious. Well, I'm bi-furious.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's why
a good
she's.
line.
It's really good.
Easily the weirdest thing about that.
I know.
movie.
It's like Chris Evans is the skateboard guy who just grinds himself to death. And I'm just like, wait, it's the Human Torch. Why is the Human Torch in this?
By the way, guys, they're all coming back for the animated show.
Are they all
Really?
voicing the characters?
Yeah, they're getting the
Yeah,
entire
they're all-
original voice cast from the film, I think.
Yes.
Wow, Brie Larson got work. Nice.
I.
Surprise.
Oh my gosh.
I feel bad for her now.
Well-
She's so detestable.
At least, no one has to see her imaginary ass in that film because it's an animated film.
Brie Larson is someone that is like, she's like a solar eclipse. Like, I don't know how you actually look at her without injuring your eyes.
Brie Larson is the definition of the mid chick in your high school class that got famous.
Well, she looks so fucking like, she makes these awkward faces.
She always
and
looks
she's-
uncomfortable, no matter
Yeah.
what she's doing. It's like your role is a savior of the galaxy. What's your response to this? Like, I'm just gonna make weird faces for this entire 2-hour movie.
And she had resting bitch face before she.
Yes,
Like,
she did it. She
super-
always has resting bitch face.
yeah, but then she's got like mangled feet. Like, she's got like Chinese.
Has she been in a
like-
Tarantino film? I'm wondering if we've seen her feet before.
Yeah.
No,
I
there's
knew
a
that was gonna
reason.
come up.
It's literally, yeah, she's not on like Footpedia or whatever, probably.
Oh, well, all right. Let's go to Wikipedia. We have to
There you
monitor
go.
these feet. We have to see what we're working with. What are these grappler feet that she has? Are they like
No.
goblin tier?
Ghost, it's Wikipedia. Is what
Sorry,
she's
sorry.
the one and only
Wait.
entry.
Wait a minute. So there's a Star Wars version of this Wikipedia of like people checking out feet?
Probably.
Yeah,
Wookie.
it's her and Harfoot. I don't know if you remember, but they.
I
had the
remember.
worst.
Fed, I remember. I was there that day, all those years
No.
ago.
Do you remember what the dad told the little Frodo knockoff?
I only saw the pilot, so I don't know if I know that, but
Oh.
I was there when it was explained to me by a kind soul that told me of eldritch horrors beyond imagination.
I probably didn't tell you that the father looks at someone and says, "You better not harm a hair on her foot."
Oh no. So her father was Quentin Tarantino?
Kind of.
Alright, now Uma,
Very
just take
damn
your shoes
exciting.
off for this scene. Why? Sir,
Don't
she's
even,
doing a
Don't even
backflip.
associate those. No. Uma's such a fucking treasure comparatively.
Oh no, I'm not comparing Uma Thurman to Brie Larson. Don't
I
get
know,
it
just
mistaken.
Don't put them in the same sentence. Kill Bill.
One of
and
them
2 are
is a
fucking
woman. The other one
immaculate.
is a woman.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, you can't look Brie Larson in the eyes. It's like she'll go nuts and like burn something down or say something about how white people are racist.
I
Like, you
mean,
can't
I
look
can't
there.
wait for the Marvels at the end of the year and how great that movie.
Oh yeah, that got delayed, so we'll all
Wait,
we'll all
it did?
get to enjoy Brie Larson and the other people whose names no one knows. Play superheroes in, I guess, Freaky Friday. I don't know.
Wait, but Ghost, do you know what the gimmick of that movie is?
That they're all switching places constantly.
Okay, yeah.
And the director said it's gonna be wacky.
Yeah, but so.
You know, when I think
they all
wacky
have-
fun, I think Brie Larson.
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't have any strong feelings about her. I think she can fit a role that is actually good, but like it has to be the right kind. Like I don't
Like
Amelia
it's Scott
Clarke.
Pilgrim.
Yeah. They just
Yeah.
Actually
typecast
good. It's
certain
Scott
people.
Pilgrim.
But
And
you didn't.
to be
you
fair,
didn't
she's a
watch
lot
the
better.
Secret Wars. There's a
I
point
watched
to
Secret
being-
Wars.
Oh, okay, Ghost.
Sorry,
What's
Secret
the
Invasion.
problem? See that one? Yeah. Okay. What's the problem?
There's a super alien with all the powers of Thanos and all of the Avengers still roaming around the galaxy that could probably solve any galaxy-ending crisis because she literally has every superpower known to them. And she killed the only bad guy that also had every superpower known to man by, and I'm not making this up, punching him really hard in the stomach and shooting a laser through him.
Yes.
Yep.
Now, the fun thing, if Marvel was really good, they could do one random thing that would be like a complete shock, and I would watch the movie for. But Ghost, connect the dots between the last thing of the gimmick of the movie and Emilia Clarke.
No.
He disappears?
No, she's got the superpowers that would mean she would have to switch in if there is an MCU. It's the problem with the MCU. They call it the MCU, but it's retarded and doesn't think about what's happening. She's got Marvel powers. Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel's power, she could literally change into any form of energy at any time.
Yeah, but the thing is for the Marvels, when they use their powers, they swap places. I think it would be fucking brilliant.
Oh, if they swap place with the scroll because it has all their powers too. Well, I don't think she has Kamala Khan's power, but she does have Captain Marvel's power.
Yeah, which means she's in the mix because they all have at least their own power. She's got at least one of their powers. So that's what I'm saying. It would be fucking brilliant if they randomly just shunted Emilia Clarke into existence and people are like, what the fuck?
Where did Khaleesi come from?
Yeah, like she's a D&D pact weapon, just fucking out of the ether. Just Emilia Clarke gets thrown onto set, and she's like, "What?"
I think it was like Nerdrotic or so. It was saying that like Emilia Clarke has the worst agent in the world.
Yeah.
Like just how do you go from like I'm fucking Daenerys from Game of Thrones to oh hi I'm kind of the like side character on the Nick Fury Disney Plus TV show, and I'm not even my actual physical appearance. I'm an alien, like
with the Drax arm.
Yeah,
no, she was the moral like outstanding character in that one.
Oh no, I know. She was the like what was her? She was like the Inquisitor in Obi-Wan. You know, she was like she's the character we really want you to like character. But then she didn't even get enough screen time for that. That's the thing.
Yeah, well, but I mean, at the end,
in her own self-insert show, she didn't get enough screen time for that.
Well, if you consider that she was Nick Fury and could have been anyone else, she could have done the entire fucking thing by herself.
Yep.
But.
Oh, but were you happy, Fed, that all that character development from Rhodey is doesn't matter because it wasn't fucking Rhodey?
Yep. He doesn't know that Tony Stark is dead.
Oh dear gosh. He's gonna find out Tony's dead, Cap's dead. Like Thor was fat, like oh my gosh, it's gonna be a big culture shock there.
He doesn't know about Thanos, he doesn't know the 19 times the entire like reality was in peril. He just has to come in and say like, "Oh, okay, how's it going, guys? I'm back."
How you doing, my fellow superheroes?
You're gonna need to take a seat. It's like, no, my back is fine. It's like, no, take a seat, Rhodey.
You're gonna want to listen to all this. You're gonna want to sit down for this one.
That I don't know. That whole MCU thing is such a garbage fire.
It's a mess.
Stop looking at it.
But geeky, wonderful. We have good news. Disenchantment, September 3rd. It's back.
Yes, that means I gotta get a Netflix account again.
Yeah, it will be the final season, and it will continue. It will continue in comic book form. Aren't you excited? Normally I would be exactly a reaction, but if you know anything about Matt Groening, he's actually pretty famous for his, traditional comic work. If you know, like, his, Hell Bunny cartoons he did. I'm not saying any of those are particularly great, but it's a medium he's very experienced in.
Yeah, but also everyone's groaning because,
Yeah, obviously.
Wait, what? There's a Texas Chainsaw Massacre game?
Probably.
That's just about that?
Do you massacre things with a chainsaw in Texas?
I guess. I thought it was. Oh no, it's just a fucking clone of that other game.
But did they say like why he's decided to go to comic book form to finish off the story?
I think it was more or less it was getting canceled.
No. This is the medium that I can express my art in. Okay.
No, it's getting canceled, but soft canceled. Like, I'm assuming they ordered a whole nother season of the show, and then they were like, we didn't like how season 4 performed, so we're not continuing it. Like, every TV show does this, by the way. You know, like, the first few seasons, they have the whole
done it 3 times.
Yeah.
Oh my god. They had one of the best, it's still my favorite, like, re-intro, where they had, they were coming back, and they're like, hooray, we're back! And they showed the Box Corporation.
Yep.
And the
now it's
was
the
flickering out.
Fulu, the Fulu Delivery Network. They became part of that. The Fulu Delivery Network.
Dust. Yeah, that's.
You know, I will say
something very
I've been
appealing
watching
about that.
all of the current season of Futurama, and it's been all right. It's been pretty fun.
I don't know.
They
Some of that stuff, you just lose it.
Sure, I mean, it's not high art, but like it was hilarious that. Do you remember that episode of Futurama where Kif gets pregnant?
Yes.
And how at the end, right? It's like, in 20 years they'll grow legs and come on land.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Really?
20 years passed.
I'm not ready to be a mom.
Yep. They finished that storyline. Although the winnowing was pretty fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I can.
So are you
see
saying
it
that this new
working.
Futurama season has the ghost seal of approval?
Let's wait for a few more episodes. They did a whole episode about the egg salad parasites that Fry had. We're now in.
Oh my god! All right, I'm done.
And they were
I was
in.
like,
they
okay.
infected Nibbler's. What do you call it? His. Fuck. What do they call the cats go poop? God damn it.
Oh, his sandbox, his cat box.
Yeah, they infected Nibbler's
Litter
cat
box.
box, and they were making Nibbler stupid. And so they shrink themselves down for no reason, and they have like a Dune adventure in Nibbler's cat box, where they have to kill worms with ivermectin.
Okay. That's. I mean, like
they
I
have
can
a
see the
dung
joke
beetle
in
that call
these.
themselves dung beetles.
They really say ivermectin.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, they do say ivermectin. Fed, what do you think about the new president of Argentina?
Well, he's not the president.
Didn't he win?
He's
No,
he
he won the
presidential
primary.
candidate.
No, I thought he won.
No, he won the primaries.
Oh, okay. So he's now okay. So he won. I thought he won the election, but he won the primary. Have you seen this guy, Fed?
No, what's what
He wants to destroy the Argentinian central bank and ban central banks in the country.
Okay, base, good start.
And he wants to take out like 90% of government departments and shrink it down.
Wait, what differentiates him in any other Argentinian president? Is it just the fact that he's saying it?
I mean, that's
Based
the
because he
platform.
says
That's the
it?
platform he's running on, and he won the primary.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, it just seems like it's another South American country where it's like, oh yeah, no, we're doing this for the people, and then they just do that.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously, if he wins, then we have to see this executed on.
Yeah.
But
It's such a weird line where it's like hard left and hard right end up doing the same shit, and they're like, that's based. Oh, that sucks. And it's like, this is the same thing, guys. This is the same picture.
I mean, I don't think he's far left. I would say. I'd say he's just.
Well, is he not?
They say that he's
far
the
right?
Argentinian Trump.
No,
yeah, that's
I think
the thing.
he's
That's the way
more
they're gonna
like
paint it.
he seems more like an Argentinian Ron Paul. than anything. Based on his policies and what he's talking about, he seems more like a Ron Paul than like a Trump or a Vivek Ramaswamy.
I just think it's weird when anyone thinks that we can still play this game of Civ 6 and do anything but a culture or science victory. Like, Russia is just like, wait a minute, like we can't do a domination, and it's like, nah, bro, the game's way too. We're like 250 turns in. You have no.
We're too
shot.
far into the future to do this. You're just carving off land, bro.
And then like anyone that's like, yeah, I'm gonna like win my way into power, and then I'm gonna change the game up, and like, fat fucking chance, loser. Like,
well, they killed
I
that
don't
guy
know
in
what anyone's
Ecuador.
Expecting. Sounds about right.
Yeah, he was running. He was running for president, and he had a position of being anti-cartels. And the official story is that some gunmen from Colombia killed him.
Ah.
Is that what actually happened? Fuck if I know.
Yeah, I mean, we just know it's on camera.
I mean, yeah. Not surprised.
And then Niger and Nigeria are,
Part of the Animaniacs song.
Yeah.
I know.
There's talk that the surrounding nations of Niger may try to restore the former president that just got couped there. I believe you said it was the fifth coup, Yellow Lantern?
Yeah, no, the third military coup.
Third military coup.
Every time I hear coup, I think of like moms like talking to a baby. Every time I hear it, I instantly think of like
Goo goo gaga.
Yeah, little baby sounds. It's like maybe we change that word.
I think we all call it coup d'état.
Nice.
Ah.
Emphasize.
Coup d'état. You gotta do it with the French. Coup d'état.
No.
I like the cut of tater tots. They're pretty good. Coup d'état.
Sounds like a dessert.
Yeah,
like,
Ooh,
tart.
some tater tots do sound good right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Reminds of myself.
Oh,
well,
Kiki. Do you? Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm gonna be getting off pretty soon, but
Wash
I
your
do want
hands
to ask
after.
a couple things.
Oh, wow.
Hey, I heard that.
I meant it. I meant
Maybe
it
I should-
too. So now that the
Anyway.
Ukrainian counteroffensive isn't working, what's next? What's next, Yellow Lantern?
I mean, I just think
4 months
it's
till
just gonna-
F-16s are working, and then we get to see how Stinger missiles shoot down F-16s, I guess, or...
I mean, they're already calling for the draft for us to go to Ukraine, so. And we're all going.
Fuck no, we're not.
Yeah, we are, because all the 18-year-olds are sword boys and can't pass a physical.
Wow.
That doesn't mean they won't
I
send
just-
them into the meat grinder. It's never stopped anyone before.
I think it's just slowly retaking territory, I guess. For
You mean stealing territory from a sovereign nation, but yes, go on.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're gonna define terms, I mean, terms do matter, I think, right?
And also,
No, you
borders
can't
exist for
say
a
that.
reason.
Ghost, that's rude. You're stealing land from a. That's rude.
Yeah, you're only allowed to steal land before a certain period of time, okay? The time's up.
I just like the thought that they're.
I mean,
like, "No, you can't
it's
say
like
that about
claiming
us.
claiming
That's
land in
defaming."
conquest. I mean, it's what it is. I mean,
Yeah, it's just always funny where it's like the politics around it is like the Americans are like, no, you can't say that. That's not correct. And it's like, bitch, they are out there murdering people. in
yeah,
fucking
they're
trenches to
shooting
claim
soldiers
fucking
defending
land.
their land,
You're
and it's
quibbling.
like, it's what's happening.
You're quibbling over the fact that you can't call this like a fucking like. Oh my
There's gonna
God.
be minefields that are gonna cause generational problems for people. You know, land is gonna be rendered unusable for at least 100
Their
years.
economy will never recover. They're losing their fucking like.
There's an entire
Oh my God.
generation of young men.
Gone.
Yes. It's the death of a nation.
Yeah.
But you can't call it a coup.
Yeah. Oh, it's funny because
Shut
like
up, shut
one
up.
side's
Go
like,
back to
don't call it a
Twitch.
coup, and other side's like, don't call it a war, call it my terms. And it's like, shut the fuck up. It's a war, okay? Tanks rolled, okay? Like when tanks rolled, that's war, bitch. That's an invasion.
Exactly.
I think by the
Especially
time we
when you
watched
see-
our 300th drone strike thing on Bibble Babble, I'm pretty sure we were in war territory. Like,
Bro,
you can
someone-
only
the
say
best-
the PS5 graphics are this good
couple-
that many times.
There was a couple clips of like of this one Russian tank crew, like solo killing. Like it was like a 1 versus 8, and the tank crew took them all
Well, that's
out.
because all the good weapons, right? That's going to organized crime in like Czechoslovakia and shit.
That's fucking right.
Right?
And
Like,
the-
didn't they have that whole plane full of like guns and grenades that like exploded over Europe, over like Italy? And it's like, oh, I don't know why. There's all these Ukrainian labels on all these weapons. Who knows?
It was Russian 4th of July. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't you have Independence Day? Oh yeah, Independence.
Da da.
It's like, okay.
I think the area to watch is Kharkov.
Kharkiv, you mean?
Kharkov, yeah.
Kharkiv.
Isn't it like KIV at the end of it?
Kharkov.
No, it's
Kharkiv.
it's Kharkov
Kharkiv.
because the K
Beautiful.
because there is no pure H sound in the Russian language.
This is
Well, some people use they use the G letter gamma for
Really?
the for like H's words. This is like someone said like it's not Harry Potter, it's Gary Potter.
that's right.
Gary
Although
Potter.
some
Gary Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone.
It's like the time.
Galucinatia, but in Ukrainian that G is the H sound. And you only pronounce it like a regular G if there's like a little ascending line above the stem of the
Is
letter.
it the accent, I think they call that line?
Mm-mm. It's an ascender.
Oh. That sounds really cool. That sounds like something that like... That sounds like when you put like a balloon on something in Minecraft to lift it.
Oh, it's like where the little 8-bit music comes on and the frog floats to heaven. I know what you're talking about.
That sounds like
Okay, so
Like-
what's happening in Kharkov?
Well, someone joked the civil administrative for the Kharkov Oblast, the Russian Federation, is now their break is over.
So is that
They're now
former
going back to
Ukrainian
work.
territory that was stolen from them and conquered by Russia?
It's where all the prostitutes come from in Russia. Oblast.
No. An oblast is the equivalent of a state or a federal subject.
Okay, but were
is
they
home
a
to
state of
money
Russia
pricing.
in 2023?
which
As of
is the
2023?
home of, which is the home of many prostitutes that we can
I mean,
order
it's
online.
it's Eastern Europe. Okay, there's a lot of prostitutes
Yeah, it's
there.
the Oblast. It's the O face. You get the Oblast. Oh,
But what's going on
they're
there?
known for it.
Well, they're coming back, and the town of Kupiansk is in their sights.
Okay,
The
They're gonna-
Zharabets River has been.
is that some of
another
the territory
focal
they
attacking point.
ceded when they pulled back a little after the what was it like their Victory Day parade or something? They like pulled back because they didn't want to defend it because it was a shitty line to defend.
Oh, that's nice. They planted trees.
They didn't.
Oh,
It was a little bit later, I think. And the big thing that's been noticing is that, unfortunately, the Ukrainian counteroffensive in Zaporozhye basically was a failure. I
That's
don't think
what
they
all
even
the
got
stories
to the,
say.
yeah.
well,
I don't
also
think
they
even
drone
got to the
strike
first-
Moscow.
They've
well,
been
They're
using
trying.
drones.
I mean, they did some drone attacks on. They tried to attack some military infrastructure, which makes sense. You're at war with someone. I mean, everything's fair game. It's like you've entered a PvP zone, right?
Yeah, that's right. There's a little sign and the little RuneScape.
You know how it is in like Dark Souls Fed. It's like you hear the you hear the invader sound. The guy spawns in red, and it's like, all right, it's go time, right?
Wait a minute, boss music. Hold up.
Well, so I think the thing to watch is that line in the Kharkov Oblast, as well as the encirclement of Stiervsk.
See, I feel like everyone on the Russian side has been saying it's just 2 weeks, and it's over. We're gonna push it. The entire line's gonna collapse. It's like I feel like it's every 2 weeks. It's just like it's over. We got it. We're gonna. It's done. Their goose is cooked. It's like every freaking 2 weeks. It's like this is the time, and it's just like, yeah, I get it. They're taking losses. They're incompetent and corrupt leadership. They just fired all their generals, because they were obviously taking bribes and selling U.S. military equipment for a lot of money, and then retiring to really expensive. Like I get all that, but it's like, come on, any day now.
Yeah, it's the perfect metaphor for a guy that's going through a dry spell at a bar. It's like, come on, just the tip. Like, no, come on, and no, I swear it'll be just 2 minutes. And they're like, no.
I know everyone acts like I am a military genius on Eastern European and Eastern European conflict all of a sudden. Every internet troll with a microphone is just like, this is it, and my insane military analysis. I draw all these lines on charts. It's over, guys, and it's like, okay, 6 months later, we're still.
I mean, it's like how it was. First, everyone was
epidemiologists.
Yeah, everyone became pandemic experts in a day, and it's like, well, okay, the experts don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. You probably don't know what you're talking about.
And instead, everyone became a geopolitical major.
Yeah, everyone became a warfare expert in rough Eastern European terrain.
I would like it if they changed the Twitch section to just Wikipedia Andy, and then every different time there's the new thing that everyone's debating. They just that's the news part of that Wikipedia thing where it's like epidemiologists unite. What is it? Calling fellow skeptics or whatever it is.
Academics, please respond.
Yeah, there you go.
Hello, fellow
bikers of the world.
Hello, fellow experts on whatever topic we're talking about today.
Yeah.
So, I guess the last couple things I'll mention is.
So wait, okay. So basically, what will happen if the Russian forces successfully conquer back territory at Kharkov?
Well, it's not good for Ukraine, who has spent many.
But what does it mean for them, in the grand scheme of things, right?
It means that the goal of Russia's special military operation is to take.
So their war of conquest in Ukraine. Yes, I heard you.
Is to take
their war of conquest in Ukraine to steal eastern territories and ports from their neighbor. Yes, go on.
As I was saying,
war of conquest. I just want to say for one more time so we can all remember our terms, because it's, it seems like everyone's trying to make this imaginary fairy language where it's just they're helping all the innocent little Russian people in Ukraine. It's not just to get a warm water port in Ukraine and steal valuable farmland, because there's economic value in that, and they feel a weak U.S. won't put them in check. But go on, please.
As I was saying.
sorry. It's fun to talk to children.
The concern trolling is.
Yes, concern trolling. Stating the facts of the situation is concern trolling. Yes, I understand.
Wow.
Stating the facts as they are. I know.
You can say the N-word. You have
permission.
The
ultimate goal is to
conquer their neighbor's territory. Yes.
Is to take the oblasts with significant
steal their neighbor's territory. Yes. And claim that there's ethnic reasons for doing it. Right.
Yeah, they have to cleanse people, right? That's an ethnic reason.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so you're saying they'll be done conquering territory and they'll stop after that.
You have.
Did they
probably
promise to stop?
4 more oblasts.
Oh, wait, they still have more. They still have more Oblast to conquer. Jeez, how much do they want?
All of it.
Basically, the goal is they will take. I would imagine Odessa, Nikolaev, Dnipropetrovsk, and Kharkov are the next.
So they want to
oblasts
guarantee
be annexed.
NATO neighbors, basically, right?
They already had NATO neighbors.
Right,
now.
but they want to guarantee more NATO neighbors, basically.
Well,
Because, like, I mean, come on. Let's pretend for a second you're anyone in power in Ukraine, right? Your state cannot exist without NATO protection now, right? Because it's just been determined that Russia will invade you without provocation for any reason and take your land, right? You have no legitimacy.
No. And there's a reason why Poland's strengthening their border next to.
Yeah,
Belarus,
Poland's
'cause
building
they're
up
ready.
tanks as well. I mean, but there's no way, right, that any Ukrainian leader could do anything without NATO protection, right?
Russia literally sent in the barbarians and their oldest fucking.
Well, that was
units
2014 more so. When they took Crimea.
No, there's no way when you have these packs, unless they make another axis of evil, that you're gonna get another fucking.
But they didn't
unless
make
China
an
actually
axis of
follows
evil,
through.
right? The axis of evil was like our label for those countries.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is like it doesn't matter. It's when they form an alliance. But Russia on its own is not about to make another one of these. Like, it's not just gonna wander into this foray again. They're so fucked, like, because they've hollowed out like their prime demographic.
Yeah.
It's maddening.
Yeah,
There's no way.
It's pretty bad. But like, I mean, right now, I mean, if China decided this would stop, it would stop. Like,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
definitely a fact. Without tacit support from the Chinese, this would literally, it'd be so over. But because
But
the
that's
Chinese
the thing,
support
is-
this, not
Yeah,
officially,
but-
but tacitly support it by their non-involvement.
Same way we do. Yeah,
of course.
exactly.
No,
Yeah, that's what I'm
absolutely.
saying
That's
over
a,
time.
you're absolutely right about that, Fed. Just like we support coups and things all around the world as well.
It's two fucking parents at a little league game sitting there just fucking drunkenly staring each other down. And it's
It's
like,
the South
if your
Park
kid
episode.
uses the bat, then I'm gonna fucking fly in there. And it's like, no kid will end up using the bat.
It's literally Randy at the Little League episode.
Yeah,
of South Park.
that's the U.S. and China right now.
Couldn't do it.
The difference is it's not the U.S.'s backyard; it's China's backyard, and they're just going like, "Oh, let them play, guys. Let them play.
Yeah, it's literally. It's just,
Let them play. We've got to
sorry.
deal with our own economic collapse." Okay, so how many Blastos do they have left after they conquer this one?
you're asking me.
Yeah, how many Blastos are left after they conquer this one?
Depends.
Oh. So what
I
does
mean,
it
if you're
depend
talk-
on?
Well, I mean, now the Russian ground forces are the most experienced army in the world. Now they have,
probably.
because you're actually going to, like, this is not just fighting a insurgency. They're like,
Are they really the most modern army in the world?
Not
That was-
modern experience.
I mean, how many years were we in the Middle East playing police?
Yeah,
Like,
but active combat, the amount of deaths in the harsh conditions, it's another fucking world over there right now.
I mean, it's hot in the Middle East, to be fair, but good
No,
point.
this is like you will die out in the these are hardened people on both sides at this point.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
Sorry, you can continue, Yellow.
Yeah.
I just had to put that in.
Okay. So you said that they would have 3 more after this that they want to conquer before they promise to stop?
that's their objectives, I think. They don't.
And do you
I mean,
think they will
the
stop
people
at
I
that?
talk to, I think the whole thing. I mean, listen, diplomacy clearly didn't work because, I mean, the people flatly admit the Minsk protocols were just openly violated to the point where
But they never
promised
agreed to them,
neutrality. Well, they did actually.
Yeah, they did, but the thing is you can only do like open warfare after like something like this has gone awry. Like politics is never off the table. especially when shit is just like hitting.
I mean, as long as body bags are coming home, there will be a push to de-escalate.
Yes.
Like,
exactly.
at the end of the day, sons are coming home dead, lives are being wasted, homes are being destroyed, perfectly good resources and valuable farmland are being destroyed.
Yeah, and
like,
just for the record, I'm not shitting on the guys that went to the Middle East. It's just these Russians. It's like Rocky. It's like we're kind of like fat on our own. Like we got all this technology. We get to like we have some forms.
They get to
of
test out all the
luxury.
fun new toys.
Yeah, but it's just like another world. It's like Dietlov Pass or whatever it is, a whole fucking time over there.
I guess
like,
demolishing the
another
original
fucking,
like Iraqi army is not the same as
it's
rolling
just not.
rolling into eastern Ukraine.
And that's not to say we didn't turn out a couple veterans, but like this war is like the people that live are gonna be hard as fuck.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't have experience, but I mean, like there are more conflicts than just this, right? We kind of get caught up in like everything is this right now, you know?
Oh yeah, no, trust me, I know the
Like,
narrow gaze of like, here's what we're talking about in geopolitics. And it's like, do we want to talk about slavery? Do we want to talk about like genocides? And it's like, nah, we're gonna talk about the Holocaust again, and then maybe Russia. And it's like, okay, guys.
Yeah, I mean, those are like the conflicts that are just going on right now, you know. This is the conflict that's going on right now, is, you know, so it's obviously, you know, fresh in all of our minds that, like, what's going on.
No, those other conflicts are happening at the same time.
Right.
We just don't give two fucks. We're like, hey,
whatever
we'll
the
give
outcome
your
in
local
Niger and
warlords
Nigeria,
some
we're kind of
money.
like, whatever, right?
So indifferent. Yeah.
But Biden's just
Sorry.
gonna pump them all in anyways. He's be like, "Oh, your country's being war torn. You guys are refugees. You guys want work? We'll pump you in."
Now, he's not Bill Clinton, but
Wow.
no, they
Guys, like-
actually Bill Clinton people are like, they have children there too, right? Bill, no.
Did an oblast on Monica's face the other day.
I saw that Sound of Freedom movie. It got me thinking all the hard work they did to bring me those children. I mean, sorry.
It reminds me about all that sex trafficking. That wait a minute. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Have
why
I
are
showed
you yelling
guys
at
my
me again?
saxophone?
Okay, so, Yellow Lantern, what is your timeline for Kharkov being conquered by the invading forces?
Conquered. Like I said, this could last maybe another year.
You don't think we'll take a break for the winter though?
Well, they will, but do you think? I wonder how long the Ukrainian military can keep being an effective fighting force.
We've literally sent them over $200 billion of aid, and we're sending more. You don't think they're gonna keep going?
Well, we've sent $200 billion, but how much of that actually affects the war is another story.
Probably about maybe 50 got there.
Yeah, I feel like it's quite a bit. Don't get me wrong. Like,
Yeah, the rest is
It's
just
not
STX.
nothing.
yeah, no, and it's like,
And I'm not
there's a lot of,
calling,
like,
you know,
global support,
Russia a
but-
gas station with nuclear weapons. Like, I'm not John McCain, okay? Like, obviously.
Yeah,
May
no,
he,
it's-
wherever he is, may he be enjoying.
He's looking up
his-
at us right now. I don't believe in hell, but I hope it's
yeah.
real.
Wow. Thank God his tumor's looking down on him as he's.
I know. It's just-
But yeah, no, I do give it like I have a bias in this one. I still have like relatives that live in Ukraine, so it's like, yeah, fuck the fucking Russians. I don't give a shit. I'm not saying that either that you're like taking a bent towards them or anything.
And yeah,
but
like,
absolutely.
you know,
I'm on
me,
the
like,
ghost
I'm
position
anti-
of like it's just dead Slavs. It happens every other week.
pretty much. My
Yeah.
position is I'm anti-Russian and anti-Ukrainian. If I
Yeah,
had my
no,
way, I
they're
want them
both-
both to lose.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
to be
that's
fair,
my answer to the question. Like, what do you want to happen? I want them both to lose. Okay.
Yeah,
just
because
don't
the
want-
superior Slavs, anyways, were the Serbians and the Croatians.
Yeah, no,
Don't
I
worry,
saw the
Zelensky
Serbian
made
film.
sure to spend the money wisely. Well, I mean, I'm sure he's
Yeah.
got a lovely summer home out of it. I'm sure.
Yeah, just watch his TikTok. You'll see it. It's great.
Oh, is he dancing
yeah.
for COVID on TikTok too?
He's probably showing up on some fucking random War Thoughts thing right now.
War Thoughts.
Yeah, no, yeah, no,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
the psyop TikTok
Well,
front page. Yeah, please yellow lantern.
well, to end it on a lighter note,
There's
and
actually
after
been
I'm
some
finished-
good news around. You're right about that.
Well,
yeah, let
after
him-
this, after I get done with another little story I've been writing,
Ooh, is this
I'm
your
gonna write
next
a
Substack?
yeah, I'm gonna write a retrospective on the Clone Wars
Oh.
series, 15 years after it premiered.
Are we talking about the show or the movie?
Both.
Yeah, because the movie
that's
is like the start
difficult.
of the series, or no, might be not the
Yeah.
exact start, but it's early in the series.
Can you answer me one question about this? Are you gonna like tackle the contradictions that lie in the whole thing? Like, how does Ahsoka exist without like
So
heavily
I kind of will
impacting?
say it is that as a piece of media, it's a transitory property that existed. It can exist both in the old canon and Legends and the new one, but yeah, there are some elements that need to be smoothed out. And what did they make change?
It's a bit of a major
Um,
shoehorn, right? Is what you're getting at.
Yeah, no, that's actually General Grievous's understudy is major shoehorn to make that one work.
Oh yeah.
I would
Or
say
the-
I also will talk about the quality of each, maybe like say which seasons were the best. Like the cancellation of Clone Wars and what they had planned to do, how it got revived, and the legacy it spawned, and just the effects. Like I would say there were a lot of good things the show did. There were some not so good things.
Yeah, I
Really kinda
liked
faltered.
the what were they called? The father, the son, and the daughter. I think that arc really remystified the Force in a way.
Yes,
If that makes any
did.
sense, it kind of it took it away from the weird pseudo science angle they tried to give it in the prequels and kind of brought it back to like the mysticism that it had before.
Yes, I would also point out that the series, the seasons that it aired, like the episodes are not in chronological order for the most part. You probably remember this, that we were watching season 3 episodes before the first episode of season 1.
Yep. Yeah, I did a little bit of the asynchronous storytelling there. Well,
Non-linear.
non-linear. Thank you.
I will
Yeah.
also mention the arcs that were cut, but were like that are still
Technically
in some
canon,
way.
like Yoda, investigating deeper into the Force, so it could become one with the Force, explaining why he's a Force ghost.
Yeah, and the
Um,
3 we saw the unfinished Crystal Crisis arc, which is it actually is counted as canon. Like I'm surprised,
Removed
I
from
will
the
say
internet,
that-
but still canon.
yeah. I think they put it back, but it
Oh,
is
did they?
I mean because it is a fun story. I mean,
They should really just finish. I mean, like, I get it. Lucasfilm is bleeding money. I saw that Indiana Jones movie that got out-earned by Sound of Freedom. And
I mean,
None of it
It's-
makes sense.
And I'll mention some of the other plot threads that were cut and sort of what they were going for originally and how it would manage to be saved and its final season and the impact it had.
can Star
Yeah,
Wars
I
be
mean-
saved?
No.
Is
There's
it
always a
the
chance for
goth chick, and
storytelling.
we're all just saying it's okay, I can fix her?
There's always a chance there's storytelling, but it's
Well, I actually
conventionally low.
the one other good funny thing that happened to me is I won a contest.
Oh, congratulations! What'd you win the contest on?
So some artist on was like, give me 3 fictional characters that you like, and I'll draw them. Or like characters from a video game you've played as. Or like, I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. So here's my 3 characters. And then I wake up my notifications and I'm like, whoa, I have 30 messages. Oh, I won?
Nice.
Very nice.
It's like the one somehow like the runner-up. So it's like the character. She's like, it's like, dude, I've never seen this character before. What is this Highway 35? I was like, oh boy.
See, you gave him a character he hadn't seen before. He was like, "Whoa, I've never seen this guy before."
It's
like
like
stop before Rule 34, right?
it's kind of funny because you guys know that show has its own Rei versus Asuka version between two female. It has its own.
Oh no.
I mean, it's pretty normal. Ship
Like,
wars are pretty normal in canon, in fanons, you know.
No, it's legitimately hilarious that like I see this happen in every fandom. Like let me DM you that meme I saw. Someone sent me this and I was laughing.
It is one of the ironclad rules of fandom that this shit will happen.
Yes.
It's true.
So even the Hot Wheels animated universe has its own debate over the two of the female characters that people like.
It's very common.
Oh, wouldn't that be funny if in the list they had that, like Mattel's giant list? They're like, yeah, fuck it, let's bring that one back too. That would have been hilarious.
I mean,
Hey guys, Barbie made $1 billion. Now we're making
Why
live-action
not?
Hot Wheels.
Yeah, welcome to the MCU.
We're in the post-Barbie Barbie-verse, Fed.
my favorite. So yeah, I sent. So yeah, okay. So the character that got the runner-up spot was Revenant, and he's like, whoa. So, and then the other one was the driver that I'm currently writing a little side story about. And he's like, somehow I'm gonna have to explain to somebody. So you chose a driver from a show that is popular because of a lost character arc, and also you chose the simulacra of a hitman who's over 300 years old. I'm like,
9,000-year-old magical girl hitman, yes?
Oh no.
No. I know it's one of those things, and then I'm like explain like, why is this character so? You said this character is so popular. How did that happen? I'm like, well, I kind of was responsible for that.
I wrote him back into relevance. I'm kind of a big deal, guys.
Well, it wasn't wrote. It's just that we were right for the wrong reasons, and also because people like wanted to see more of the character, and then we found out, oh yeah, she was supposed to have this cool plot line, but we weren't able to include it in the film.
Budget.
So
Yeah, your intuition was in the right place, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it was one of the things where so it's like something was like I knew something was up, but like I didn't know the details until I got to meet the guy who made the movie and said, "You were right. This is what we planned to do with her character arc." And I was like, "Oh right."
Yellow Lantern. Right. It's true. All of it.
Yeah, be lucky then, correct a lot of the time, and you just gotta have the element of you took a swing at it. So yeah, it's dope.
Yeah. We
Very cool. So what kind of art are they gonna make?
Well, she's gonna make like a character sketch.
Oh, very cool.
And then, of course, you know, this is
You
probably
should
going to
use
get
that
out
for
today.
your article about the Hot Wheels movie. You should, like, when that's done, you know, ask permission. Say, hey, can I put this on my article about the Hot Wheels movie?
Can I feed this to an AI a lot and make a better version?
No, I already did. I already did that last month.
Oh, nice. See,
this one's going to be about the Clone Wars and just the.
There is so much Star Wars art out there. I don't know why you would even need to do that about that.
Well, I'm not gonna do art. I'm just gonna do. I don't need the artwork. I'll just do like the covers of like the seasons and just the character design.
Absolutely.
Like, obviously, the big thing that the Clone Wars did was introducing the character of Ahsoka Tano. And I would say, like,
fleshing out Darth Vader's past is a big deal too, but Ahsoka.
I mean, it made the prequels better in a way. Like when they even if you can make Jar Jar Binks a tolerable character,
I actually disagree with that assessment. I don't think it's that hard to make Jar Jar Binks that much better, because you're starting at such a low point,
Yeah, they made him better in the Lego Star Wars games by making him a running gag and getting abused.
Well, I mean, it's
Okay,
like...
well,
But like, think about it like this. It's like, Adolf Hitler. Ew! Adolf Hitler, but with puppies. It's like, oh, there's puppies, Like, it doesn't take much to, like, slightly improve the image, right?
I mean,
actual starving artist Adolf Hitler.
We saw the Phantom Menace. I mean, the big problem was Jar Jar could be funny, but he wasn't.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
He's very poorly written, and even at the time deemed a bit inappropriate on cultural grounds too.
Like,
what's wrong
if Jar Jar?
Birkin?
Well, they thought he was a Jamaican stereotype.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. It's the way the
Misa and the
yeah from the Game of Thrones. The joke about
Misa,
doing a Jamaican
Misa!
accent is saying beer can is bacon, but it's beer can.
Oh.
Yeah,
I think if Jar Jar, I think if they didn't focus on comedy, but more about like the conflict of being like an outcast in both societies.
Yeah, Jar Jar could have been a much deeper character. Absolutely.
But of course, he's also remembered for effectively allowing Chancellor Palpatine to become Emperor as well.
It's a weird thing to put on his head, It's like, oh, hey, we all don't really like this guy. And then all of a sudden, like, no, new Galactic Emperor! Bro?
What you see is he's actually an allegory for George Bush. Like, oh, okay, thanks, fuck off.
Are you telling me Jar Jar Binks was the useful idiot? No, I don't believe this. That's outrageous.
Jar Jar Bush.
Uh,
That would be funny. Jeb Bush.
Well, yeah, that's good. Well, not to dwell on him, but yeah, Ahsoka Tano was probably the thing that, you know, was most remembered of the show, and just the, you know, she also nearly fell into
Dave
the
Filoni's love child. That will has to be in every project that he does.
A lot of people think Dave Filoni's work was good at first, but may have kind of gone off the rails a little bit with some of the other things he's worked on.
I mean, Book of Boba Fett. Anybody?
Like, okay,
Yeah,
Book of Boba Fett's, it's meh. I don't think it's
Lizzo was great in The Mandalorian.
Oh, that too. I forgot about that.
Oh,
wait, who?
I thought
Sorry,
she was gonna eat the little
Oh,
Lizzo.
yeah,
The Mandalorian.
So
I thought
no,
she was gonna eat the
okay,
little
I'm
Yoda.
not very familiar with this lizard character, but is it true that she had her employees stick things in their holes?
Yes. And
Bananas.
she made him do it out of hookers' holes.
Yeah.
In Amsterdam.
So she was like, yeah, stick that cigar in their vagina or something?
No, it was a banana.
A banana.
also, like-
So they made them amazing atheists, those people?
She also made like an artifact of a flute into like what is it, the Warrens like artifact, like it's a cursed thing now. Like,
Oh, James Madison's flute was played by her.
Wait, James, the founding... Wait, is he a founding father? I fucking don't know. Can't keep track.
He wrote the Constitution.
Okay, so he was a founding father. Okay, so she did what to his flute?
she played it very poorly. She also dressed up like a hobbit. She's done a bunch of stupid shit, and it's
Why did she dress
more
up
of
as a
meme.
hobbit?
Because fat acceptance.
What are we accepting?
I mean,
A
Kim
banana in our
Kardashian's
hole?
a
Like, what's
hobbit.
going on?
I mean,
Okay, so if I'm to understand, she sexually abused her employees
and a flute.
and a flute. And she is a world famous director?
No,
What
she's not a
musician?
director. She's a musician. Quote unquote.
Yeah.
Doesn't being that overweight fuck with your vocal cords?
Good and bad, yes.
Like, doesn't it, like, block, like, your airflow and your ability to, doesn't it?
Yeah, all that stuff affects your. But I mean, like, you don't even use like. Plenty of singers don't even use like true vocal cords. There's like a bunch of shit. Nothing precludes you from being a singer besides being like I don't know.
Okay.
You have to really fuck yourself up to not be able to like produce a sound.
Okay. And she was the black woman opposite Jack Black in that episode of The Mandalorian, right?
Yes.
The weird queen dictator of that planet.
Of socialist paradise that was
socialist paradise
Doc
of robots
Brown.
that was sustained by an underclass of Ugnaughts that repaired all the robots and did all the work so that the robots could do all the work.
Yes, that were led by Doc Brown. She's lovingly
I think that's the
known
part that
as-
hurt the most.
Well,
It's fucking
but
Doc
there's
Brown in
It's
Star
her name.
Wars.
She was married to Jack Black, so she could be lovingly called Black Black.
You know, Jack Black would not have fucked up playing that flute.
Probably not. He's actually an incredible musician.
I saw him on that late night show playing that toy instrument. It was good.
Oh, I love the meme about him playing the hunter's horn. But yeah, no, he's actually an incredible musician.
That's what I've heard.
He made. Yeah, he did Tenacious D.
Tenacious
Yeah.
D is what?
A band.
Oh.
It's Kyle Gass
And a movie.
Jack Black. They have I don't know how many.
So he's
albums, but
multi-talented.
Probably north of 8. Oh, he's incredibly talented. Yeah,
I see.
he's actually a fucking phenomenal singer and guitar player.
Okay,
Yeah.
but as we were saying, where were we? You were writing articles about the Clone Wars, and that's where we trailed off into Lizzo, and okay.
Yes, that's really all I got to say. I mean, I've been working on another thing that I think is kind of cool for some friends who loves like a different series.
Very neat. What is
Like,
it? If you
are
can,
you
what
guys-
can you say?
Well, it's a screenplay, a script,
Oh,
Nice.
about what?
a retelling of a movie from a few different characters' perspectives.
A
Like,
retelling.
have you guys ever seen like
World War
shows
Z?
that like, well, I mean, they tell the same story, but you get a couple different perspectives from it.
They're like
Yeah.
Flags of Our Fathers and Saving Iwo Jima.
Kind of.
Reservoir
I-
Dogs.
I mean, it's like, so speaking of back to Star Wars, remember like Order 66 happens, but we've seen it play out multiple times through different people surviving to survive it.
We've seen it a few
Yeah,
times.
It's kind of like what Disney does, except in a good way, probably, where they're like, well, actually, when you go back and look at it, this character did it the whole time. Nick Fury's a pussy. And it's like, oh.
Oh.
Not
this
like
is
that, but it's like,
I was saying, but this is the positive version of it.
but it's sort of like, so the main story, like, it still happens. Like, you know, the characters are not going to change too much, but it's like, you get to see what other people were kind of up to and what other things were happening that people wanted to see.
Weird day to die horribly in a organized murder, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing is where it's like making a joke about it, but it's kind of like Glass Onion, where they go back and they're like, this person was there the whole time, or
I've heard that movie is absolutely ass.
dog shit. Yeah.
Yeah, don't watch it.
I watched the
version
first
of it.
Knives Out, and I was like, what the
Terrible.
fuck is anyone talking about with this shit movie? It's so
fucking
bad.
I mean, that's why they were like, oh wait, let's give Ryan Johnson another crack at Star Wars. Good Knives Out was so
Fuck
good.
off. No, they're already,
It was
he's already doing
so
a trilogy
bad.
of
I was like, I had a whole bunch of people going, "Oh, this is exactly what he's good at making. This is his specialty. He's good at these
Yeah,
movies."
shit.
I was like, "Okay, sure, I'll go watch it." What did I watch? Why did I watch this? Oh, because I pirated it. There's no way would I go to a theater to pay for a Ryan Johnson movie. After,
It's awful.
ugh, he's such a hack. Like, who
Oh,
likes
I
that
thought
movie?
I thought of a good comparison. so it's not just all disparaging Yellow Lantern. Snatch. Guy Ritchie's Snatch is a very good. The story is contributed by a bunch of different characters that you get some recontextualization, but it's what
True
players
Detective
are doing
Season
behind
1?
the scenes. Snatch is such a I've heard True Detective's good, but
It's so
Snatch
good.
is a fucking masterpiece.
Hmm.
Oh my god, if you haven't seen it.
You haven't seen True Detective Season 1?
I have not seen it. What I am saying is if you haven't seen Snatch, that's the one that's like I would actually recommend the fuck out of that. So,
Well, here's the thing.
star-studded
I'll
cast.
watch Snatch, but we've got to watch True Detective Season 1 one of these days.
Yeah, that's fair. You also get to see Jason Statham with hair.
No.
Yep.
I don't believe
He's got
like I
long
believe like
fucking
Jason
hair.
Statham is like eternally a cancer survivor. I don't know. It's just he can't have hair.
No, it's awesome.
My
And you get
world
to
is
see,
shattered if I see Jason Statham with hair.
What's his name? It's got like all the Cockney weirdos. It's got
the Hound and like
yeah, but it's got Brad Pitt as a pikey, and it's fucking awesome.
wait, as a what?
He's a gypsy.
Chips.
He's like, what are you gonna do about it? He's a gypsy bare knuckle boxing champion. He's just fucking drunk the whole time, and he like packs a punch and he refuses to go down to the mat. It's fucking awesome. It's a very fun film.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Listen here, laddie. I'm gonna kick your ass and punch you in the face.
Too coherent. There's literally characters in the film are like, what? And he's
What
like,
the fuck is
like
he even
dogs?"
saying? Right?
Yeah, no, it's like, oh, dogs. You like dogs. And it's like they're doing it in a Cockney way where you're like, I kind of understood them better. But yeah, it's like, he's like a mush mouth version of XQC. And it's like, holy shit. This guy's
XQC is
unintelligible.
that Spanish live streamer, I think.
French Canadian.
Yeah.
Same thing.
He lost
This
a
guy-
lot of money in the World Cup.
He
Wait.
just lost $1 million in Vegas. Is that what he lost it on?
No, but he was betting on the World Cup and put $1 million on the final.
Yeah, he just pissed away $1 million the other day.
Why does
after,
he have
like,
that much
saying, like,
money?
Because of
Because he
streaming money.
steals everyone's content and he's unintelligible.
Oh,
and
so he's like
functionally
a
retarded.
Hassan. He just watches other people's content, comments on it, and then
He figured out what condensation was live on stream.
what?
Didn't he have a debate with Hassan about stealing show content? Oh no, that was Ethan Klein.
Ethan Klein looked like a fucking hero for just bashing XQC's head in. It was
I disagree. I think stealing show content, or rather, what we're actually calling it, like reaction content, is completely
Call it
valid
what it
even if
is,
you actually
commentary.
do it. Yeah,
Yeah,
commentary.
the thing
I
is,
think
the
it's
guy's not
completely
doing
valid, even if you
commentary.
had
It needs to be transformative enough.
Yeah.
No.
Well, clearly it doesn't
No.
need to be transformative enough. If this guy could lose $1 million on the World Cup and not be in like crisis mode.
By the way, are you guys
Exactly.
excited that the U.S. is not winning the Women's World Cup?
The Women's World Cup was happening.
Yeah, the U.S. team bounced out after round 2, and everyone's all
Who did they lose
laughing.
to?
Sweden.
Wasn't it Sweden?
No, yeah.
Yeah, it was Sweden.
Jeez.
10th grade trans team from Sweden.
Do you remember that? And he posted it on his timeline when it happened. Do you remember that how do you pronounce his name? Papadopoulos, the one that's making the comic.
Oh, George Alexopoulos, the artist that's doing.
George Alexopoulos,
He's doing
yeah.
the Ghost of the Badlands comics art for Razor Fist.
Yes, I'm getting that when it comes out. I'm gonna
It
buy
looks
a
good,
copy.
dude.
It does. It looks really good.
Um,
Like, as a good graphic novel.
all right,
But
so I
he
gotta
made a
bounce back.
cartoon.
All right, Yellow
Wait,
Lantern.
hold on.
When is your
Sorry,
next
Tom.
Substack coming out? And what is it called? Memory Eternalist on Substack, right?
Yes, I'll try to get it out next week, which will be much easier to write considering I have a lot of information to go off of.
Nice.
And when do you
Yeah,
expect that
well, I
art to
mean,
be done by that kind fellow whose contest you won?
I'm not really like.
I mean, obviously you're not like breathing down his neck, you know. You're not like me who's
These
like,
are-
bro, it's been 3 months and I paid you for this. Get it done.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not really gonna force it. I expect it when it's done. I mean,
This is fair.
yeah. Plus, the person's artwork is actually pretty decent. He's actually done a couple nice artworks for like one of my friends as well.
That's dope. You have your work cut out for you, but it's ambitious, but it sounds like a fun project.
Yeah, and the other screen. So I have like. It's gonna be like the first volume of like 4 scripts for this, and I'm almost finished with the first one, and then I'm gonna take a break and then work on the other writings that I have planned.
I'm
Fun.
taking a break to do more work is interesting.
It's an interesting
Fair.
way to put it, I'll concede.
Yeah, and speaking of work, that's why I had to log off, because at my job, many of the younger workers are going back to school,
Oh.
and so that I have to kind of pick up the slack. That's why I've been not as active as I should be with the writings.
Well, I mean,
I
you
know
know,
the
real
feel.
real life catches up with you, man. I get that. You got, you know, more important that you can pay rent than, you know, an article you can put out in a week, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Right.
missed like all of doing Baldur's Gate with Ghost because I had like 3 projects collapse in on each other, and it was just
Bro,
like,
we
oh, fuck
just
me.
got to Baldur's Gate.
Oh my god!
And
I'm
the
not
second
even
campaign,
close.
after 50 hours.
There you go.
Dude, my Giga Chad friend just killed like 8 velociraptors by himself.
Wait, no spoilers. Shh.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Rock-
I won't tell you how he encountered said velociraptors, but
I don't want to know that there are velociraptors until I run
Alright,
into
alright.
them and like, oh my
Got it.
god. I appreciate
Can they
it.
open doors though?
no.
Do they know knock? Wait, Yellow Lantern, I appreciate you. Thank you for talking with us. If you're making your exit, this is the time.
Yes.
I
Yep.
don't want to hold you any longer.
All right. Good night.
Have a great
Yep.
night.
Good night, guys.
Good luck at work, sir.
Good night, Yellow Lantern. Rather.
Yeah,
Winston, lover of Adidas sneakers and female discharge. How are you doing, sir? I'm kidding
what?
on the second part. I'm kidding on the second part. It's an inside joke.
I'm
it's
glad
still
you
the
guys
greatest-
take it lightheartedly. If I were in Ghost Politics' inner circle, they would like count that nonstop and mix it
We
with like
did.
negative anime commentary.
Don't worry. No one. We have such a small audience. I don't think that the Ghost Politics audience will know about it, and I don't plan to
yeah,
play
don't worry.
Tattletale.
I'm planning on restreaming all of this in front of them while my chair sits in front of my camera so they can all react to my content. It'll just be. I love female
A year
discharge.
later, Fed making
On
$10
loop.
million a stream to fall asleep watching.
I mean, that is
Come
still
in,
one of our
stick
greatest like
me on the-
moments and episodes we've ever done when that happened.
I need to get more liqueur. You know what I'm drinking tonight? I guarantee you.
Liqueur?
won't.
Is that like a weird
Yeah, it's
French
literally-
drink?
That's literally what caused
French
this.
drink. It is a French drink. It's a drink that comes
Strawberry
from France.
liqueur.
It's called Hypnotique. It's blue.
So,
Oh, wait, you're drinking what?
It's called Hypnotique. It's blue
Oh,
and it's
okay.
from France.
Is it
It's not.
kind of like
Wait.
what you're thinking
Ciroc?
about. though.
did I hear it's lube in French?
No,
No, it's
Okay,
blue.
okay. Blue.
It's-
Oh,
it's
blue.
Like blue, Mama Di Bada.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I was like, this is Winston we're talking to, right? Like, what?
It's probably one of those drinks that looks like it came straight from under the sink. They're usually mixed.
Yeah, I know it's good.
It's a liqueur. Like, I don't know anyone that drinks.
Isn't that
a
just like
liqueur
alcohol with tons
straight.
of sugar, basically?
Yeah, kind of.
Maybe. It's good for you.
It's like your road for super diabetes. Like,
No, it's not.
yes, it is.
This is Fed Zeppelin telling you it's the road to super diabetes. I'm gonna believe Fed Zeppelin, okay?
Yeah.
Be a man, drink straight black coffee, and throw some tequila in it. Call it a day.
What's that
That's not
called?
even-
Is that called the Tequila Sunrise?
Oh, it's not. It's a terrible bastardization of an Irish coffee at best.
Ah.
Yeah.
If not, it's just called functional alcoholism.
It's called the superior Irish coffee.
Ah, there you go. It's called El Irish Coffee-O.
L Irish Coffee.
Anyway, sorry about getting here late. I know I'm always late every time, but this
No,
time I
don't
had
worry.
an excuse, kinda.
Yeah, go
I
get
had to
your
get my-
liqueur. You
Yeah,
came in with
you-
a terrible take. And take your
Go
time.
get your go get your liqueur and your
Guys,
Your lover
guys, there will be
abuse.
plenty of time to abuse him later. Let's hold it. But
Yeah, we
but in
know
all
you can use the
seriousness,
LS.
get your liquor. We have to
I did. I got my liquor.
Oh, okay.
I got my liquor
my
right here.
God.
Here, I'm gonna do a sip.
I hardly knew her.
Okay, so tell me about Ron DeSantis, sir.
Oh, God, I'm not doing this now, please. No. Okay.
Tell
well,
me
he's-
how
I
he's
don't know
going
who's
to
advising-
tell me how he's the chosen one. He was supposed to. You were
me
supposed to
why.
save
I don't know who the
us.
hell is advising him, but they need to be fired ASAP. He's been taking L.
What's
after L.
the? He's taking so
Do you
many.
ever
Ls.
look back at these and say, like, man, maybe this was just, maybe I'm getting taken for a ride?
You know,
Maybe
Nick
these bad
Fuentes,
opinions.
Ron DeSantis, RFK
it's just-
Jr. I'm just saying, there's one
Maybe it's
constant.
Me with poor decision making.
Did you hear
saying
about this?
why I shouldn't listen to the Timcast episode with Laura Lubitz tonight? Because
The
apparently that's
Civil
so
War's coming any day, Kiki. Fucking get your bucket now.
Get your bucket of burgers! Yay, bucket of burgers!
Because apparently that whole episode is a shit. It's a shit on DeSantis.
It doesn't take much. I mean, yeah. I don't know anyone like besides Mike Pence. I don't know anyone who's done more unforced errors. Like, hey guys, like insurance rates in your state are out of control. What are you doing? I'm doing a book tour. Hey man, why are you repealing all these laws that the populists and the Tea Party put in place to prevent, corruption in Florida? Because I'm running for president, guys. Hey man, like, could you help us out? No, I'm running for president. I got a book deal from Rupert Murdoch for $5 million. That's how you know I'm on your side, guys. Yeah,
Meanwhile, it comes
Can't
out-
just ride.
are you telling me that Jeb Bush's choice candidate was the wrong guy all along?
Well, the thing is,
Am I Nostradamus or something?
No,
he
he's
was
just
free during
Jar Jar.
COVID the whole time. If he would have just waited until 2028, he would have got in on a landslide. But I don't know who's advising
Oh,
him.
sorry, Carrie Lake's the new heir apparent. He fucked up, man. He reached for the crown. He reached for the crown with no fucking plan. He's a fucking moron.
These things-
He has no
It's gonna be
political
Swami.
instincts.
The
Well,
Swami's
wait,
gonna be
that's
our
the
next
thing.
chosen one.
How many of these
Wait,
things
did you
have to
speak-
line up for him to be tolerable? Like, this guy is literally like a black hole of charisma.
Seriously. Like,
Speaking of
look
Carrie
at
Lake-
the hoops you have to jump through to justify what this guy could have been. And it's like, you're justifying an alternate reality version
Like the
of
reality
Meatball
is,
Ron.
the Ron DeSantis that listened to his wife and all of his idiot advisors is the same guy you would have had in 2028. Like, is that magically? Oh, this is Ron 2.0. Ron 2.0 knows better than to run against MAGA Man, okay? Not get his ass absolutely clapped to single digits and like, oh, don't worry guys, he's not even announced. He's gonna get a huge boost. Okay, well he's announced. Okay, he didn't get the bump. Okay, well now he's behind Vivek. Okay, now he's behind Chris Christie in a poll. Jesus.
Wait, he's behind Chris Christie?
In New Hampshire, he's behind. Could you imagine being behind Chris Christie in anything? Chris Christie.
It's
the only thing-
Meatball Ron! He's the slowest motherfucker there, of course! He sounds like a fucking fat kid with asthma! Get him off the stage!
He doesn't belong as president. He belongs as a character in a Stephen King book. Like seriously.
If he was an author, he could be a Stephen King protagonist right now.
Okay, Yeah, obviously, Winston. We could all theory craft and say, oh, it would have been perfect to be the heir apparent in 2028, or the I told you so, you guys should, No. Instead, he was like, no, they're going to arrest Orange Man, and I will take the throne once they arrest Orange Man. Literally, he literally announced right after the Mar-a-Lago raid. Could you be any more fucking transparent?
I'm sick and tired. Sorry.
And also, he's like, I'm gonna be the leader at the Republican debate, and then I'm gonna go debate Newsom next week. So, like, because
yes, he wants to be the king of the loser debate.
Okay, like, I'm gonna go grab a drink in a second and like make something to eat, but just consider the fact that a lot of the Republicans right now sound like the far left, like, oh, Bernie Sanders is gonna do it. Like, that's what you sound like when you're like, oh, if he just had done this, like,
See, if they just hadn't completely stolen the election out of hand from him, he would totally be president right now. My student loans would be paid off. I would have free health care. I would have a free government-mandated goth GF. Okay, it was all gonna work out for us, okay?
I could have had a free government goth GF that I could share with all of my friends, because having sex is like a handshake.
Oh, wait a minute, that's just Tinder. Never mind, we already have that.
Wait. All right, how about this? Hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Oh, no. Let him cook. Hold up. Let him cook.
Stop it.
Let him cook, Fed. Let him dig.
No, he can say it, but I'm telling you right now, this is the problem.
Okay, this might be the alcohol talk, but hypothetically,
it is.
Let's say Ron DeSantis, Ramaswamy, and RFK Jr. team up and create a superpower.
What are we making, a Marvel movie, or are we talking about the presidential race? Like, what the fuck?
No, it's Voltron, you fucking pleb. They're gonna be Voltron president.
And they team up.
Like, they're not baby, but Voltron. It's just a flesh mass.
Winston.
All Ron is the base that they're all stuck inside of. Like, half of their faces.
They become Megaron!
Yeah, that's right. Mega Meatball Man.
And they overcome Trump, and they install a new renaissance in America.
And then they lose because of ballot harvesting, right?
Yeah, it's me, Ron FK.
Well, I mean, if the Democrats are going to do it, obviously, why not?
Oh my God.
Well, Winston, because...
I mean, the real question is Biden going to make it to 2024?
They want him to make it because he's not, let's be honest real quick. He's not really the one in control. The deep state is in control. They're just using him as...
Yes, he's the figurehead. He's the scapegoat that they can put all their evil on when they remove him. Yeah, I've had the scapegoat theory since 2020, okay? Actually, I think since before 2020, I've been saying he's the scapegoat, right? They're gonna do a whole bunch of really damaging, horrible fucking shit. And then, when they get rid of him, like, that was old man Brandon. Old man Brandon is evil. We excised old man Brandon from the party. We're the hot new party. Perhaps a new Somian party, you might say.
We're the new socialists.
The thing is, though, if Biden dies in office, he'll have a sympathy vote for people voting Democrat next election, but they'll be milking that all on the mainstream news and whatnot.
Didn't they try to assassinate George H.W. Bush and it didn't win him the sympathy vote?
Usually it helps, but I thought you were literally going to go with the angle. If he gets assassinated and then they trot his corpse out, he will have the sympathy vote. And it's like, Americans are pretty good with their preservatives. Maybe we could, like, keep him together for a while.
I don't know. He's 80, whatever. He's just going to die any day at this point. Like, it'll just rally people to rally the Democrats to put someone new in that, can ride off of Biden's coattails, right?
And his name is Gavin Newsom.
I hope, hardly anyone's listening, but for any of the government handlers out there, I hope Biden and his phylactery live a long and child.
Please don't come to my house and assassinate me in daylight.
Yes.
We lost all of our guns in a voting accident, too.
Yep.
I don't believe in guns.
Tragic. The lake has eaten so many guns. I assume it's now an eldritch monster. It's the gun demon from Chainsaw Man by now. I think.
Oh,
I gotta watch that show. I forgot to keep forgetting to watch it.
You gotta hurry up. Season 2 comes out next year.
Oh, sweet.
Oh no, really? Oh, okay. I gotta watch it. I'm excited. For the
Hooray,
new season
red-haired
of
groomer
Game.
mommy, yes.
Just for the handlers, Winston, can we get a 1-1 never forget?
1-1, never forget. Wait, what? Why 1-1? Isn't it 1-6?
Whatever. I don't fucking.
It's all the same.
Yeah.
I already forgot.
I mean, who cares? Kanye West is gonna become
Ed, how
president.
drunk are you?
I'm not. I just don't fucking care. I'm so
This is
apathetic
buzz
to
fed. This is
have
not
this
drunk
shit.
fed.
I'm not even.
Ed, do you want to have a
yet.
drinking contest?
Oh my
That would be
God.
ill-advised,
Prepare to
Winston.
lose. I will fuck. I will. I have stuff to do tomorrow, and I will fucking take you on this. Easy.
Winston, I don't want
Oh,
you to
yeah.
die.
You've got
I
no
bought
chance.
soju recently. And,
Ooh, I love that.
I had it.
Are you
I
a hot
actually
Asian
was a
girl or
little
something? What's
underwhelmed.
wrong with you?
No,
I saw it
he
in the
is
video.
completely Semitic. Leave this man alone.
Yeah,
He
man.
just enjoyed
Picked
the
up
greatest.
his new subscription to Soju magazine. He's got the latest.
Soju. No, soju is a Korean alcohol.
I'm
you know what
aware.
it
I've
is.
been to Asia.
Yeah. I
Um,
know what it is
Anyway,
to the point where I can
I
make
saw
a fun on it.
a video
Trust me.
about it, about Koreans drinking in a restaurant. And I was like, hey, this looks interesting. Let me buy this from my local liquor store. And I bought it.
I've
And I
heard
was
it has a
very
lot of
underwhelmed. I was
sugar,
not
and you can get really fucked up on it.
Yes.
No, the one I got, I really didn't notice. And I drank
Did you
the
get a
whole bottle.
grapefruit one or something?
Dude, no, you just drink sugary drinks. Like you're just desensitized to your body dying. Like
Your body
at
does.
least I feel
Christ.
it.
I bought,
getting super
I bought
diabetes.
2 cases.
Well,
I
Winston,
don't-
I
I'm
also
watching
want
my
to,
grandmother-
before you continue, I do want to say, I told you we would be in this exact conversation about Ron DeSantis months ago, right? Like, I literally
don't
said
remember what
you were going to be
that was.
later after the fact in the exact same, like, post-mortem conversation.
It's almost like it's predictable, but also
Either way, what I
pick your
wanted to say
poison,
though, is,
Soju or DeSantis.
what I wanted to say is, I am watching my grandmother currently, and she's like a pain in the ass. Like she has mild dementia. And she
Winston, you treasure your relatives, okay? Their vote
I know,
can't be
I treasure
harvested
them.
yet.
I treasure them, but the thing is, I have noticed I drink quite a bit ever since like going back here to my folks' place and like watching my grandmother and whatnot. I
Skill
bought
issue.
I bought 2 cases
Skill
of
issue,
alcohol
exactly.
I bought 4 cases of alcohol 2 days ago, and I polished through them.
Skill
I'm
issue.
done.
So, Winston has taken a page of the Ethan Ralph book of drinking. Then
I think drinking took a page from
I mean, I
Ethan
didn't-
Ralph, but
I mean, like I finished 1, 2, 3, 4, and like 12 bottles of beer in the last 2 days.
Winston, I have to ask, is everything good?
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Okay.
I'm just, like.
It's not
Because what I-
the
what I-
fact that you're still backing DeSantis. Are you?
Yeah.
Okay?
Are you well, sir?
Oh, Lord.
I mean, look, you chose the hill you're being impaled upon, and I told you, Murdoch man, Murdoch boy was not the way to go. Jeb Bush loved candidate. Oh guys, I fought with Disney. I'm based. I told you, like, he'll give you what you want on that. I warned you about this. I fucking warned you
Is that
about
the
this,
Metal
man.
Gear Solid Here's to You song?
Yeah, it's the.
Why are we still here?
It is Phantom Pain.
Do you have a source for that? I made it the fuck up.
That's from Revengeance.
I know. Senator Armstrong.
Yes.
Oh,
When I get my human
wonderful.
model, I do plan to do a playthrough of that, because
There you go.
be some really cool fucking art I can do of me as a robo cyborg from Kojima's weird fever dream.
I like the thought that
just-
you're metaphysically a ghost. in the internets where you're like, once I finally get this human body to possess, I will play this game. Like, oh,
I mean,
kind of an
it's
apt metaphor.
yeah, pretty much. That
I was walking with a ghost. Do you guys know that song by
I
Tegan and
absolutely do
Sarah?
not.
Nope.
I know they're a lesbian band. They're
What's wrong
sisters
with
are
the
identical.
lesbian band? I love watching chicks
Nothing
make out. Like, what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Well,
Do
I
you
don't
not
know if
like
they're
watching
really
girls
angry
make
and
out
to be around, but the
on your
music's
cock? I mean, like, are you gay or something?
I mean, he did like Nick Fuentes.
No, but no. Okay, I understand. I understand your personal reasons for maybe having a what's the word? An aversion to
liking
that.
women is like
Liking women. No, Fed, we didn't say that.
Women is gay. I am so glad I broke away from that cult. You have no idea. I was discontent for the longest time in it, and then I just slammed the door on my way out and joined like the Cozy TV A-logs.
Which is not even better.
I don't know if that's
But
much
the A-logs
better.
aren't even better.
I mean, look, I'm just happy that you're happy, Winston. You can go out, seek out your goth GF wearing Adidas, and have her discharge on your face for your enjoyment. Like, you can achieve that now. Now that you're
I'm
not...
just happy.
I think I need more hypnotic.
I'm just happy that you are indulging in crippling alcoholism and diabetes and chasing your dreams. Okay.
Like only lose me very little. Oh,
Now
I was
No,
watching-
Winston, no
watching the
holes.
document-
Winston, I have a
No
question
holes.
for you though. When is the
What?
sex tape coming out?
You have to pay to my OnlyFans for that. Sorry.
No, he
Another
meant for
cheapo.
Dick Fuentes with Catboy Cabby. That's what he was referencing.
Oh Lord, I don't want to. No, ew, no, don't do that.
I like this. I like this multi-pronged attack.
Yeah, fed with the soundboard is like crazy. You never know what he's going to come out
This
with.
is a super. The attack
Mods.
hits. It's super effective.
Fed, who is the character in your avatar? Is that Dale Earnhardt?
Huh? Oh yeah, it's I actually, funny story. I was working an incredibly hellacious shift in Louisiana, and this fucking guy walks up to me while I'm wearing FRCs, and I have on like we're leaving a hotel with a bunch of gear, and this guy's watching us as he's like doing the hedges and stuff, and he stopped the truck. I got the aviators on. I got the ball cap for work, and we're like heading out to do a night shift. This guy stops me and he's like, "Are y'all filming a movie over here?" I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, I was like, "What? Wait, what are you talking about?" And he was like, "This is like a Talladega Nights 2." And I was like, "What?" And he looked at. I thought about it for a second. I looked over the guy I was working with. He's like, "Oh," I was like, "Oh man." This guy saw a pair of aviators, he saw FRCs, and a mustache with some long hair, and figured that I was an actor playing, like, a NASCAR guy. I was like, "Oh, thanks, bro. No, I'm going to go work my ass off for, like, from, like,
Dear sir,
6
this is
to
not
8
my
a.m.
costume.
No, it was this weird moment where it was like I completely forgot that I like have this avatar as a meme, but I actually look like that. Like this guy just completely stopped me, and he like, "Are you the Will Ferrell?" And I was like, "What? Like, what the fuck?" It totally went over my head.
Are you the William Ferrell in this situation?
But like legitimately, this guy fucking stopped me last week, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like,
Speaking of
Wow.
aviators, we got to talk about how Dale Gribble's voice actor died like this week.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that was bad. Johnny Hardwick.
yeah. All right, tally your drinks. I'm gonna go pour one out, and then I'm gonna go drink you under the table while I make a quesadilla.
All right.
A
Let me
quesadilla.
get some more ice.
This guy, I brought ice to a drinking contest.
He's already lost, Fed.
Yeah.
Omae wa mou shindeiru. I think what Fed's trying to say politely is, it's so over. Have we reached levels of over that shouldn't be possible, Fed?
It's never over.
No, I think for Enron it's over, Winston. I think I've observed the situation. It's pretty grim. But yes, I appreciate your anime resolve. What you could also have said is, I didn't hear no bell. You know, from all the L's you're taking.
It's okay, Winston. You'll get a W. In like 4 years.
So, I have a question for you, Winston, if you're there. Are you there, Winston? Fuck.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just
Okay. Do you think hoping your political rival was arrested by the Department of Justice was a good strategy to try to run for president?
Yeah.
Because, I understand you've fallen out with Orange Man. I understand. But you're a smart guy. You see how absolutely bogus these charges are on First Amendment grounds, executive privilege grounds, various, legal standing that, should throw these charges out on appeal, if nothing else, right? Like, you agree at least, right? This is kind of a political prosecution, witch hunt per se.
Persecution, yeah. They're misdemeanors. They're nothing really that bad.
But you would agree. I mean, we all saw, maybe you're not old enough to remember. I'm probably not old to remember Bush v. Gore and, other 2016, other election disputes, right?
I remember Bush v.
Hillary
Gore.
never accepted the loss.
Yeah, I remember. Well, I kind of remember Bush v. Gore. My earliest memory of anything ever political happening was I was in kindergarten, and the IRA, the Irish Republican Army, when that was still a thing, bombed central
Go out,
London.
you black and tans! Go out and fight me! Shut up, commies. All right, sorry, go on. Which bombing was
IRA
that?
bombed. They bombed central London in the business district or something like that. And I was driving to school. Excuse me. I was driving to school with my aunt at the time, and we were listening to the news on the way there, like the AM radio. Hold on, I'm pulling something. There we go. Anyway, I was riding with my aunt to go to kindergarten, and hold on, I gotta take some of the drink.
So that was your
listening
introduction to politics.
Yeah, we were listening to something, and they were talking about the IRA bombing in London and how chaotic it was. And I don't think anyone died, but there were some injured, and firefighters were clearing it out and whatnot. And my aunt was like, this crap, I can't believe this. And she was Catholic and whatnot. I was like, why, what's going on? Who did this bombing? And she's like, some idiots in the UK and in Ireland. And I was trying to ask her about it, but then we pulled up next to the school, and she's like, okay, get out, go to kindergarten. I was like, okay. But that was my first memory of anything ever political happening, was a terrorist attack. I think what happened was, I later, 2 decades later, I pinpointed the day as to when that was, back in 1997, 98. And apparently the IRA, set up some kind of truck with, nitrous, explosive material in it.
So they Unibombed it, basically?
They parked it in, London on the side next to, the shop building, and they called, Scotland Yard, the police agency in London, and they were like, hey, we're the IRA, we set up a bomb in central London, and you need to tell everyone to get out, because we're going to detonate it in, 2 hours. And so did
they respond going, can you guys not?
I think they hung up after they said that. And anyway, so
because that's what my response would have been hey guys, can you not do this?
Yeah, well, they evacuated the area, and there was some guy watching on to make sure everyone looked like they were evacuated, and they actually detonated it, the bomb, and it like blew open like all these buildings, like a bunch of like walls fell down and all the windows cracked, and it was crazy. And I think that might have been the one that I remember. That so
Really?
yeah,
That was more. Well,
like
I guess that was before 9/11, but I would say 9/11 was probably a bit more impactful, right?
9/11 was like the other one I know. I do remember Bush v. Gore a little bit. And the only reason I remember that is kind of going back to the terrorist attack. I remember there were the Yugoslav wars at the time, which I do not really remember. Like I was born right after the Cold War.
Yeah,
ended.
yeah, the NATO intervention
So,
in Yugoslavia and all that.
Yeah, so like I remember like a little bit of that, and I remember Bush being like the debate between Bush and Gore, and Bush, who was like kind of pleading as a non-interventionist at the time.
How short our memories.
He remembers talking about how we deal with Slobodan Milosevic, who was the leader of Serbia that conducted all the genocides and whatnot. And he was talking about that. That was my second political memory. And the third one was Bush getting elected. And the fourth one was 9/11 happening. And after that, I was kind of just tuned in because I'm like, hey, maybe I should be paying attention a little bit to this stuff because things seem to be going a little crazy.
You know, a lot of people think we.
I was
live
like
in
9
crazy...
years old.
I think a lot of people think we live in crazy times, but I think we just see more. You know. I mean,
Yeah, maybe as you get older, you see clearer.
like 105 years ago, right? There were, World War I was happening, right? A bunch of French, Germans, and Russians, and British people were all murdering each other in trenches, right? Like, for me, that would have been probably peak crazy, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but
Well, it was a banker war, World War One. People always say, it was a war of nationalism and people not like exchanging information correctly. It was, if you look into it, it was all the banks that wanted this to happen because they could.
are you
profit
telling
off of
me,
this.
Winston, that powerful financial institutions that control an obscene amount of wealth and by proxy probably a lot of government officials have an influence over when countries go to war? That's outrageous. Democracy.
Yes.
People care about who votes for them, not the powerful, wealthy people that fund them.
They're like the fourth. People call them the fourth estate or the fifth estate or the
Fourth
fourth branch
estate.
of government, but they are. They really
Journalism is what they call the fourth estate. The fourth branch of government is the
sorry.
deep state. I mean, like little things. But yes, I would be shocked if powerful financial interests had no involvement in major world conflicts. That would actually be more shocking. If it's like, but they had no involvement. Excuse me? How? Like, it doesn't add up.
Yeah. But that was my first political memory. What were your guys' first entry into politics?
Ironically, it was Julian Assange.
Really? That was how? Wait, don't dox yourself. But how old are you? Because that happened really not too long ago for me. Like I was in my 20s when that happened.
I mean, a lot of people just didn't get involved in politics,
I will tell you this. This is gonna age me really good, but I was in middle school when Obama got elected.
Oh, that does age.
Holy shit! I voted in Obama's second election. I voted for Romney.
I'm sorry.
I should have just written in anyone.
I was in high school when Romney got elected.
Well,
Romney didn't get elected.
In retrospect, Winston, it's a tough call. Did we dodge a bullet? It's actually a question we have to ask.
Yeah.
I mean, he was right about a lot of stuff, though.
Who was?
Romney.
He didn't have to be fucking Nostradamus.
What about you, Fed? When was your first entry into politics if you're still alive and not alcohol poison?
Fed? Alcohol poison? I would be more worried for the alcohol than for Fed.
Wait, so am I the youngest on the panel then?
Probably.
No comment.
Well, Ghost, when was your first entry into politics?
Entry into politics.
Well, when you first remember your first political memory.
Fuck. Gosh. Might have been
Going back,
9/11. Might have
going
been
deep here.
9/11.
Really?
Might have been. And even that, it's fuzzy.
Wow.
Like,
there was. Oh, go ahead.
like, so, I come from, obviously, right, a kind of conservative background, right? And my parents didn't really believe in, like, pushing their politics on me, or, you know, like,
Neither did mine.
telling me how to think, or, you know, oh, we hate Bush because of this, or we hate Obama because of this. Like, there's none of that. It was just like, we just didn't talk about politics in the house, because it was like, no, you guys are kids. Go play video games. Have fun. Go out with your friends. Play basketball. Play baseball. Have a good time. Why the fuck would we talk with you about politics? Like, that was my parents' view. And me and all my siblings, none of us vote Democrat. I'll say that.
To this day.
To this day. You know, like that was just, that's the way our house worked, you know? It's not like there was taboo about talking about politics. Like, when something happened, I'd be like, Mom and Dad, what happened here? You know, the towers collapsed, and, you know, they're like, well, I don't know, people in the Middle East think this, and the politicians here say this happened. That's kind of what, you know, that's like the information they had available to me. You know, they weren't like 4chan users or like deep web dwellers, or, you know, like they just gave it to us straight. Like, here's what we know. You know, like, if we asked about a political issue, you know, like, they explained abortion. Like, okay, that's what the issue is. Oh, thanks, Mom and Dad. Yeah.
The person I was closest to most growing up was my aunt, and she like partially raised me. My great aunt, her and her husband, my uncle.
Was she a good aunt?
And she was an excellent aunt. She was like one of the best people I've ever known. Probably the best person I've ever known. But the thing is, and they kind of like formed my worldview in like being careful, conscientious, like in the ways that I am, like having a prudentialist like sort of outlook or whatever. But the thing is,
are you telling us where the shoe fetish came from?
No.
What shoes did your aunt wear, Winston?
God, no. The thing is, I don't mean prudentialist like that. I just mean like being careful. And
what shoes did she wear,
like,
Winston?
Conservative. She wore any kind of shoe. I don't remember. But anyway, just being kind of culturally conservative and whatnot like that. That said, I don't think we ever talked about politics, maybe twice. And even then, it was
an East Coast boy, right?
Conversation. Like, we never talked about politics.
So you're an East Coast boy, though, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Now, that said, my other aunt, who was not my great aunt, my aunt, my dad's sister.
What, your mid aunt?
Her and I always talked politics growing up, but back then, like, still today, she was basically a socialist, verging on a communist. But like, we would still talk politics. And back then, before I got really well-funded, like, I had issues I had to be medicated for and whatnot. But as soon as I got that like squared away, I was like, wait a minute, politics are bullshit. It doesn't work like this. But still, her and I are close to this day. But
you guys butt heads on these issues? No way.
Oh yeah. You know, we butt heads all the time, but honestly, when Trump was elected, like we're both like that, or like she's like, yeah, Bernie didn't win, but no, he's better than Hillary. And I was like, hey, he's my guy. I'm glad he won. Meanwhile, everyone around me in my household who was very establishmentarian, like, I can't believe you. I can't believe, you know, you would support someone like this. Like, my mom...
Everyone just told me... You know what everyone told me? It was like, I can't believe you were right. I was like, yeah. I fucking watched the news. I listened to people on the internet. I paid attention. All right? I paid attention. I saw those crowds. I saw what was happening. I saw this movement. And I was like, yeah, we're gonna fucking win. And we did! Twice! And then... well, everything's happened since. It hasn't been perfect, but damn it. It's, you know, it was the first politician I ever liked.
Anyway, Beanie, what were you... Geeky, what were you going to say?
Did you call him Beaky?
Geeky, yeah. Well, his name, but I can't say
Yes,
the one
yes,
word.
yes. You just call him
On
Geeky.
stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I'm like every minority though, so I can say it, but I just won't.
Actually, that's not how the rules work, Winston. that's definitely not how the rules work. I wish it was how the rules worked.
Yeah,
because I'm 0.05% Persian, bro. I'm literally the Prince of Persia.
So you're a towelhead?
That's like basically 50%.
Yeah, basically 50%, Miss Warren.
I mean, I could call people like the C word because I'm like 0.5% Spaniard.
But let's not.
I don't know what the C word is.
Maybe I'm old-fashioned.
Tell me what the C word is. I don't know what that is.
What do I call ghosts? And it starts with the letter C.
Isn't it like Cholo?
No, they go great. What are Ritz?
Sorry, what are what?
What are rice?
Ritz.
Ritz crackers?
There we go.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought you were Hispanic.
Geeky is Hispanic.
That's why I said 0.5
Oh, you can't say that
Spaniard.
word. Let's cancel Geeky then.
We're not canceling Geeky.
Geeky's already canceled.
It's so over.
That's a joke. I'm a joker.
I know. Look,
I know.
look,
I
you
need- you know what I
Winston,
really
I'm gonna
need,
say this. You took those punches like a champ. Yeah.
Hey, Winston, you should Sargon yourself.
No.
You are acting.
Actually, no. Actually, you should definitely Sargon himself. That guy's got a wife, kids, and a podcast he loves doing. Like, fuck it. I don't care. Sargon humiliated himself, but Sargon is happy. Sargon won. Okay. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Like, unironically, Sargon has one life. Okay. He's got kids, a family, a podcast he likes doing, cool friends. Like, Sargon won. Okay. Like, people are like, oh, his political career failed. Fuck that. He won.
His podcast isn't that bad either.
Yeah, the Lotus Eaters are. That's an interesting podcast. He's
He's
got interesting people on it. Even the non-Sargon people are interesting. Like he's living out his dream, and he's got a family. Like, man is winning. You know, people are just like, oh, ha, ha, man, you kept all that, man. Like, no, dude, the guy won. Like, the guy refocused his life, and he's got what all of us should want in life, you know? A family, loving people that care about him in his life. Like, man is just stacking up W's.
Yeah, and compared to everybody else,
Yeah.
they're great.
yeah. Everyone else in that sphere. I mean, Shoes 30. I mean, like...
She was collabing with Matt Walk and talking about male loneliness. Monday Matt is a film critic now. We don't need to go to what happened with Ralph.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you guys, Sargon won. Okay? He won.
Jib is on his deathbed, basically.
Well, okay, like, I feel like... I don't see that as, like... That wasn't that wasn't his own hubris that did that, right? I was just like, God, your genetics fucked you, bro. Like, I don't really consider that in, like, the same category of, like, winning and losing. You know, that's like, fuck. That just sucks. But even before that happened, I mean, he was successfully putting out streams, you know, doing things he loved, you know. So, like, you know, he's married, he's got, you know, his health life sucks ass. But, like, I mean, you know, he's just living his best life on the internet, having a good time.
Who, Jim or Sargon?
Jim. Like, I don't think Jim lost, you know? I think, like, he kind of, like, took an L for unforeseen circumstances, more or less.
And we all wish him the best in recovery.
Of course. Well, I mean, we're all betting on, we're all hoping for remission and, you know, him to come back and just give us his laugh again.
Now, not to be dark, but do you think he makes it to the end of the year?
I hope so. I mean, I want him to make it at least to election day. I want him to have like an impromptu surprise 2024 election stream. Cause like, man, it wouldn't be the same, you know.
Or him at least posting on Twitter or X that.
Yeah. I want to at least read his shit posts about it. If nothing else. But yeah. Where's Fed? Did Fed make it to bed, or did he not make it back?
Well, he was making a quesadilla.
He was making a quesadilla like 20 minutes ago.
Quesadillas take like 20 minutes to make.
No, they don't. Well, not 20 minutes.
Well, are you?
It's like making a grilled cheese.
Well, are you making a loaded quesadilla?
Say again, Winston?
I was gonna say, are you like telling the Hispanic man how to make quesadilla? That's micro.
Brother, I am from California, sir. I'm basically honorary at this point.
And
I have queso in my blood, sir.
But I'm sorry, I was just responding to some messages. Yeah, honestly, like Trump never tweeted about Gamergate, but honestly, I
okay, all right. He takes that L, obviously. However, loving family, loving wife who's not doing an OnlyFans on the side, like I would say, the man's a winner. I think we can all agree with that. Like, happy family, got a wife, got kids, doing a podcast. He looks like he's enjoying playing video games with his cool friends on the internet and his gypsy and shit. Like, the man is winning.
Yeah, definitely. Sauron came out on top. How do you think he did that, though?
I think
really
he stepped back after the whole UKIP thing. And he looked at his life and he said, I can spend forever chasing a political career I'll never be successful at. Or I can reorient my life, focus on what I'm good at, and, you know, find success with that. And you know what? It fucking worked.
Yeah.
I'm
happy for Stargun. I really am.
Yeah. I think we could definitely all do that in some things in life.
I need to get some... Oh, wait, here we go.
You need to get some. Winston, I don't think you want to download Tinder or Grindr. Depends.
No. I'm looking for Admiral Colton Sinus. I can't find any.
Admiral what?
Admiral Colton Sinus.
Oh, Advil. I think you said Admiral, and I'm like, it's a trap! Sorry, that's where my mind goes.
No, I don't know Admiral Colton Sinus.
No, Admiral Akbar.
Wait, is it? Allah Akbar.
Admiral Akbar from Star Wars.
No, I got you.
Advil Cold and Sinus. Here's our new Star Wars character. Advil Cold and Sinus TM. Lucas is that broke.
New Star Wars movie.
Because I haven't asked you, how do you feel that Otani's staying till the end of the year?
It's gonna be what... honestly, I think it was the right move.
Do you think he'll go to the Dodgers next year?
He'll go somewhere. But I think... here's why I think you don't trade him. There is no return you're gonna get that's worth him, and there is no player more valuable than him. Like, from a fan perspective, he is the most value you can put on the field, and no amount of return could be better than it. Better to have one last great season than a bunch of prospects that won't pan out or will die in a car crash or something. You know, like, it is what it is. I mean, you know, injuries always fuck us up. For some reason, we can never figure out managers, you know.
You have a shitty owner.
Look. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. But, you know, I say, you know, you just offer him more money than you can possibly offer anyone. Just say, look, stay, man. You know, stay. Things will turn around. There's a lot of good prospects in the system. Maybe it'll work out. He probably goes, but, I mean, you know, It's been a good ride. Surprisingly, I think it was the right decision. Alright, man, Fed is taking a while with that quesadillo.
You probably put like some like sausages or something in it.
You just put a bunch of cayenne pepper on it. Like, how hard is this?
Or some chorizo.
Chorizo. I'm not eating pork.
Yeah.
They're injecting pork with mRNA vaccine.
I mean, the crazy part is they did cancel all the games around your event this Sunday because of the hurricane.
I didn't see any rain. It was literally like 80 degrees outside. Bright sun. Like, people tell me there's a hurricane coming. I don't see it.
Well, also, like, you're not that close to the beach, are you?
I live in a city that has beach in its name. Like, I live close to a beach, Deke. Like, I do live close to a beach, like 100%. Like, I could drive 10 minutes away and I'm at a beach, okay? Like,
and you were further south than I was when I lived there.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, I live close to a beach.
Anyway, I got more alcohol. Where is the hurricane supposed to be making landing from?
Well,
I don't know,
the hurricane's making its way across Texas right now, I think. Or Arizona.
No, the one in...
Is it active in Texas, or is it forming there?
Not. All I know is it came up from the Gulf and it's heading towards California.
Well, it's supposedly by Victorville right now.
Its name is Hurricane Hillary, so I assume California has information that could lead to the arrest of I love the hurricane, if nothing else, for that joke I can just constantly make.
Let's see. It's supposed to hit Baja California on Sunday.
Has he gone to Hawaii yet?
I mean, it should go to Hawaii to fix it.
Yeah, I mean, like... What doesn't make sense with him not visiting Hawaii is it's like, bruh, it's Hawaii. It's not fucking Louisiana. You know, it's not like a state of people that don't, you know, didn't vote for you. You know?
I've totally heard that Hawaii is the Louisiana of the United States.
I mean, do you think Hawaii's gonna flip because of
No,
this?
God, no. I mean, bro, Hawaii is one of the... Hawaii is one of the bluer states in the Union. Like, it's like...
Is it Siri?
Yeah, my Apple Watch accidentally went off. And my headphones are sensitive to like...
Siri, why are we here?
Just to suffer?
I mean, I think what was bad was him announcing $200 million going to Ukraine during the middle of the fire.
No. Here was my favorite part. Hey guys, you've had your home and generational wealth wiped out in a day and are going to be fighting with insurance companies and property realtors for a few bucks. But you know what we've got to help you? How about $700? Stimmy, baby! Get yo stimmies!
Don't worry, we also got you a $50 gift card to Chick-fil-A.
That's basically what it's the equivalent of, right?
Yeah,
And
don't
here's
bother
a
with the
coupon to
fact that
Arby's.
they don't have any of these on this island or any other one close. It'll be fine.
I also found out...
Stars firestorm your property so they can just buy it up cheap and develop it.
No, Fed, are you trying to say that for some reason the same sheriff that absolutely bungled and covered up the Las Vegas shooting might have some involvement in some nefarious scheme involved with a very... Come on, that's ridiculous. Like, what are the odds that another massive crisis, possibly manufactured of this scale, would happen under the same... Come on. No one's that stupid, Fed. No one would write that story. That's dumb.
I agree. And now for our next story.
Now for our next, sponsored by Pfizer.
How do you feel about being represented with the first Latino superhero, the Blue Beetle?
Oh, that's right. That actually came out. I love that. Like,
about Familia.
I think it was like a month ago, or maybe 2 months ago. I saw the trailer for that in the theater, and I was like, "This is happening." And then they the guy's dad does the line, "Batman's a fascist." Like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
It's
Wait,
tone deaf.
what happened? Batman's a fascist. What is this from?
So there's a DC movie called The Blue Beetle that actually sounds kind of cool on its concept, right? He has like a magic scarab that turns him into like an electro beetle man or something. Like he looks like one of those like Masked Rider characters, like they have in Japan. Basically, he's got like a cool electro sword.
It sounds and looks like a knockoff of Power Rangers.
Yes, that's
so
yes.
Thoroughly retarded. It
He's
sounds
the
like a
American
Chinese
Kamen Rider.
knockoff of a Japanese show.
Yeah, a
But
Chinese knockoff
it's-
of like a tokusatsu thing or a freaking Kamen Rider. But like, the character is Hispanic, and that's very clear.
Japanese in the suit. We put a Mexican in the suit. He jumped so high. Like, oh come on.
Yeah, but basically the plot of the character is Hispanic, and you know, because this is Hollywood and they're bereft of talent or interesting ideas, they make a big point about this. But the character's dad is talking to his dad about superheroes, and assumingly he's in the DC universe, right? Because Blue Beetle's a character, he's gonna be part of the new DCU run by James Gunn. But
Yeah,
his
so
dad
it
says
started
Batman's a fascist, which
Which has been single-handedly keeping the DCEU alive for the last forever. And they're like, whatever. We're the new kids on the block. Let's shit on that. And then shit on the fans of it, too. Like, the fucking director's been on Twitter just blasting
I'm so
people.
confused about that line, Fed, because, like, is Batman the fascist leader of, like, Batmanistan? Like,
He's a fucking vigilante!
he's a vigilante on the run from the law! Because the law doesn't agree with the way he handles criminals and the mentally
Makes no
ill.
sense.
It's
It makes no sense.
like that's an overused word to hell, right? Fascism, right? Like it is. It's like absolutely almost lost all meaning. But like even with our current just butchered definition of it, it's like what the fuck are you talking about? Like, are you trying to tell us his dad's a moron? Like, what are you communicating with this? Like,
I don't get it. I also don't
a
get
writer
their
was paid to
angle.
write that line, Fed. A professional
yeah.
Hollywood union writer wrote that line.
Well, now they're begging for a sandwich, and I couldn't agree more. Like, they should be begging for fucking sandwiches right now. But I do
Adults
find it
were paid
really
to
funny.
to write that line, Fed.
Well, the other thing, this whole fucking, it's the first black superhero. It's the first Mexican guy to be in a superhero movie.
Yeah,
It's
Blade
like-
never happened, right?
Didn't we just have like Namor as an anti-hero?
Yeah, and
Wasn't
his
that
literally his heritage is
just
he's
this
like an
year?
Aztecian, like an Aztec native who like fought back against the conquistadors and then ran away. Like come on, dude! Like this just happened.
Wasn't there like this is just stuff I can think of off the top of my head.
That happened like last
Also,
year.
Wasn't the DC? Didn't they do the Suicide Squad
Yep.
with the like most emotionally resonant character being El Diablo?
Yeah, the guy with all the tattoos.
I guess he's not Hispanic.
He didn't
I don't
exist,
know. Okay.
I haven't seen Suicide Squad.
They have a Latino guy covered in fucking tattoos that's a remorseful, like, he couldn't control his powers and ended up fucking up his family, and he's so fucking remorseful about it and so willing to do good and be a part of the team that he fucking Sudokus for them to win the day. He's like, incredibly, like, for how fucked the morality of the whole thing is, he's like dying for redemption, literally.
So he's a cartel member that went just trying to do right now.
Kinda, yeah. But it's just bizarre that it's like, oh, we've forgot these people, and it's like, who can forget famous superhero El Kabong and Speedy Gonzalez? These are two. I remember them as.
Wasn't Speedy
Well,
Gonzalez just a cartoon though? He was like like mouth in a rough. I'm a guy.
Oh my god!
All right, I
was
obtained my
kidding.
water. What did I miss?
I made a joke about El Kabong and Speedy Gonzalez being superheroes.
I
Winston
mean,
took me
they have
seriously.
superpowers. I mean, Speedy Gonzalez is super fast.
I have looked up Wikipedia for Latino superheroes, and Hanna-Barbera's El Kabong, aka Quick Draw McGraw, is actually listed. I was memeing, but I guess we did it.
Well,
Oh, like
it's actually Quick Draw McGraw Rodriguez.
I mean,
Milestone Comics, Manuel Dexterity. That's really funny.
we literally have a Puerto Rican gonna play our Mexican superhero for the Spider-Man movies, so.
I mean, yeah, no, I thought it was
Geeky.
funny.
I mean, in their defense, no one
He's the
west of the
first.
Rockies can identify a Puerto Rican from a Mexican. I mean, like, let's be honest. No one east of the Rockies can identify a Mexican from a Puerto Rican. I think that's the dividing line, right?
I wonder
guys,
if
we're putting the Mexican guy from Bullet Train, who's Puerto Rican, to become El Fuerte for the Marvel movies.
That guy was good. You're talking about the cartel guy, right? Who, like, everyone died at his wedding except him.
Yeah,
God, that was a good movie. Bullet Train.
I'm looking at it now, it'd be very funny if they were like, they used a fucked up font where Q's looked like G's just because there's no like little stick on it, and it was Aquaman instead of Aquaman.
I am Aguaman. I'm here to protect Le Agua.
Oh, isn't it Zorro? Is he a
Yeah,
superhero?
I would say Zorro's a hero for sure,
Yeah.
and he's
I
got
used to know
he's
I-
kind of got supernatural power. I mean, like he's not supernatural, but he's like supernatural. He's like super skilled, but I don't know if I'd call him a superhero. But if El Kabog's a superhero, Zorro's a superhero.
When I was growing up, I didn't have the Disney Channel at my place.
Wait, isn't Zorro Spanish though?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Zorro's Spanish.
He's not Hispanic.
Well,
He's just
technically
Why does,
Hispanic.
he
he's
fight,
Spanish.
why does he fight cowboys?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, what?
What?
Zorro in the show Zorro, because I was saying I didn't have all the channels growing up because my parents had basic cable, but then we eventually got like premium and all that other stuff with the Disney Channel. But down the shore, where we would spend a lot of time, we had the Disney Channel, and I would stay up really late and watch the old Zorro shows that were like from the 50s and in black and white and whatnot. But I remember Zorro, I think he was Mexican because he would be in like the old west and whatnot, and he would shoot like bandits and like have his Zorro sword where he cut the Z. Like I thought he was.
That may have
like,
been an adaptation
Mexican.
of Zorro.
Yeah.
So wait, then Zorro.
Zorro is a set of
Lord-
novels, I think.
I gotta look this
I
up.
don't know.
Like, I'm
remember
not
it was,
actually too
what,
familiar.
Antonio Banderas and like some older. I don't remember who played it.
Speaking of Antonio Banderas, Fed, did you see the Puss in Boots movie?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say. Speaking of Antonio Banderas, did you see him get murdered in the Dial of Destiny? I did not see Puss in Boots.
Yeah, I
What
saw
is the
it.
Dial of Destiny? Oh wait, the Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
My friend just died. God.
God.
But no, dude, the Puss in Boots
surreptitiously
movie
murder
was
him.
so good, Fed.
Oh.
Really good. It's
Is
a
it the Last Wish
yeah,
one?
The Last Wish. Oh, so good. Like it's a kids movie that like deals with like death and growing old, and just a really smart way. Really smart,
Yeah.
really fun family fun movie. Like it's good. It's got like Shrek 1 and 2 energy, you know.
I will never buy the argument that kids' movies can't have those emotionally resonant things and they're unsophisticated. And anytime anyone makes the argument,
There are
I
plenty
will
of kids
just say,
movies that are though.
I will just say Up.
Oh yeah, no, Up is absolutely fantastic as well.
It's one of the best opening. Like, doesn't need very many words. It's fucking.
I don't think there's
heart-wrenching.
any audio in it, or maybe a little bit like crying, but this like it's almost silent, and it's brilliant.
It's one of. It's just a perfect like intro.
Perfect use of the piano too.
Yeah.
It's a perfect encapsulation of like life and everything that goes through, you know, just like a man just going through all the stages of his life, despair, disappointment, you know, and then because it's like we always see, you know, like the we hit into old man Winter's yard, you know, or it's the creepy old, like we all have all the movies, you know, where it's just that's the old guy, you know, maybe he's a World War II veteran, but like that absolutely just fleshes him out so perfectly in that movie.
But Ghost is a kid's movie. It's a movie meant for kids.
And it's got a cool talking golden retriever. But yes, it's fantastic. Wally's also excellent.
Very
kind of
true.
boring.
Fuck you. There's nothing boring about Wall-E. Is one of the most metal movies ever. If you consider that Wall-E is a robot, he sees a fellow dead Wall-E and takes the tank treads off of him. That's like finding another dead guy and
taking
ripping
his
off
legs.
his foot because you're like, I could use this later. That movie is so metal from Wall-E's perspective. And it's just him. That movie is literally Wall-E saying, I'm autistic, here's my interest. Hey, I'm gonna go try and crush some puss, and it's him fucking tearing things apart. Like, sentient other people so he can like prolong his existence. He's like such a fucking metal character, literally and metaphorically.
Yeah, I understand why people could see Wall-E as boring, but like when I saw Wall-E the first time, I was old enough to be like, I see what they're doing here, and I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's got good dystopian social
Oh
commentary.
my god. Yeah, I love the whole concept of what happened to the humans in Wall-E. Like,
yeah.
It's like an apocalypse, but not an apocalypse. Like, it's...
And it gives a glimmer of hope that things will turn around. And it's like, oh, there's hope for humanity. It does everything right.
There's so much... It takes you from, like, it's despair, Earth is fucked, to, like... Oh, but there's still hope at the end that these fat asses will get off their chairs and do something.
Yeah.
And all it took was a robot trying to find love.
Just trying to crush some Robo-Puss. It's great. That movie's fantastic.
I know people hate this movie, but I think The Good Dinosaur is okay. It's not great. It's okay.
Yeah.
Never saw it.
Kind of bad. It's kind of a bad dinosaur.
It's not great. I like
it's a
dinosaurs.
mediocre dinosaur.
It is. It's mediocre, but I just love dinosaurs. Okay, I'm sorry. Sue me.
It's no Wall-E going on a
no. It's not even in the same
interstellar
category.
Mission to crush puss, mechanical puss. He's trying to get that oil on his face like Winston Fujimori.
Oh no!
What are you talking about?
Trying to give even oil change.
Dad, I think you're drunk.
You think?
I think you're drunk if you don't get
You were the one who challenged him to a drinking
That's a
contest. This is
great
your grave.
joke.
Lie in it.
No, that's a
Alright,
great joke.
alright,
I'm not
actually-
even buzzed yet.
I actually looked it up. Zorro, the original movie, takes place in California. But
Really?
Get wrecked,
back in the
he's
day when it's,
Mexican.
Spanish run California.
Wait, say again? He was a what?
What point in California's history? Is it when it's California? Or is it when it's Mexico?
You mean when it's El
It's
California?
Spanish California, early 19th century during
I was gonna
the
say-
era of Mexican rule.
Okay, thanks for clarifying, because it's still a Mexican territory if you haven't figured it out.
Well, you know, Fed, it was before we took it in our special military operation.
Hey, we're giving them the reparations. We've essentially given it right back. That's what it is.
No. But Fed, it was a special military operation. Okay, we just had to protect the Americans living in Mexican California. Okay.
Don't worry. I have a new
we
guy
gotta
named.
pay reparations too.
Yeah. Well, we're giving him California back. They're gonna elect a new governor, Deke Masterson. It's perfect. They'll do just fine.
Oh, that would be pretty great. Alas. Okay, so Zorro does take
Where?
place. But is Zorro a Spaniard?
I feel like that pun went unnoticed.
Oh, sorry, I missed it, Fed. Say again?
You said alas, and I said where.
No, your thirst shall go unanswered, Fed.
Hey, man. I'm not the one who's trying to wear a fucking, what is it? I'm not trying to be in the splash zone at all times.
Look, some people like to go to SeaWorld, okay? You can't be so judgmental of people that like SeaWorld, okay?
Yeah, they didn't like Blackfish as a movie, so
Girls, show me that world.
Dude, orcas are bad.
SeaWorld.
I just want to say, for the record, orcas are badass, dude. They're the gamers of, like, killing other sea creatures. That's what they
I
are.
was gonna say, yeah.
Like, they're like apex predators. Just like, what are you gonna do today? I'm going to murder seals, and then tell other orcas how to murder seals.
I'm gonna murder seals and laugh at Eskimos. Holding my beer. It's like, damn. Look at that KDA on the fucking.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, how many seals did you kill this week, Frank? It's only 7. It was a slow week. Slow week of seal murder.
Right?
Were you even hungry? No, I killed them for fun. Because Fed, this is the way.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually what they said as they picked up a tiny Mandalorian and thousands of Mandalorians came out of nowhere and ineffectually shot flamethrowers at it as it was still underwater.
Yeah. You know what? There's a Linkin Park song about this, and it's just I think it's I've become so numb.
Yeah. Fucking Filoni, whoever, hire me. I can write you some Mandalorians.
I got this. Hold thy beer. Sir, the fans aren't responding great to this. Don't worry. We've got someone better for this.
Don't worry. So, we're gonna have continuity here. You remember how we had Lizzo in that episode? We'll introduce another blackish whale to this franchise. They'll be killer whales.
I thought that the next season was going to focus around banana-themed aliens. Aliens with banana tentacles.
Yeah, and they'll go to a nighttime establishment.
Yep.
With a flute that's a kyber crystal flute that makes the biggest lightsaber ever. It's what powered the Death Stars from the beginning. It's really just playing a giant kyber crystal flute. Retcons, guys. It's the wave of the future. Then after that, we'll pass the torch from a male character who was awesome, but now he's a lame, sad asshole. I'm slowly turning into Gilbert Godfrey. And then the lame asshole gives up everything that he cared about. Okay. But next, Gilbert...
Wait. But Fed, you forgot. And then he just dies. From what? No one fucking knows. It just happens. He thought too hard. He was constipated.
He just dies.
It just happens for no reason.
You know how there's random characters that live from stomach shots will make him die of colon cancer. Like, oh, thanks, Gilbert. Great.
Yeah. Yeah, that.
I like that. I like that as a bit.
But Fed,
Gilbert
it's a
Gottfried
canon event,
franchise
bro.
Killer. It's true. It's literally a canon event. The Kyber Crystal Flute has been doing it all along.
Sorry, Fed. It's a canon
Don't you
event.
like it, guys? It's a canon event. It's totally been here the whole time.
Didn't you hear what Miguel said? It's a canon event. It's gonna happen, bro.
Oh.
That movie was, it was all right.
Yeah, it's not the best movie of this year.
Gonna put that movie into a canon and create an event with it. Gonna be great.
Yeah. But yes. What else? What else is in the news?
I don't know. I just don't care. I've been dealing with like middle-aged boomers and like Ben Shapiro, like 45, 50-year-old boomers in my fucking office, just listening to them fucking argue about the newest fucking psyop. Like, oh, well, no, this is totally like, oh, I think Trump's totally guilty. I don't think Trump's guilty at all. And it's just like,
Oh,
kill
God.
me. I'm just trying to eat some goddamn pho. Gotta listen to these fucking multi-generational boomer assholes. I want to fucking end myself.
Ugh, it's so bad. It's like, well, I think that the walls, Fed, they're closing in. It's over for Orange Man.
And they all have fucking COVID somehow.
Again.
They just like had like a puppy.
They
pot.
promised this would kill you.
I know.
I know it's fucking morbid, but it's like, god damn it, they promised this would kill you guys.
Well, Alex Schode says that we might get lockdowns in October, so...
Oh, fuck off. And
mean-
also, I don't need another empty promise from a fucking boomer. Like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not doing the Winston Fujimori insanity test where I gotta... It's just if you gave them all these different properties and you changed everything about them fundamentally, they totally would have succeeded. They're like, no. Done.
Well, you
Fuck
see, Darth Vader, if he had just, if he had just gotten on the Death Star before, like, what, bro?
No, you see, we went back in time, and he cares about Padme, and then his mom dies, but then we don't really have time to develop it, and I've kind of forgot about it, so... And then... But don't worry, we'll
What's like the
justify it
meme,
because-
like, about the Game of Thrones guys? We just kind of forgot.
Yeah, it's the... What happened to the Iron Fleet? Well, Danny just kind of forgot. It's like... Oh,
The largest
okay.
military force that could oppose her ability to... Okay.
She knows about fucking different houses. Like, these characters are literally groomed for leadership. They know about every fucking thing that's going on
When they
around
need
that's
to
current
know what's going
geopolitical.
on, everyone seems like fucking Batman. When it's like, we kind of need to advance the plot and have bullshit happen for no reason. I was like, I just kind of
It's
forgot.
Biden on some stairs. It's just Mr. Magoo, just farting and working his way through something.
Don't
It's
worry,
like
guys.
Glass Onion out of nowhere. Oh, don't worry. The black friend that we introduced halfway through the movie, she's actually been there the whole time. She's been investigating while she's been drunk. And now she's gonna get angry and take it out on the Mona Lisa. Like, oh, that's a good story. This person is so angry and we've given them such righteous indignation that they can rob the world of the Mona Lisa. And no one's gonna be pissed or figure out that she did it. Very cool. Very cool.
Please clap.
Very cool. Very cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, fucking Ryan, whatever your name is. I forgot because I don't care about you. Oh,
I think,
fucking
Fed,
hate
the
that
answer
guy.
is it's Ree and Johnson.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Actually, when you said Ree, I remembered it. I said Ryan, and I didn't remember it. But when you read, I was like, oh yeah, that's the guy. That guy is such a piece of shit. Ugh.
Yeah.
Fucking hate all these people. Like, legitimately. It's not like 4th grader hate. It's like, oh yeah, no. If I could choose, I would put them in a closet and deprive them of food.
Many of them are in the closet, but...
Well, that's Ryan for sure.
He's in the closet of being a talented director. Not...
I would, for this proud, stunning, and brave man, I would invite him out of the closet, invite Winston Fujimori over so that I could have waterboard squirt session and fucking absolutely shower Ryan Johnson and his accolades. How's that? That's not Fed Post.
Well, I mean,
that
if you
sounds
tried
horrible.
to shower Winston in his accolades,
No.
there would be no shower.
Ryan Johnson. I was saying we could shower Ryan Johnson
Oh.
because he's a closeted homosexual.
Ah.
A woman waterboard him by mechanism of squirt would be even more uncomfortable.
Well, is Winston aware
And
of
it
the
is,
lemon lime?
literally.
Is Winston aware of the lemon lime beverage?
Lemon
Pop-
lime.
Yeah, there's a lemon lime
Oh
beverage.
yeah, that's a new
That's not
a
new.
Soda. Isn't it supposed to be? It's not new.
Squirt?
It's called
Squirt is
Squirt.
old, good sir.
Yeah, it's Sprite. It's just Sprite.
God damn
The
it,
fuck?
Fed. I broke my legs on my scav, and now I have to crawl to extract. I hate my life. I fucking hate my life.
Oh, fucker.
I carried 60 kilos and decided to drop down from a shipping container, and now I'm fucking... Oh god,
What'd you
please
get for being a drug mule?
stop. Don't shoot me. I've got 9 minutes to make it to this fucking grotto. Everything is pain. Both my legs are broken. And I have no painkillers.
What is this lesbian smoker voice? What the fuck?
Hmm?
Sounds like, what the fuck was that guy's name? What the fuck? Oh man, I'm totally like, I'm hearing this Baldur's Gate character talk, but it's like, oh, it's the guy from, Rings of Power. Go away. Oh man, if you could hear this fucking thing, yeah, no. This middle-aged smoker lesbian voice sounds just like the kid from the Rings of Power with the sword. That's getting bigoted upon because he's half black, half elf. All races and
He's,
But
what do they call him? A
it's-
melting pot of friendship?
yeah.
Melting pot of friendship.
That or his mom's vagina was. One of the two. The
It can be
Crucible.
both.
Yeah, there you go. That's gotta be a terrible thing. I named you after my vagina, son. I named you after my vagina.
I
It's
thought,
totally
why isn't my
fine.
name Wide Canyon then?
It's actually Whispering Eye. It's Mariana's Trench.
Oh, I hate broken legs. Why? Why did I do this? I should have just used the stairs! Alright. We lived.
Oh, that's weird. The Flaming Fists comments. I don't have the fists to take on this. You
The
carry
Flaming
around
Fist cult.
fists, man.
Alright.
No, she doesn't say, I have the Flaming Fist. She says, I don't have the fists to take care of this. It's like literally, or is this sexual? Like, you're quite clearly a smoking. You're in a decrepit old smoker lesbian. I've heard you talk. Also, do you remember how to provoke the beholder demon to,
Where?
like,
Which
pop
one?
out? The one that's outside of, remember
In the
one by
Underdark?
the Underdark?
Yeah.
Like
So
the first one.
okay, you know where you get in the Underdark from the Goblin Fortress?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a
No,
window.
but
There's an open
I'm-
window. You can go down to the left,
Mhm.
and you have to walk near the petrified bodies.
I remember where he's at, but there's a weird interaction where, do you remember where the what are they called? The hyenas? And
Oh, the
the
kobold?
weird
No, not
guys?
kobolds. The
Near the flaming fist smoking, the place where the Duke got abducted from?
I know the ones you're talking about, right? The ones that transform from the hyenas into the kobolds, I think.
Yeah.
Not kobolds.
Yeah,
the fuck, whatever the fuck they
whatever.
are.
I don't know what they are. They're like, yeah, weird hyena men. But in that cave, it goes to the Underdark, and you can do something. I forget what it is, but you can make that because it's right over where it is in the Underdark, and you can provoke that beholder demon to come up through that cave. I have no fucking clue how to do it.
I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't remember how I did it, but I remember being like, "What? That's fucking cool."
I don't know if I ever did it. That's why I'm like, I don't recall.
Yeah, no, it's a really bizarre interaction if I remember correctly, but I've been doing all those anyways. I've just been like, I'm gonna talk to every ox. I'm gonna talk to every corpse.
I do
I'm
love
going
that Ops because he's like Oxy's just like, bro, I just want to eat hay. Fuck you. Show me your true face. Then you have chosen death. What?
He does have like a metal voice, and it's like, wow, this guy's kind of cool.
This was not the interaction I expected, but I'm equally happy about it.
Also, Carlock,
The hot
the barbarian
mommy demon GF.
lady. Oh my god, she is so fucking cool, and does she fucking hurt people? Holy shit!
I actually
remember
fed.
running into her, but not recruiting her because they didn't have barbarians programmed yet.
I have to send you a clip about my thoughts on Carlock. Hold on, give me a sec.
Oh, she's so fucking badass. Literally just goes in and windmills people.
I understand this is a clip of me playing a different game, but it's perfectly in context. Hold on.
Oh, is this the one where, yeah, you were talking to that goose guy that doesn't like me?
No.
Oh.
Let me go find this.
I'm pretty sure it's, unless I'm getting the voice wrong, I'm pretty sure it's the one about big barbarian GF mommy. I remember watching that.
Where is this? It's like it got deleted completely from all of Discord. Where is it?
Look at the, yeah, a treatise on monster.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, no, I'm completely correct. Look at me.
I just love those, like, dude, you get a stat boost from this? You're like, what the fuck? Stat boost?
That's right.
Who cares about a fucking stat boost? It's a fucking role-playing game. Holy shit.
That's, well, one, yes, but two, from doing all the bizarre interactions, I have a bunch of random stat things where it's like, you got whipped by a guy, and now when you go under 30% hit points, you, what is it?
You're
Gain
masochist now?
+2 to attack rolls and wisdom saving throws for 3 turns. I've got my eye pulled out. I got all this stuff.
-1 wisdom.
No, you get your eye pulled out, and then you can see invisible creatures within 9 meters.
What?
Yeah, when you tell Volo, whatever the crappy bard, you're like, hey, can you take care of my eye? He just fucking he tries to lobotomize you, and it pulls your fucking eye out because he tries it with like a thin pick, and he's like, "Oh, this ain't working. I'm gonna get a road spike for like a train." And he tries to put it in your fucking eye, and it just pulls your eye out. And he's like, "Don't worry, friend. I've got you a new eye." And so now I'm like David Bowie with the heterochromia.
You're like the guy from Mushoku Tensei. He got like a demon eye from the devil or the demon lord, just because he helped her once. She just pulled his eye out and gave him a better one.
It's fucking awesome. It's got a cool name.
Badass. But yeah, I mean, my point is obviously correct. It's like, bro, it's a fucking role-playing game, man. You gotta do shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean,
I just love though. It's like, why would you fuck her? I don't know. It feels good. What do you fucking want from me?
Right. I mean, sometimes I'm like, okay, we did the playthrough where it's like everything sucks.
Oh, my favorite was my buddy being like, "All right, I fucked Lizelle." And then we're playing our other campaign, and we get to the Githyanki crash, and they're talking about eggs, and I'm like, they lay eggs. What did you fuck, bro?
A cloaca.
Got in that cloaca, exactly.
The cloacussy.
The cloacy, the forbidden cloacy.
Yes, the forbidden hole. There's no bonus hole. There's just
the cloacy.
Just like it starts, just take off her pants, and it just starts screaming, and you're like, does that just come from there? And it's like, it emits from the hole.
my favorite. Oh god, never mind. I won't tell. That's a spoiler. I won't say that. Sorry. Okay, but all right. Back to everything. Well, I want to ask the panel. What are your thoughts on?
We're talking about Cloacy, though.
I know. We talked about the secret, the forbidden Cloacy. But what do you guys think about the president interviewing Tucker Carlson instead of going to the loser debate?
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Well, the interview didn't happen yet, right?
No, but that's what he's gonna do. Instead of going to the loser debate so that the lawfare can get evidence to use against him, he decided to interview Tucker Carlson instead. Interview with Tucker Carlson.
I mean, it makes sense for him. It makes sense for him because he's the front runner to skip out on the debates versus being, called out on some of his shit. But at the same point,
what, like not caring about everyday citizens and supporting Ukraine over them, or abandoning your governorship to run for president while your state's in a state of squalor and a whole bunch of issues you should be solving? Like, which one?
At the very least, I would like to come to the debates just because it would be interesting. I think it would be interesting to see him on there.
I mean, the point of the debates is to gather evidence for these lawsuits. Like, that's the point of them, because none of them are realistic polling candidates for anything besides, RNC shenaniganry, really. Like, there is no competition. It's over.
You know what? I'm gonna make a prequel to Ron DeSantis.
What does he do in this one, Fed?
We're gonna talk about, instead of metachlorians, we're gonna talk about his meatball content, where he's 8% turkey and he's 15% pork, and the rest all American ground beef.
But wait, Fed. I understand where Winston's coming from, right? I mean, it's like
I have a question for you though.
I don't.
You don't think Trump's got to answer for some things he messed up though, right?
What?
Oh, he's absolutely gonna answer. Of course. What are you talking?
That's why he's not president right now. He's gotta. Yeah, he's answering for shit he screwed up on right now.
He's fucking dead to rights on a bunch of the shit too. Like,
yeah, like I mean, obviously he's gotta answer for some shit he screwed up. But like, I can understand like he had 90% of Congress against him at minimum. Like, I understand that it's like.
How do people forget this, Ghost?
Like, people are like, oh, his attorney general's all fucked up. Who was picking his attorney generals? Oh, you know, the people that all want to work against him and don't like that he canceled TPP and don't like that he's anti-globalist in some way? Oh, I don't know. Why would these people let him select an attorney general or a DOJ or people that can actually get shit done? I don't fucking know, Fed. You tell me they won't let him get people that will arrest them? That's crazy talk.
Fucking amazing that people think that this fucking New York blase Democrat is just like, oh yeah, the Republicans came in and they absolutely established Trump, and I was like, what are you? Like, I lost my mind because both sides agreed on it, and I was like, what fucking fantasy?
I know.
What is this nonsense? Like, reasonably intelligent people, but they start talking about politics and they're fucking retarded.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's like, yeah, like, does he have to answer for things he's grown? Of course he does. Like, obviously. And he's doing that right now. Like, he's, you know, this is like why he's being politically persecuted by his opposition. Well, I mean, that's more so happening because his opposition is patently guilty of, like, some of the, like, the thing is, like, I mean, this is what all politicians do, right? They sell influence to make money, right? This is why they have $200,000 salaries, but, you know, multi-million-dollar net worth, right? Like, they all do it. He was just so dumb and blatant with it, right? The guy in office right now, it's like, bro, like, seriously? You fucked up that bad?
Bro, like, that's not even the oh, no. I can't get over this. I was just like, oh yeah, I'll go eat ball with the guys. Maybe we'll talk about some of these reports that I'm slaving over, so we can kind of like iron out some of the stuff, and maybe I can compel them to say like, we shouldn't release some shoddy work. We should actually have some integrity and like fix this thing properly. And they're like, yeah, no. So anyways, like, what do you think? Do you think Trump's fucked? And I was like, yes, I think Trump's fucked. And they're like, oh. Well, other guy, do you think Trump's fucked? And then it was just like they could have created perpetual energy from this whataboutism clusterfuck of just skipping from topic to topic, where they say one thing, check the other thing, never answer each other, and then just move on to the next whataboutism. And they, like, anytime I answered the question, they both looked at me for a second, got bored because it was like, oh, this is a reasonable answer, and just went on to the next fucking topic. And I swear to God, it went from Trump indictments, and it ended up with who was the first person to, like, strike on trans rights bills, and having, like, no, but you don't understand. The Republicans are bad because they banned people from the bathrooms. Like, who would make legislation that would do that? It's such a small amount of people. And then they didn't understand that the legislation affects such a small amount of people that they should also disregard it because it doesn't fucking matter. And they...
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. They argue themselves in circles,
social
right?
prescriptions that make it happen in the first place, but they're like, well, we were the guys that brought the legislation in, but then they forget that we have affirmative care, and that we literally pay tax dollars for this shit, and I wanted to fucking explode while I'm just eating pho. It's just like, the state of American politics is so fucking stupid.
You know, I think I can describe it. What American politics, for most people, are playing checkers, but it's chess. Not very advanced chess, mind you, but it's fucking chess, right? Like, by God, the blue team and the red team are fighting. Oh boy, that red team will do anything to defeat that blue team. Oh boy, that blue team they're dastardly underdogs somehow, even with their, you know, their various methods of control over media and various other shit. Man, that blue team's really on the ropes, man. They're winning against all odds. That all the corporations and, you know, all the big corporations are supporting their message and, you know, saying the same, repeating their lines. Like, man, they're in a real tough space, Fed.
It's literally they're playing Battleship with both of the screens down, so you can see everything that's happening. But both players forgot, and as soon as they put out their first mark, they just started playing tic-tac-toe. And it's like, why does this keep going on forever? The board isn't filled up yet. I can't believe we haven't managed to get a tic-tac-toe yet. And all they're doing is instead of like playing tic-tac-toe where it's like they're trying to win, they're just like they're going one for me, one for you, and they're just filling out row by row like a fucking 3D printer, and they're just filling up this board where it's like black, white, black, white, black, white, black, white, like just one after the other in the fucking straight line, filling this thing up. It's like, you guys can't even play tic-tac-toe. You can't even play the game that you thought this was. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
I get where
tangent.
you're coming from. And I mean, like, you've got, you know, the Fedsurrection and all that stuff, you know, like, oh, yeah, you know, you just totally could control what, you know, 10,000 people were doing in a protest that he told people to go home from, man. Totally had the ability, right, to prevent, to cause an emergency and prevent the legal challenge to the election from having legal standing and allowing it to be heard in court, right? He could have totally just unmade that from happening, right?
I don't understand, Ghost. Every time we have to do that, we just push an update, and then every socialist gets the update and uses it as an argument. Why didn't they do that for Trump?
Yeah.
Are they not a liberal hive mind?
Yeah, it's rough. But, Winston,
let's get some levity. Yeah, Winston,
Winston,
talk about
help us
politics.
out here. Because you've eaten a lot of crow tonight.
Sorry, I'm blackpilling myself. Let's talk about.
Let's
talk about your
I don't
ultimate.
remember.
Winston, I am so drunk.
I don't remember what we were talking about. I was kind of dozing off, not to be rude, but I was kind of dozing off looking at.
I know.
And
Wait, what were you looking
like,
at?
This stuff, it turns worms into what looks like a cross between it. I'm gonna post it in
Winston, I'm literally screaming about the state of American politics, which you were bringing up earlier.
We
Even the
brought you
players that
in
you're
to be
talking
the
about.
normie conservatard. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Fucking
Winston.
almost killed me. It's gonna kill me faster than
File's
the
too
liquor will.
powerful. It says file's too powerful. Upgrade to nitro.
But Winston, if we just do what the establishment
word
wants,
for
we
it.
can have Congress, and they'll totally get shit done. Remember? We just
my
we just
God.
need to make sure we take Congress, Winston. The rhinos, they'll help us, man. They'll do what we want them to do.
It's the internet. It's the internet town square Discord. They'll bust up the big Discord and let us post our files.
If we just take back Congress, we can win, guys.
If we just
I
take
like that
down our
one guy.
we're getting
I like that one
censored
guy
on
from North
Facebook.
Dakota who
Sorry.
basically the only reason why he qualified for the debates, this guy in North Dakota, is because he gave out $20 gift cards. to
Oh yeah, the
everyone
guy
who
I
would
heard about
donate
that guy.
$1.
Dude, you know what I
That
also
was
heard,
so
Winston?
interesting.
You know who couldn't get enough small money donations to be on the debates, so they had to hide their donation data?
Larry Elder.
Oh,
No, Ron DeSantis. He's concealing his small money donations because he doesn't have enough. He actually doesn't have enough.
Oh, this is spicy meatball.
as an Italian, I reject this meatball.
Hey!
Also,
Sorry, I'm tired and I'm kind of drunk. If Doug Burgum gives me like $10,000 to vote for him, I see no reason why not to at this point.
I mean, to be fair, that's less transactional. Transactional.
Wait a minute.
That's less transactional than most political interactions. Well, I mean, you know,
Yeah,
as I
Doug
know,
Burgum.
the dear leader did say that if you don't fire the prosecutor, you don't get the $1 billion, which obviously is perfectly how you conduct diplomacy, and you know.
Oh my God! Wow! They're catching
Anyway, guys,
on.
Guys, I have to head out of here.
Oh,
if
you
I were away
pussy.
from my
I thought we were
drunk
doing a
stupid
drinking
Yeah,
brain,
I thought you were
so
drinking with Fed. What happened?
What the
I
fuck
said I was
happened?
not
I lose.
gonna do
I
that.
ran all out of alcohol.
We'll go to the 7-Eleven. What? That's what?
No,
I can't
he might
try
be in a
there.
dry
It's
state.
crazy. Also, my 7-Eleven doesn't sell alcohol.
Really?
Oh,
What?
Can you Uber?
Yeah.
Doesn't
Uber
Uber
Eats. Yeah.
Yeah, my sister
All-
orders
all
alcohol.
Uber
liquor-
Eats
all liquor
supports
stores
alcoholism.
Oh,
All liquor
12.
stores close at 11 p.m. in my state.
Oh, you have a dry
11.
state, aren't you? Like a dry period.
Yeah, it's more or less a dry state.
No, this is not the correct characterization. No, it's like Texas stopped selling like alcohol at 12, except for bars, which shut down at like 2. That's
Something like that. Yeah.
yeah. That's
Wait,
But
do you
also-
not have like liquor in your 7-Elevens in Texas?
we do.
We do too.
Colorado. I know
we don't
Colorado
have any
has
alcohol.
weird rules about liquor stores. It's a job thing from a while back, but some
also
states do
don't-
have weird rules about that.
I don't get like a gigantic thing of Coke with like a shot of like Jim Beam in it. This whole thing is like a liter and what 1.3 liter of tequila straight with nothing else in it. So if we were going by alcohol content, you're like mop, but it's
Either
just
way, I
easier
have
to
to
just
get-
buy rubbing alcohol and drink it.
Either way, I have to get going. But if I'm if I wake up and you're all still here, which might actually very well happen, I'll like hop back in if that's all right. Is that all right with you guys?
Yeah, if we're still going, but yeah, we're still going for sure.
I'm going to bed
Alright,
too because I
okay.
got work
I'm gonna
tomorrow
head
morning
out.
in like 6 hours.
Geeky,
Oh,
sir,
yeah.
do you have any streams coming up?
I'm still working on it, but I might be on a show pretty soon that's starting up, so we'll see how that goes.
Oh,
Go
Yeah,
on, tell me
when,
more.
you
What
post
can you
our-
say about this?
It's between well, it's weird because it either might be about like a Yu-Gi-Oh podcast or it might devolve into like random nerd shit. We're still working on like what time and stuff.
I would
This is-
never be on a podcast about nerd stuff. I don't condone this.
So,
I
Fed, what
wish you
about
well.
what about that Blue Beetle movie?
Yeah.
so good. I love the movie, though.
I was
But
so
a lot of these guys
inspired
are
by
like-
their color of character for the mere fact of being a color of some character. Color.
Oh,
you
but
mean the
like,
color of
we're
the
not gonna talk about that.
skin of the
All of us are all like on the right and like, so it's gonna be more normie take. Not it's gonna be normie, but it's not gonna be like super normie. Like, oh, because of this gender, it's great. It's more like in the middle.
Yeah,
I see.
no, well, I mean,
Well, very
as
excited. When do you think
much
that's
as
gonna
we
start?
fight, Absolutely in
As
the
soon
middle.
as one of the guys gets his act together and like can
Oh,
figure
that's
out.
never gonna happen. You
Yeah,
just gotta
that's what I'm-
start it.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
just
that's what I'm
gotta
gonna do.
jump right into it because today was.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. Yeah,
Something
if
like
there
that.
was if there was a thing where it was like Ghost and I have to get our act together before we it never would have fucking happened, and neither would have happened for Yugi. Like it's
That's
literally-
true. So I might start
Yeah.
that. I mean, I'm also like fighting with them because they want to do it on Friday soon. I'm like, no, Fridays is for. I'm already committed on Fridays.
It's just
we
2
are
feet
crazy.
First. Oh yeah. No, trust me. I mean, I do a fucking long ass like stream on Saturdays. And it's just, it's one of those things where you just gotta jump in and do it. Like fuck all
Straight
this
into the
indecision.
deep end.
Yep.
Yeah. I think they're just arguing where to stream it to. That's what we're trying to figure it out without getting kicked off of
Yes.
streaming platforms.
Geeky,
Just
stream
go
it
to
to where?
Rumble.
Yes.
Rumble. Just go to Rumble.
I'll talk to them. All right. Well, you guys have a good night. I will try to hit up my local. So I don't know. I'm still debating if I should do like going to locals vlog style, but that might get me doxxed. So
I don't know about
Yeah.
locals. I would say just keep an eye out on things. You know, you'll find
You should do
something.
like Gator. You should go say hi at Anime Matsuri to like Friday Night Tights and Nick.
No,
Ricardo
no, no.
and
Go
everyone.
there, but wear a
On camera.
luchador mask.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
even
the
think.
pro-
Did he wear the luchador mask for that?
No,
No, he works
but
in
I'm saying
Knoxville.
Geeky wear the luchador mask.
No, no.
I actually bought a
Gator.
Luchador mask.
No.
No, Gator did, but that was years ago. It was at
Knoxville.
Knoxville.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is Gator recently went Friday Night Tights, the show with
Nerdrotic, right?
and Mahler and all of them. They went to Anime Matsuri, and Gator showed up in the crowd and went up and asked a question.
Oh, look,
He
Gator
said,
doesn't care that his face is
"It's
out
me,
there anymore.
Gator." Oh, I mean, he looks like a crone. He looks like a fate. He looks like a fat old lesbian. I don't know why, but yeah, no, it was just like, wow, that's crazy. I mean, I was
Small
like, hey,
world.
it's Gator. Yeah, no, I mean,
Dressed up as the guy from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Also,
Yeah.
by the way, there's
JoJo.
there's a way to there's a way to set up there's a way to set up locals without doxing yourself. You just have to change your location and use like an alternative email. I forget how it's done though, but you can do that. But yeah, hit me up when you create your podcast.
Do you guys want to know what my PayPal address is?
I'm a fake.
Sure.
My PayPal address is
North
the
Korea?
LA Public
Holding cell?
Library.
I like the thought of I'm gonna make a locals and then I'm gonna spoof my location. It's a
No, I
very
mean
funny
going to locals,
concept.
as in like going to locals, like playing card games at my local card shop.
I mean, just don't call yourself call yourself like Meat Geek or something.
I am
Like-
the intriguing Hispanic.
Yeah, just go with an accent.
I am the
Geeky
nerdy Mexican instead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we also have also, that is pretty funny that Icy Speed didn't get banned for YouTuber flashing his dick on stream. By the way,
I'm sorry, who?
this black guy flashed his dick on stream on YouTube and isn't getting banned for it.
It didn't pick it up. Don't you know that facial recognition software has to do with heads and
Wait,
it's always racist against black people's?
Either way, guys, I gotta head out, but it's been fun talking to y'all.
has been
I
a
might be
treat.
back though. I don't know if I wake up. Can I shout out my links or my
I
one?
hope you wake up.
You
I
most
hope you wake up
definitely
too.
can shout out your link, Winston.
Thank you.
Okay. You can find me on Twitter at Weeb Extremism, and you can find me on the Fediverse at Racist Call of Duty Lobby at POA.st. I'm not a racist, it's just the name that I chose.
He likes
I thought it
race
was-
cars, okay? He's a big Dale Earnhardt Jr. fan.
Also,
yeah. Funny
also,
username, though.
Winston, fuck you. You don't follow me on X.
Oh, I don't? What is your X account? I'm logged out of my one account. What's your X account?
It's been the same one for the past like 5 years.
Yeah, I think I've been following
Uh,
Geeky this whole time.
Hold on.
Also, that was my favorite question on the Critical Drinker recently. They were like,
He really runs a
what's
good
your-
show, and he actually is
Yeah.
interviewing like real like actors and like,
yeah,
the dude is like moving up in the world. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
he
very
got-
I
happy
don't
for
see
him.
you. What is it?
he got the
I don't see it.
gladiator
What is
guy.
it?
I can't say it's literally my
It's his
Discord
username.
name on Scissor. Yeah, it's my username.
But
Can you
they
DM
had
it to me? I tried to
Yeah, DM it. They had this awesome question where they were asking like, I like the Daytona 500 because they were talking about Gran Turismo, and they were like, "What's your favorite race?" And this poor chick, I think her name is Baggage Claim. She like looks over and she's like, "What?" And they start naming off like, "Oh yeah, I like the like the Le Mans 500 or something." And she's like, "Race car." It's fucking hilarious. I died. So funny.
You know, if I had to answer that question, and that was fucking hilarious, by the way. If I had to answer that question, I would say whatever one the wacky racers always go to.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No. What is that?
Do you remember when they did that like homage episode in Archer to like that?
I don't think I saw that one.
Oh, what they did,
Is that
what
like
they-
the Le Mans Grand Prix or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, because what's Mao like tape was it gonna get leaked again?
Oh, yes, Valerie's sex tape was gonna get leaked again.
That was the other amazing thing. They talked about this fucking race that I absolutely adore now. It's it's the lemon, like 250 or something.
Do they literally
But
just race lemon cars?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
The car can only be worth like $250. So they like rip out seats and shit and like sit on like Home Depot buckets. And they have to make these piece of shit cars make it like 250 miles around the track.
I love
and, like,
this.
that's the whole thing. But it's a spoof on the
Wacky Racers?
No, it's a spoof on like a legitimate thing where it's like the most high-end cars, like it's like the Le Mans 500 or something like that.
Le Mans.
It's
like a place in
Actually-
France, right?
Yeah. Also, Ghost, have you noticed that there are so far I found 2 paintings of the what is it? What's the other game? What's the other Larian game?
Divinity Original Sin?
Yeah. I found 2 portraits of the Divinity characters. So
I'm not shocked by this information.
no, but have you found them?
I never played Divinity, so I wouldn't have recognized it.
I found the Red Prince and Ifen.
I think I found the Red Prince.
Ifen business.
Oh, I forgot the most important news this week. The twin
business.
VTubers, Fuamoko, they hit 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. Bow bow. Sorry, they're just fun and wholesome. We need some good news, okay? There's freaking coups in Niger. They assassinated that presidential candidate in Ecuador. They're prosecuting people politically and murdering people for making threats online. Like, it's a dark... Russia is invading Ukraine. Like, there's a lot of shit going on right now. So I just needed some good news.
There's call for the draft for us to go to Ukraine.
We're not getting
I'll leave it
drafted.
at that.
But... Yeah. Thank you, Fed.
Yeah. Good eye, guys.
Good idea.
Shout out to Facts and Logic.
Oh, is he here?
No way.
No, but he does the soundboard stuff. That's what I think about.
No, Fax
What?
uses the soundboard, but Fed designed this soundboard.
I made this. I did all those.
Yeah, this is all Fed. All part. This is all federated soundboard.
I just threw it together because I was bored and I was drinking while I was hanging out in here.
I've got to send you more clips to soundboard.
Yeah. I mean,
By the way, guys, I'm gonna head out of here, but I might be back. We'll see how long my nap is.
Winston, you have a
Alright,
good
bye.
night. Don't get too hungover, my dude. Winston! Oh, wait. Before you go, Winston.
Yeah.
What anime bullshit is this that you're sending me, Winston? What
kind of anime bullshit?
what is this? Oh no. I know what's gonna happen. You guys need to stop sending me this shit, okay?
Well, he's actually good at that. Yeah.
Come on, that was a good ghost there.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That was a good ghost. Yeah.
I had
What the hell
to.
is this shit, Winston Fujimori?
Winston Fujimori. Oh god, more anime girl bullshit. What is this? The Pipkin Pippa stuff? Oh gosh, I definitely don't watch this in my spare time because this is a fun, wholesome streamer that does. Oh, didn't she play Honey Pop the other week?
What are you talking about, squirt?
I know she ate a tarantula.
She ate a tarantula?
Yeah, she ate a tarantula to celebrate
Oh, she
getting
Chinese?
250,000 subs.
Jeez. So she wanted to copy Hachima.
I don't know. Why is that what Hachima did?
So Hachima is very famous for her Hachima cooking streams. And
That's a tarantula, right? Oh, it's a spider.
and Hachima literally she bought like a spider for cooking. And it's like something you're supposed to like deep fry or like, probably saute or, stir fry. But she just like cooked ramen and just put the spider on top of it. Because Hachima is a crazy Australian happa. It's super based.
Kappa? You know, kind of like one of them hippos. Over here, cooking me spider down on the grill.
Yeah.
Put a little spider on the barbie.
Yes, I knew you would say on the Bobby. But yeah, Winston, you have a great night,
Right next to
man.
me prawns.
All right, I'll see y'all guys. I'll have to watch that hot cheese.
Well, she's only does streams in
Alright.
Japanese, so you'll want to find clips that have
Little
translations.
horse
Okay, all right. Well, I'll
Although
see
she
you
does
guys.
speak a little bit of
Winston.
English, but
Cheers.
cheers.
All right, cool.
Clink your glass for Fed.
Oh, Clank. I don't have all my glasses are metallic, so.
Don't worry, I'll
Can't really
drink.
Clang
for you
them
too,
then.
pussy.
Well, these are 2 old beer bottles. Do you hear this?
Yep, good enough.
Do you hear that? All right, I'll see y'all.
Wave. Later, man.
Winston, racist Call of Duty lobby player, and various other aliases on the internet. Friend
Sport
of Ghost
enthusiast.
Politics. And friend of the Ghost.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, I consider him a friend. You know, an internet friend, of course, but a friend.
No, I was hunting in my own mind for something smart to come up as far as like to do a in parody and parody of that with yours, but then it was just like, oh, it's just politics again. And nothing.
It's all fine.
Yeah, it didn't go nowhere. Didn't go nowhere.
Drop my arm.
Aw, it's a happy little sunrise.
Happy little sunlight?
I feel like no one's found this. I feel like there's like maybe 10% of the players have found this random little rune with Ivan Besmed's in it. I don't know how to pronounce that guy's name, but he's the rogue from Divinity Original Sin 2.
I would
It's
unfortunately
in
not
Little
recognize
Goblin
that.
Town. Yeah.
Oh, I think I know
it's
the
like-
room. I think I did find that one.
Oh, yeah, that's the one where the rogue painting is. I wonder if they have the one for the skeleton man.
I bet they do.
That guy is fucking awesome.
Oh shit. Oh no 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 no. But
Wait, no,
how
I've
are
just
you
been-
want to tell me about your adventures in Baldur's Gate?
It's just been like a lot of falling asleep with the game on.
I've noticed that.
Yeah. Well, it's also like I've been out of town and stuff, so it's like I like remote into the computer and I play a very slow hour of Baldur's Gate. I did get I mean, the internet's always gonna be slow, and I guess maybe I can put it on an external hard drive and run it. But I did get a new laptop for work that's got a 3090 in it. I was like,
Holy
that's pretty
shit!
sweet.
What are you
Yeah.
doing with your work laptop? Are you like doing like graphical processing shit, or did you just swindle them?
Yes. Yeah, I know. I am. It's like, I mean, we're looking at getting ones that have like the 4090s in it. So, yeah, and it's because it is a shit ton of graphical processing, like
That makes
a lot of
sense.
heavy duty stuff. But like, some of the other stats are like, meh, but like it can still like run, not only like it can run a lot of like machines off of it. That would it would be like an accessory to that are like graphically intensive, but also modeling and a bunch of other stuff that I would need to do. So they're like, I've been using a computer. What is it? It's a Dell 4800. M4800. It's one that I got in 2010 because it was an old workstation. I got one as a gift from my parents because it was like 4 or 6 years old at that point, but it was a workstation laptop that was like pretty affordable, and I've been rocking that up until 2023. And now I have this fucking like rainbow pride fucking light up in the dark.
50,000 RGBs, like total modern PC.
And it's like $4,000. And it's like, oh, that's pretty good. I mean,
Fed, reject modernity. Embrace the tan beige gray.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was like, I don't need a new laptop. And they're like, you're still on Windows 7. I was like, I don't need anything else. And then it was like, oh, we had like one of our laptops failed, and the only reason that we could like salvage doing two things at once was because my coworker is like, he was hired on later than me, and they had to get him a laptop, so he has like he's got like a decent laptop, but it was like the job would have been sunk if he didn't have it, because my laptop wasn't about to run it. And I was like, oh shit, I need to get a new laptop. And then they're like, okay, we'll get you like, here is the best laptop that we're willing to give people as a personal laptop. And then the other version of the laptop that we're getting is like, this one is specifically as a function of what we do for work, and it's for like the lab. I mean, we have like work processing computers. We have a computer that's like 10 grand that's got like a 4090 in it, and it's got like
a new age space processor that's hydrogen cooled or some shit, right?
It's like I forget what it is. It's like a 13th gen or something like that.
Like the i9, like for business, you know, pro users, not for.
Yeah, well, I've got like an i9. It's in my.
You know, but no, you know, like the ones that
this
like.
is like an i13 or something retarded that I was like, I didn't think that existed. Like, I haven't been looking at parts, but it's like something that I looked at. And I was like, what the fuck? And like, it's retarded. Like this.
It's like a four. It like costs like $2 or $3 grand or something.
No, this computer costs 10 grand.
No, the processor, I bet. Alone.
Oh, yeah. That's why I was like, oh, and and like, it, as far as like some of the stuff we do, it's like 10 grand's like nothing.
Yeah.
They've been switching out parts and stuff. Like, we just put a couple M.2s in it. Oh, okay. But like, it was just like, oh, well, I mean, if we're willing to do this for those guys, and like we can appropriate that computer because it's part of my division, and we're already.
Babe, what are you doing for me?
Yeah, well, it's a part of like, I'm already part of specialty services. Like, we're already like the black sheep of the office, and it's like, yeah, I already do like a bunch of support and like work with these guys and like help them out with a shit ton of stuff. So they're like, yeah, no, you don't get the. Basically, they can't really turn me down unless they're doing something that's super high priority if I want to use their computer. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, we got all these other computers. I mean, can we, like, I don't know, throw some stuff in this one over here? And they're like, yeah, I guess so. And then I just ended up getting, like, this workhorse computer that's, like, it's still got some good stuff in it. I mean, it's rocking, like, a 2080 and, like, some decent parts, but, like, unlike the heavier duty side of like a bunch of externals and stuff, and it's like I've been running a bunch of things off of laptops from like 12 years ago, and it's like, oh yeah, this thing rules.
I believe the kids
like,
say this thing fucking slaps.
Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy, and it's just like, yeah, fucking throw a water cooler thing in it. We got one of those over here. Jesus.
More RGBs. More.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of funny, the processing, like, for a different department, like, you go over there and it's just fucking multicolored fans everywhere, and it's like, oh, wow, this is kind of funny. But,
I have a very fond memory when I think it was, like, I was a little kid, and my dad took me to his office, and it was just, like, every machine, beige and tan, as far as the eye could see. And I'm like wondering, I'm like curious, like, what does that office look like today?
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Because I mean, like, I've built tons of computers, you know.
Yeah, well, and it's, I mean, mine, it has lights and stuff on it, but I like turned it away. And like I have got Christmas lights up and all that stuff, but like my computer's just the black monolith.
From
Just
Space Odyssey.
faces of, yeah. No, it's from Barbie, Ghost.
They didn't call us gamer for nothing, Basu. Listen, there's a reason we need like a rainbow of RGBs on every machine. Because it's
man,
peak aesthetics, apparently.
No, if you could see like my like modeling in CAD stuff, like the fluorescent different colors and whatnot, like when everyone's sick with COVID and it's just me in the fucking lab doing work, like I turn off all the fucking lights and then it's a light show from different stuff that I'm doing and like modeling, and it's like all these obnoxious fluorescent pinks and purples and all these like sky blues, all these different colors. It's like this stands out to my eye, and this is what I know to look for. So I do all that, but it's like as far as like things that are not, it's not just aesthetic. It's like useful for catching my eye. Everything that's not useful for catching my eye, it's like turn that fucking thing off. Don't care. Fucking get rid of it.
Take it out!
Yeah.
It's like Alien.
But that's for work. At home, I'm just like, yeah, whatever. It's kind of like a airplane in night mode when everyone's supposed to be asleep. It's just me up because I don't like airplanes. I'm like, yeah, get me another fucking wine right now. Give me another like 8 of those little bottles. It's just me up, just looking at these fluorescent blue lights to help you get to the bathroom. It's kind of like that. I rarely turn on the actual lights in my apartment. More like a gamer goblin.
The gamer goblin.
The gamer goblin. That's what Geeky can call himself. Gamer goblin.
You don't call yourself the gamer goblin.
Gamer goblin. It sounds like some weird kind of like, you better wash yourself when you go to the furry convention or the gamer goblin will get you. Like, oh!
Oh, kitty. Oh, laddie. The gamer goblin will catch you.
Oh, I like what you went Irish with that. That's fair. It was kind of like Midwest.
Oh, listen, laddie. The gamer goblin. It'll find you.
Did you ever see Clerks?
No.
Oh. They had a woman that was like, oh, you gotta keep... Essentially, you gotta keep your hoo-ha clean. Or pillow pants. Then there's a goblin. Take it. Like, what? It's like, yeah, she's got a vagina demon. She's gonna keep it clean. They'll take it away. Yeah, his name's Pillow Pants.
Name is Pillow Pants, you say.
Pillow Pants, yeah. How do you do? It's just like in Baldur's Gate where this like giant eloquent demon pops out of nowhere. They don't douche their cooch. Fucking Pillow Pants. The what is it? The patron demon will come.
Dear.
Back to the pants.
I'm literally terrified in game right now. I just heard 1 billion shots and no one has died right now.
I mean, is that scary or does it just mean everyone sucks?
Yes.
Fair enough.
It can be both, Fed.
Yeah, porque no los dos.
Although, they stopped shooting.
Oh, wait. What's this thing's name? Where... Oh. He did. There was somebody that was in your other server. I was like,
oh yeah, that's Merc.
Oh.
He sees me on Tarkov and he wants to play later. And I probably will join him. Oh my god. I found a site for this. Hells yeah. Yeah, no, who's your favorite Baldur's Gate girl? Is it Shadowheart, Fed?
I do like Shadowheart. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I like all of it. It's pretty much they have like interesting personalities
In their own personal charm.
Yeah, if I had to like chronologically, like okay, so as far as like usefulness, right now I definitely put it Shadowheart.
Isn't Asterion the most useful?
Warlock. Fuck no. Asterion isn't useful for shit right now.
Asterios Kokonos isn't useful?
Yeah. No, fucking Laziel can do almost all of that shit. It's not even close. Especially with the dexterity stuff.
I see.
mean, you got astral knowledge.
Were you
dexterity.
groomed by Asterion?
No. I mean, like, I've been trying to keep all like the follower people, and I turned what's his name into a demon. The Will I am. Fucking
Bill?
whatever, you're a demon. Will.
Oh, Will. Yes, Will Smith.
The Blade of the Frontier.
I just call
Yeah.
him Will Smith.
Oh. I call him Will I am. But yeah, he just because I brought back Carlock.
Corlock.
Yeah, his little patron demon was like, double fuck you. By the way, here's some horns. Bye bye. I was like,
I remember that.
okay. Yeah.
Will
but-
remember this.
Yeah, well, he's doing fine. But as far as like companions right now, like my group build is like not very optimal, but it's just fucking massacring stuff. It's like I really like it, so I've just been going with a very melee heavy.
I've been playing the
group.
Frenzy Barbarian.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm doing on Carlock. She just
Bro,
fucking
I
slaps.
love it so much. Okay, Frenzy Strain is dumb and they should have never made that change. But whatever, I get why. It would be ridiculously overpowered, I guess, in their opinion. But
it's 3 attacks at level 5. It's literally you do 2 attacks like
I
mean,
know that they have that free
it's
attack,
insane.
but the throw action is so good.
Oh yeah, you just fucking like I don't know. I feel like not everyone's gonna pick up on like just lancing somebody to the ground with a fucking spear like it's PoE with what's her name? Despair? It's like did you play PoE?
Yep, I played Path of Exile.
What's the weird lady's name in Satan's butthole? Where she like
Oh, the chick
put
that's
on the
like
spike.
you're seeing like throughout the entire game, and she's like
yeah,
taunting
it's like
you.
Despair or something.
Piety.
Piety. Yeah, you know how she like slides down on that spike in the belly of the beast?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what Carlock does. It's just fucking windmill somebody with like the 2 attacks, and then you use the throw, and it's either
Yep.
you throw
Dude,
an
no,
obnoxious rock
Fed,
or
you do it
just
in a
pin
different
them
order.
to the
You
ground.
throw them. Because if
Oh,
you throw them
throw the
first so that you can prone them.
Oh yeah, well that's the thing is it depending if you're close to them or not.
True.
But yeah, I've been a lot of the stuff doesn't like make it even close. But also, if
Oh,
you're
also,
doing,
Fed, in the game, I won't tell you exactly what it does, but it's a legendary throwing trident that has like the Pike of Returning's ability.
Yeah, no, trust me, I'm already using the Ring of Fling or whatever. It's
Oh,
called.
I'm using
Yeah.
Ring of Flag. I don't care.
Yeah,
It's like it's 1d4.
No, I
Throw
got
go
it for-
burr.
Yeah, I got it for Laziel, and I was like, or Lazel, and I was like, yeah, I kind of use that sometimes, and it was like,
wait a minute, like this is awesome. And then
Oh no, it's unbelievably awesome.
I've made just a monstrosity that is a weird version of Bill P. Axton, where it's like a homunculus as far as a character, like what it looks like, but it's a half orc hexblade paladin, and fuck me is it fun.
Yeah, I think I'm playing a throw romancer basically, where I just throw everything I see. Yeah, like it's like every encounter basically goes like this. Fed. I attack. I enrage. I've attacked twice. The next turn, can I throw it? If yes, throw it into another enemy and attack the prone enemies afterwards. If not, look for other target to throw. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, no, it's don't get me wrong, it's great, but there's like what is it? There's
What spell could you possibly cast, Barbarian? You're raging. I cast throw. Wait, what?
yeah, no, it's awesome. Trust me, I'm very much enjoying. That's what it's like. Oh man, like I got rid
because
of
I
my
have like
laser.
450 carry capacity. Fed. Like I like carry around like explosive barrels and shit, so I can
Yeah,
set
I've
up
been
big
hawking
fights.
those. Oh, but there's something really cool about the Hexblade Paladin, where you get to juice the fuck out of a smite, and then you just use that, what is it, the reaction. If you hit someone, then you can turn it into a crit.
Oh
and you
yeah,
just
yeah.
fucking windmill them, and it's like, oh, I'm so, like,
Yeah, it's
I
ridiculous.
like it as far as a character in the first place, but it's with the half orc where you get the extra, like you get to roll the extra die on it too. Like, that's like in Bibble's campaign and some other campaigns I've been doing. Like,
Well, my
this
buddy
weird
min-maxed the
half-orc.
hell out of his ranger, so he's like a Gith Yankee ranger with like 24 armor class right now.
Oh yeah, you could make like a tank. Like, I mean, that was one of the first things that I did without knowing that you could like what all the classes were and stuff. Is I did a what is it? A ranger rogue. And
I'm
like,
honestly really excited to
dipping
do a
shit.
modded playthrough of the game.
Well, actually, Ghost, I hate to bring this one up, but the developer totally fucking absolutely elucidated my point about the level 12 thing. And they said, I'm actually kind of surprised. And they were like, well, we're not working on an expansion right now. We could totally see doing one in the future, like Larian Studios themselves. But they're like, we don't even know if we would go past level 12 because so many of these systems become so busted. Like, as you expand it out, and like we have like a good system to level 12, we could like make extra content, and like as far as like CR rating and stuff like that, they've been doing a fucking immaculate job from my perspective of looking at it, where it's like I've tried a few different like weird little party things, but like I've been running through with 3 melee characters and like Shadowheart as like the only true caster, where she's mainly healing and like doing some support spells and stuff, and then the Hexblade is doing some range stuff, knockdowns, and some other little semi-support stuff, but just going in and windmilling some people, and then the Barbarian and the Fighter just go nuts. So it's like, it's fairly limited on stuff as far as like utility recently, but man, like all the flavor stuff, they've made it so enticing to get it, because like they've actually added like really good role-playing elements as far as like speak with the dead. I've been just spamming that shit and like talk to animals, animal handling, all this different stuff. I've been just like, or detect thoughts, stuff like that. I've just been fucking going after it, and it's like you can tackle so much of the content with this stuff. It's so effective, and then it's like, if there's something outside of my wheelhouse, you just get a scroll, and you're like pretty good. So it's, I don't know.
I'm just so impressed with like the robustness of like even the stuff like my characters are level 5. I've not gotten very far, especially I've pretty much tackled a lot of the content that I know is in the game. I'm about to be in like I think I've got like maybe a fifth of the game that I know left. And then it's just all new stuff, but like even the stuff that I didn't know, they've added some fun little quirky things and some interactions that I missed in the first place. But damn, it's just been so good where it's like I don't know, I don't want to push them outside of their wheelhouse cuz this game is so tight. It's like as far as like it's like it's a Dark Souls of doing like a campaign. It just feels tight. It feels good. I don't want them to like stray outside of that just because it's like, well, I want to do like Crown of Stars or something. It's like, no, fuck that. This is awesome. Give me more content like this. Absolutely. I'll play the fuck out of it. But yeah, no, I've just been really enjoying a bunch of that sort of thing and like dicking around with like, I don't know. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna get Restore or what's the thing where you can like your legs are broke, like an unbroke them? Where you can
Restore.
regenerate limbs?
It might be Restore, I'm not sure.
Something like that, but like I've just been going back for stuff like that, or like there's even the thing where it's like you get the Divinity Original Sin 2. You had a skeleton character, everyone's super hostile to him, so you put the little helmet on, you can make them shapeshift into different people. Even that is like, oh, my character won't fit, and it's like, oh, you polymorph
yourself
your
small.
character into it. Yeah, I've been using that. I've been using like disguise self and like speak with the dead to like, oh, this corpse doesn't.
I will
wanna
not talk to who killed me.
the person that yeah. It's like, okay, well now it's a tiefling.
My
Will you
name
talk to
is
them?
Bed
Like,
Zeppelin.
yeah. And then
I
they're
have a
just like,
beard. I have a
"So
mustache. I have
anyways,"
a different mustache.
And they're like, here's my entire life story. And it's like, thank you. Very cool.
I'm just an ox. Nothing else.
Yeah, no, I've been really enjoying a bunch of that stuff, and like, it is like some of the times where I just like I'm running around for a minute selling stuff, thinking about it's like, what do I want to do here? How am I gonna handle this? And like, I don't know. Like even the, like I'd probably say the cantrip, like, there's parity between Guidance and Eldritch Blast. Like it's not on the same character, but like if you were to look at like how many cantrips were cast on this playthrough, there's parity between Eldritch Blast and Guidance. Like I'm using the fuck out of those.
Yeah, guidance. I mean, guidance has a ton of uses. God, I almost just starved myself. Had to remanage what I was carrying. Thank goodness that guy died and dropped oat flakes, or I would have died there.
Ooh. But there's like that. I kind of wish Mage Hand could float a little more.
I'm really upset with Mage Hand. Like, it should be able to loot things under, like, its weight capacity. Like, it's...
I will say I'm kind of... The only reason I'm going to give it a pass is because there's so many puzzles in this with so many ways of solving it. I'm kind of glad it's not always down to just Mage Hand, but like the roundabout ways of like discovering things, fucking around with stuff, and like getting inspiration too is like, wow, there's so much stuff. So,
I think my favorite
so
inspiration
tight.
I gained was when I told the character their parents are dead, and it was like, soldier, inspiration. Like, what?
Oh, have you seen that there's an oath breaker?
Yep.
Oh man, I was like, wow, I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, I don't even remember what fucking oath I took, but I've managed to not break it yet, and I was like,
I think
Maybe it is
only time our paladin has broken his oath by accident, we undid it because we're like, nah. Was with Auntie Ethel. And we resolved. We ended up like, oh, let's resolve it this way.
Wait, so
if you're a paladin and you don't help, what's her name with Auntie Ethel, right? You just be like, yeah.
No, I can totally see how, like
it makes sense.
That was one of the things that, like, yeah, no, it a lot of it makes sense. It just seems like it's kind of ambiguous, like, especially according to the character, with like how you can kind of mess with that. But it's like, I don't know. You're very loosey goosey, and then the other goose guy was like, "Oh, if we talk about this for a minute, I'm annoyed." It was like, "Okay, well, fuck you." I was like, "We're never gonna get along." So it like, yeah.
I've got Richard right now playing our cleric, and it's fucking fantastic. Cause like our other two like our other two clerics were Box and a Zoomer, and I don't know how many times, Fed, I've had a conversation. Like we literally have like a 10-minute conversation, like going over this and like, oh, it's probably this implication, this, and then it's like right when we're done talking about it. Okay, what does this thing you guys just not what does this thing do? And like, bro, we literally went over all the things that it could do. We were just saying exactly what it was. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, it's definitely where it's like, oh, it was really inopportune timing with like some of these projects, but they were like immovable and they stacked up on top of each other, and it was like, I literally went from like show up at a place at 5 a.m. to like you're working till like 8 a.m. like swap, and like within a week, and not just a week, it was literally like day to day. Like it literally went from, yeah, it was brutal, and it was in like there was travel included. There's a bunch of shit. It was very pressing on my time, so I was like, oh, I'm never gonna hit this. So like, yeah, take the rogue, do whatever you want with it. I don't fucking care. Like whatever. Like there was definitely some things where it was like, oh, I want to play, but I was like, oh, I just started playing and I'm out. Whatever. But yeah, it is something like, because I still play D&D with Richard on Sundays, where it's like, there's some stuff where it's like some people are like, our face man is like clinically retarded, but it's like I'm playing like an arcane trickster rogue, and then
I just finished a campaign as an arcane trickster.
It's so much fun.
It is very fun.
Tango's our wizard, and like my character's Indiana Jones essentially, and he's like mischievous asshole, like narcissist man. And then we've got Thyla the barbarian, who's just
smash
and just like intuition about thing. Fuck you. Like I'm pretty sure she would rage from being bitten by an ant. Just like I rage and destroy the ant pile. It's like, you've ejected ants from the ant pile. And it's like, put in the Baldur's Gate 3 soothing woman objective voice of like what's happening in reality. Smashing the ant pile, you've covered yourself in ants. You've made the problem worse. You've failed on a dexterity saving throw. The ants are still covering you. You
I was
cast
there,
Firebolt
Fed.
on yourself to
all those
you
years
cover
ago.
yourself in grease and cast Immolate. You've gotten rid of the ants, but not the 3rd degree burns. It's like, oh yeah, that's kind of what happens there. But narratively, it's very fun to have the Indiana Jones non-charismatic version character, but still smart enough where I can say like, oh, I can justify coming up with all my plans and my dungeon delving techniques. But
so you're a pulp hero.
Yeah, but I got I have the original car lock. That's Mila. Mila's my car lock in that campaign. She's wonderful.
Nice.
Richard's trying to make sure we don't get married, but we were all like, yeah, fuck you, Richard. Said it anyways. It's really funny. And then we've even got like a house that we've just like parked all the NPCs at. And then Barbie came out and it's like, we go to the Barbie house. How's Ken doing? And it's like, it's not his name. And it's like, how's Ken doing?
But Fed, he's Knuff.
Yes. We literally like, we got like a house from a guild in a city, like a well-established like hub city. And it's like, oh, you can park NPCs here. And I was like, Barbie house, sold, done. And then to like round off our characters, we have Sheeple, Tango's brother, like the most critically retarded face man known to man. He's
Don't worry,
embodiment
guys. I've got this.
I just can't say the right thing to save his life. But all the charisma in the world. He's like a hexblade. And it's just like, fuck me. And just constantly like, no.
Wait.
Yeah, it always comes down to me and Tango to like solve a bunch of problems and then like set stuff up. And it's like, all right, I'm going to need you to do this. And then like, I'm just fucking chewing through my tongue to try not to speak up. It's fucking.
It's so
insane,
overfed.
Yeah. But Richard's got a very fun campaign, and I like everyone that's in it. And it's like, to be fair, it's like one of the best embodiments of characters. Not to say that it's like they're really good role players. Like I think they're good role players, but it's like they have enough character as people themselves, and then like they've made characters that really embody their characters themselves as well. I can't say that as myself. I'm fairly dexterous. I'm a little smart, but I think I got a little more charisma than my rogue in strength, but it's not how stats work. But yeah, no, it's like very fun to be like problem solving Indiana Jones rogue character, and then it's like I have Tango, very knowledgeable guy, problem solver, high as fuck, doesn't give half a shit about half the stuff that I do and the things. There's like, oh yeah, you solve your own problem with that, but then it's like when we fucking get to like touch heads and it's like, all right, brother, how do we do this? Oh, also Box used to be a part of it where he was a paladin, but then he checked out to play League of Legends or something, and then he was like, I'm not coming back. And I was like, okay, cool. I've made my character a tiefling because you're like, hey, I want you to be my brother, and then you left.
Oh, that's a dick move.
Well, it was like, okay, I'm not gonna change the race of my character. It's like I got a bunch of fun
I know a guy
stuff.
who can help you. His name is Retcon. RHETTKN.
Basically all it's been is like me constantly like saying, oh, I'm really interested in all these roguish things. And in Richard's universe, they're all elven things. So anytime I'm like arguing that it's like, well, it would be nice as a rogue to have this elven feature, I've just been like basically saying like my character's built himself all around this, and the unspoken thing is like I'm not doing as much of the tiefling stuff just because I'm constantly like looking at all the rogue stuff, and aesthetically he's a tiefling, but everything else is like not at all. And it's just because Box was like, I'm gonna be a tiefling paladin. He's like, all right, it was fun. Session 3's over. I'm gonna go play League of Legends. Never come back. And it's like, fucking goddamn it! Like,
Bruh.
I spent a bunch of like fucking time and like litigating and all this stuff to like get him out of all these situations, and he's like, all right, see you, bye. And it's like, you motherfucking goddamn son of a bitch,
You're my brother.
Like, it's just, yeah. And it was like, oh, this is a fun dynamic. Like, Fox plays a very good, naive paladin character.
You
And
don't
it's like,
say.
yeah, well, that's again to the character strengths of the
Are you
stuff
saying he's
is
a
like,
talented actor?
Yeah, no, he's a talented actor. He plays it very. He understands the core motivation of that character. He embodies it well, and he sticks to it. And then Siren plays it pretty good. Hot-headed barbarian Thyla mommy, and then Sheeple's lost, but he's the face man, so he doesn't have much intelligence in the game, and he doesn't have much intelligence outside of it, and that lines up.
This whole world is new to me.
It's just me and Tango scheming, trying to come up with stuff, and then them getting caught in something every once in a while, and it's like, we just have to pray that it's me or Tango that doesn't get caught, because if not, we're all just gonna die, because, oh, your characters are up in the clouds. Do you touch the diamond? You touch the diamond. You start hurtling towards the earth. You're burning up in the atmosphere, and it's like, does my character have any way of perceiving that this is going to happen? Like, does my character think this is wrong? Like, 20 questions instantly to try and not kill them, or it's like trying not to metagame. It's like Tango and I are constantly doing this, but like again, everybody's like got a very established character. Like,
it would be a shame if someone just left that.
Yeah, well, I think the dynamic's still holding up. I don't get. I'm generally like, I'm a Boy Scout in real life and all that stuff. So when it's like I'm playing D&D, it's like I want to be an intelligent, roguish character. I'd say that's probably the one person that doesn't super line up. It's like, oh, this is like kind of unethical. Well, even then, actually, my character's Indiana Jones. I haven't done like I've actually as a rogue done the least like
randomly stealing
transgressions. Yeah, no, I've done no random stealing shit, and I've actually been actively helping people out because it's like, yeah, it is really like an Indiana Jones character. That's what it's like. Oh, it's not really a thief. So it's like, yeah, no, I got the history and the arcana and all that stuff where it's like, I'm interested in the magic and the history and I'm gonna look this stuff up, and that's cool to me.
I always remember Final Fantasy VI, you know, lock the thief. I'm not a thief, I'm a treasure hunter.
It's my character to a T. But when it's devious time where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna sink my fangs into someone's neck, so devious.
Oh yeah.
Been a complete asshole in a couple of moments. It was actually really funny. I was thinking about when we did Johnny's campaign. Do you remember the tower? Where like we used like invisibility and the wind to like throw the dog scent off, and then I just ran in there and I was like pouncing on people, murdering them in their sleep. And pretty much everyone else was sitting outside of the tower.
Just chilling.
Yeah. I thought about it and I was like, we kind of had that same exact moment in Baldur's Gate 3. Where it was just Rambo Rogue in the tower, just running around.
Well, I could tell you with a really good cleric in my team, Richard. Like, I love it because, like, I could be like, those guys look imposing. Hold on, I'm gonna go talk to him. Guys, literally everyone here is hostile. Get your weapons ready.
I couldn't do anything about that as a rogue, but it's like...
But I'm the barbarian, and I love my dialogue choices where it's like literally like, well, how about I cut off your head and shove it down your neck, motherfucker?
Yeah. No, I've been playing more of like, I have the 3 like character like NPCs, and like, man, the dialogue is pretty good. And being like a charisma character has been a lot of fun in it.
Oh, I
So
love
it's
playing charisma characters in CRPGs. Like, I love it in even like Fallout 3. Games where like you can actually like negotiate your way through conversations.
Oh yeah, like it's been very
Like, I love
consequential, a
in
bunch of stuff
Fallout that you can
do.
just convince the final boss, like, bro, your species is dying, kill yourself. And if you're convincing enough, it'll be
Yeah.
like, my gosh, I've wasted my whole life trying to conquer the wasteland.
Like I can trace the thread of like, oh, this character would like this. I'm gonna lean towards that, even if it's not like a whatever do the this thing. But it's like sometimes I just steal the helmet and I'm like, I'm gonna put this on and like I'll be like a halfling with the charisma boost, and it's like paladin warlock. So it's like Baldarian, halfling, warlock, paladin, half orc. Like there's so many like Quasimodo things that fits this like chimera sort of aspect of like, and that's kind of why I like the. It seems really weird to be a half orc paladin, but it's like if you think about it, like it is just a Quasimodo chimera character. in the first place.
Potentially,
Like,
I mean, like,
you got the dark, you got the light, you have the half orc. Like the orc lines up with the warlock, and then whatever you choose is the other portion. You could
yeah,
line up
I
with
had a
whatever.
paladin warlock in my last my D&D campaign that just ended too.
Yeah, no, I think it's an extremely versatile and fun thing.
Oh yeah.
And like, I've had plenty of
He
things.
kept having his soul get traded between different patrons.
Yeah, I think there's something very fun about being the Tyrion character, a misfit, and like, I'm actually very surprised that. Well, I'm not surprised because they put a bunch of like thought and effort into this, but it's very refreshing to see that they've honed.
Also,
in
Demon
on,
Boy, don't worry about being late. I appreciate anyone that can show up.
Yeah, they've honed in on half orc as a misfit. And it's like, yeah, that was kind of the crux of this character that I was going for. Like, it's definitely post hoc, because it's like, yeah, I want to go for a gigantic crit as a half orc, and like being able to stay up a little bit more is like definitely like half orc passives are like I really like them. But then like narratively, like being this weird chimera is like a cool fucking thing that slots in perfectly. The fact that Baldur's Gate 3 like played into that, I was like, oh, I really appreciate that. These guys are nerds too.
Oh, like, you know what? Our face was a Drow Paladin in one of our campaigns. And so, like, you know, I was like, you do the buying and selling and shit, right? Because you got the charisma score. I loved in the game when we got to the Myconid colony. And we'd try to talk to anyone, they were just like, fuck off, Drow.
Yeah. I don't like the consequences. I don't like getting shut off from stuff, but I do like narrative consequences for things.
Well, because it's like, these people live, like people understand, Drow are
They're
literally
antithetical.
evil.
Yeah, no, like, that's the thing, is it's like, I don't know, I know there's like populations of things where it was like, at least in Bibble's campaign, where I was looking at it, where I was like, I set up a lot of enemies that Bibble was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, we can definitely play into enemies, but like, when I've done this character like a little bit beforehand, or like when I was like playing around with it in my head, it was like, who really hates this character? Because it's like kind of half of it, and they're like charismatic. Could they talk their way out of it? And it's like, I don't want to be all upside. But it was like, you definitely like built in some fucking brutal biases. And I was like, yeah, that's good. I like that.
Yeah.
Narrative weight to things.
You know
That's
what?
the thing, is like,
you want to know the
felt
thought
like
I
there's
had
narrative
about...
weight in the game, which is different.
Yeah. But sorry to be a little off topic, but it's in my mind and I can't get it out. But
I'm autistic.
yeah. But I'm playing this game and I'm telling myself, please, can they just commission Larian to make a KOTOR game? Just use the Baldur's Gate engine. Like, just build it straight out of that. I don't even care if it's just 5e in Star Wars. Just do it. This is perfect. This would be perfect. This would be perfect for fucking KOTOR. I mean, really, my dream would be that they get the Arcanum license out of Sierra, or whatever hellhole it's languishing in, and build a new Arcanum game. Although, dear God, that game would be well, I mean, I don't know. The thing is, Larian could make it without watering it down. You know?
The
like
one
judging,
that I want, yeah. Sorry.
Judging by like how they did Baldur's Gate and just like went full horny mode and shit, like I feel like they could do Arcanum and not water it down.
Yeah, no, I'm actually like, I was thoroughly pleased with Larian and a bunch of stuff before that. Where it's like, I think the character's called Thane, where it's like, if a skeleton character, you gotta put on the hood thing and you gotta like change your appearance, and like they just have like all these backwards things where it's like, oh well, if you heal a skeleton, it hurts the skeleton, so like you gotta be careful for it. But he's got like a little shapeshifter helm, like, but also if there's a poison thing, he heals in it. Like, they have these weird little quirks that just work very well, and it's like, yeah, they track these things well, and I was like, I think it's shining in this game. But the thing that I want more than anything, after like if they did like an expansion to Baldur's Gate, because I'm just in love with this one, is I want a Stars Without Number. I want Cowboy Bebop. I want the Dune, the neo-feudalistic
Ooh,
space.
Dune would be a good. Yeah, especially the way that, you know, combat works in Dune might actually really work well for this.
Yes, shielding, like
Yep.
a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah. No, I think that like there's something so fucking cool, and it's like I don't hear very many people talk about it as neo-feudalism, but like that is like the crux of a lot of this. Is like you have fiefdoms, you have like you've made certain things like antiquated through like the overemphasis of different things. Like shielding has made it so like
We're not
as
fighting
weapons
gun
are
combat. You know, we're
effective.
finally
Yeah.
the first time, really, I think, since I guess pike and shot days. You know.
Yeah, well, and it's like, yeah, Conquistador-esque, like there's very interesting sorts of dynamics that go into that. And it's like Stars Without Number kind of gets in there with a lot of that stuff, where it's like, also one of my favorite bands, The Sword, has a album called Warp Riders that's like the most like
Warp Riders? That sounds really
yeah. It's actually fantastic. They're a Canadian band. They're like hard rock metal.
cool. You almost lost me at Canadian, but I'm willing to listen.
Well, they opened for a Metallica concert and they just fucking lit the whole thing up so hard I was like, I can get over the Canadian thing. But I mean, they're as far as themes go, like they have like a Norse. They have like gods of the earth. So like primalistic sorts of like energies, patrons, and like thoughts about, like they have an album that's based around that. They have like a North, just like Berserker kind of like album where it's just like relentless. They have like a great just sludge album that doesn't have as much of like a narrative thing in it. Then they have this album called The Warp Riders, and it's like post-apocalyptic, stars without number, going to different places where it's like, oh yeah, this on this planet, like there was like a nuclear holocaust, and it's reduced people down to like they don't know what the fuck is going on anymore, and now you have like these people that are wearing cow skulls, and they're like an assassin order to like keep people away from even getting close to this knowledge, and they're killing off-worlders. And it's like that is such a stars without number. Like you have this backwards population that fundamentally, like it's in their, it's within their like intuition, their like cultural DNA to like keep people from trying to grab this thing, but they have no understanding of it. They just know it's evil, and that's all that it takes. And they have to go up against like futuristic people that are coming in here to like maybe salvage like for like a bounty, salvage it, all this stuff, and then like nobody ends up reporting back, so it's like this vicious loop. It's like that's fucking awesome. It's just like fucking so cool. And that's like one song off there. But I mean, they even tackle like weird stuff where it's like, if you're riding through like a warp, or like if you're like just basically if you're just doing like light speed jumps, a lot of the time it's like, oh
well,
yeah,
you're not light speed skipping. Ugh.
no. Even this fucking metal album by some fucking dirty Canadians, they're thinking about like, oh, like without this like without being under the forces of like gravity, which imposes time, you're not really aging because you're sitting outside of this factor. And it's like they like,
Well, the idea is
put
just
it
not
into,
as
like,
much wear and tear on the body.
yeah, well, no, you effectively don't age in this circumstance, like,
Because like I always liked in the original Universal Century for Gundam that the space noise, right? The people from the colonies, like they believed that they had people, right, that had awoken as like new types, which means they kind of could like, you know, talk to each other mentally, and like they kind of like had like a cult like following where they were like, hey, you know, freed from the bounds of gravity, mankind, you know, advanced basically. It wasn't necessarily true. It wasn't necessarily true, but they believed it.
The truth. It's what is it called? It's not an objective truth, but it's a subjective truth.
Yeah, it was like like
something that's correct enough. It's like when people are looking at like when people say like Harry Potter, or like if they don't believe in, like, if they don't have faith in a religion, but they have a belief in a religion, where they're like the tenets of this religion is something that's, and I'm not tearing into this, but I'm talking about the concept, so don't fucking push me on this. I'm unless you're talking about the concept, but it's without the faith, the belief in the things, without being completely objectively correct, these things will get you there, where it's all right, so you have kosher foods, and it doesn't have to be objectively correct that like something necessarily has to happen to you, that these like non-kosher foods will like instantly vaporize you. But it's true that these non-kosher foods are not as good for you as kosher food.
I think what you're talking about is like maybe just convergent beliefs.
No, I'm talking about capital. Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson did a great debate on this. But the most like the simplest way it can be explained is capital T truth versus lowercase t truth, where there is there's like a moral of the story that's good enough to get you there, that overall has effects that will lead you towards a positive outcome, that in itself can be described as the truth. But is it objectively true? Does it survive the scrutiny of the microscope? It might not, but it doesn't need to, because it is true on like a moral prescriptive level, where it doesn't need to be objective. There's
the way to be say it just is, but not necessarily is.
Yeah. Does the tortoise always beat the hare?
Every version I've read.
Okay, but in reality, does the tortoise beat the hare?
I mean, you put a wild tortoise and a hare and race them, yeah, the hare should win if they, you know.
There you go. There's your analogous. Look at that fucking quick, fast, and in a hurry. They didn't use that as an exemplar, but that's a really good one, to be fair. Yes, there is a moral, understandable truth that doesn't have to be 100% applicable and always
Right.
true.
I mean, the story of the tortoise and the hare
is true.
Isn't about, racing
But
an amphibian with a lagomorph.
But that's the thing, is...
That's what the story is, but that's not what it is about.
Yeah, but the objective truth, if you were to stick only to that, would destroy the moral. And would destroy the actual underlying truth of a parable. There is a truth to that parable, and you're not always going to be able to tease that out in a perfect objective way. And so there are these things that you can point to that give us, everyone accepts them, most people accept them, but then when they put them under the microscope and when they're malicious, they'll say, no, this doesn't stand up to scrutiny, this isn't true, or they're trying to prove a point, but that is not the necessary... To make the point, you don't necessitate objective truth. But everyone will come away with the same parable from that. It is slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the purpose of that story.
Exactly. But there's multiple... There's very sophisticated things. There's, very complicated things. And multiple circumstances. It's not just oh, this is the only version that this works up with, but it's Newtonian physics is is it true? No. Is it true enough to get us through doing hard math to get us to do stuff? Yes. Technically, if you're looking at it under objective truth, Newtonian physics doesn't work.
Yeah, it breaks down.
Yeah.
At the quantum
okay.
level.
So, well, before that, even a little bit. But what we look at is we say, this one gets us through most of what we're doing, and that's a hard science. That's one where it's if you're looking at, I understand some people that say, there are no hard science. Sure. But if you're looking
What, you've never gotten an erection before?
Yeah. But if you're looking at comparatively hard sciences and stuff like that, Newtonian physics breaking down is cataclysmic, but that's a lowercase t truth, and it's it's the ultimate consequence of accepting Vouch's terms, where it's no, I've got a single defeater where this one random Polynesian tribe had a third gender that, if anything, was supremely homophobic, but based on the way that I'm trying to use it, it means that they're trans accepting. And it's you're fucking retarded, wrong, and that doesn't make any sense. But in some sense, what you're looking at is there is a third gender, and only exclusively under that do you have any semblance of correctness. But
are you trying to argue
metric,
that Mr. Vouse is arguing in bad faith?
Nah. I just think he's supremely retarded. I think he can't make an argument to save his life. I think he's always arguing in good faith, but doesn't even have the intellect to decipher what the difference between any of it is. He's only just...
So you wouldn't apply malice aforethought to the actions.
The only thing that I would ascribe to Vouch is phallus forethought. There's your pun.
Phallus for thought.
Yeah.
Are you saying there's some
for your thoughts?
Phallacity to these arguments? That they might be fallacious? Alright, that was a stretch.
Oh, well. Yeah, well, I mean, phallus is already a dick.
I know, it's...
You got the dick on your mind, but it's oh yeah, I mean,
we take phallus and we get dicked by it a bit.
Yeah. It's, He had fallacious intents.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that guy's like. I've seen so many like.
I would say he's the
Did you see,
worst, but I wouldn't want to disparage the worst.
Well, the only thing you have to actually worry about is, you're saying disparage the worst, but no, it doesn't. It doesn't work right in the reverse. I was gonna say, no, it just doesn't work. It sounds stupid. I was gonna do a pun on disparage and discarriage because Roush has done the horse cock thing, but then it would be
Discarriage?
I would literally, well, it would have been discarriage, which was the pun that I was going for, but I literally would have had to put the cart in front of the horse, where it's, and that was, at least it facilitated that pun, or a turn of phrase.
Yes, that pun definitely puts the vouch before the horse cart, I suppose.
There's no cart like horse cart.
Oh,
Horse
man.
cart.
Imagine living your entire life on the internet
No.
and your claim to fame is horse
No.
penises.
Bro, okay. I will always like give credit where credit's due, and I just don't like going off about like, oh yeah, no, I really like these other podcasts and stuff like that, because like usually not super relevant. EFAP going over.
I
you know
enjoy EFAP as well. Hello, fellow EFAP enjoyer.
Yeah, no, it's EFAP going over Ethan Klein versus Hassan Piker. And if you're an EFAP enjoyer, you know about Adam and Sitch.
Adam Sid?
Adam and Sitch.
I'm not aware.
Sitch was on the most recent EFAP, and they've been on there multiple times. Sitch was, Sitch is like fairly intelligent about breakdowns and stuff, where, it was like, what was it? What was the Last Jedi? Was that the one?
Yeah, that was
that the last?
Ann Johnson movie.
Was that the? Oh no! What was the last?
Rise
one
of
that
Skywalker.
Abrams did? Rise of Skywalker. Sitch was the person that figured out that they just reused. Like, he tracked the people and said, "Oh, this is just a secondary camera angle or a tertiary camera angle where they're tracking these same people and they're reusing shots." Where like no one else noticed that, and I'm pretty sure Sitch is the only one that fucking brought that one up. And he made like, he talked about it in one of his like film critique things. But Adam and Sitch are like, it's actually very interesting. I think you would like it. They're like central leaning people. They do political podcasts. They break down like, they were the people that interviewed Anna Kasparian, which would be an interesting like intro, because it was like Anna Kasparian is getting disillusioned with portions of the left. She's not gonna like switch over to being on the right, but like it's
not overfed. You can fix her.
Well, the interesting thing is, okay, wait, I gotta flesh out this concept, because this is why the channel is so interesting. It's two people that are constantly fighting each other in the chat, and it's because they have like moral intuitions towards like the center of politics in the first place. One of them is more analytically minded, and the other one is well-read but artistically minded. And so they're clashing over all these different subjects, because like it's not that they're not combative, they're just like passive centrist people. They're combative as fuck about like a bunch of things, which makes them lie in the center. And then so here's some regulars on there, as far as like, I don't know, like
just for funsies. Shoe on Head,
I've watched a few
Mauler,
EFAPs before.
Rags. No.
Oh,
This
on their
is-
podcast. This is Adam and Sitch.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, Adam and Sitch. Yeah, no, they fucking. Well, they had Anna Kasparian on. Like, they did an interview with her that I thought was actually like, it's kind of redeeming. Like, if you look at Anna Kasparian, she's not as much of like a
cartoon monster.
yeah, no, I'd actually highly recommend it. I didn't think she was in the first place, but like they've kind of cemented, like, just by like talking to her normally and like doing
Can we
like an
talk to
interview.
you like adults or?
Yeah.
caricatures?
Absolutely, it comes out. So if you look up Adam and Sitch, Anna Kasparian.
I watched
I'm like,
Lilo and Stitch.
Destiny, yeah. Well, yeah, that's the meme that Sam Cedar did when they were debating him over a bunch of stuff. So they've
You did this meme
fucked
because
up
you were losing a
so many
debate.
people.
I did it because it was the first thing that came to mind.
And funnily enough, you might have actually run into him because I think it was the first time that Bausch and Sargon of Akkad did a debate. Sargon of Akkad, sorry.
I don't
First
know.
time they did a debate, it was Adam Friended who hosted it.
Oh.
And Adam Friended has done, like, he's had like these random prolific debates with like huge people. And then their
I've
show
heard
they
that
get
name
like
before.
yeah, it's it's funny. They call him Sitch, but I think his name is Situational Awareness. But they call him Sitch and Adam Friended. Wait for the butthole to unpucker. But yeah, okay. So for random guests that are like fun on the show, they had Vito. They've had like I forget who they're getting, but they're getting like Len Greenwald or somebody soon. Like they're getting some like
Wow,
fun, and
shit,
that's
that's
pretty
a
good.
big get.
Yeah, well, Anna Kasparian was a fairly big get, to be fair, and they did like a great interview. But like, Shoe on Head goes on there randomly, like because they hang out in the chat. They're just like hanging out there. Like Doomer Media, the guy that did like a hit piece on Vouch, just hangs out in the chat, and he'll randomly end up in there and just like going to blows. But like, they get like Mauler. They did a fucking amazing thing with Nick Rekieta. Nick Rekieta dropped the N-bomb on his own stream. He was making Jew jokes when Sitch is Jewish. Vito went on there and like they literally were beating each other over the head. Adam Friended and Nick Rekieta were disagreeing on a point, and Vito Giswaldi comes on the stream and they acknowledge him, and then they go back to the argument, and then they start passive aggressively talking about Vito in front of Vito as if he's not there, trying to prove each other's points. And then to prove each other's points, they incorporate him in the conversation without like really regarding him, but they're like, Vito, what would you say for this? No, but Vito, what would you say for this? Essentially what they're doing is they're doing a tug of war to like, no, here's what he thought, and this is what his intention was, and this is the conclusion that you can bring from that. And they're doing a tug of war, and they don't give a fuck about what Vito is or like him being a person. They're just like, what was your opinion at this point, essentially? And they just start beating each other over the head like barbarian, like improvised object style with Vito. And like, oh my god, I was so happy. I showed it to a group of 2 black friends that you might know, if I don't specifically name them.
Perhaps
And,
I may have awareness of these characters.
They both enjoyed the weaseliness of Vito and the strictness of Nick, and then also like some of the sidebar stuff where it was like actual things were being addressed from Adam and Sitch. But yeah, they like Sargon will like beta test arguments in there.
I'll just come in and say some wild shit that he won't say on his podcast because he's like tempered it from talking to Adam and Sitch. But he'll go on there and like advocate for monarchy and shit, and like short fat otaku dev goes on there. Like all these like skeptic YouTuber like really big names just pop on this channel that's like there's like 1,500 people watching, but they constantly watch it and they're on there like you probably couldn't go like 15 episodes without seeing them pop up, or like somebody of like interesting prominence pop up, or like actual Justice Warrior, like, or Destiny. Like and like Destiny's reviewed a bunch of their stuff. Vouch reviewed a bunch of their stuff. That Anna Kasparian debate made the rounds like XQC being a fucking dipshit around Mauler. I don't know if you've seen that one though, but that's also a great one. But like that's actually one of the rare things too, where you never see EFAP like actually wading into politics. Adam and Sitch have done a few EFAP and Friday Night Tights, but they're like they actually got Mahler, Fringy, and Rags to win on multiple like things with like Vouch, which was interesting because you usually don't get their politics. And I'd say like Fringy and Mahler are kind of like laissez-faire about stuff, but it's like it's kind of interesting to see it where they actually talk about like how pathetic like Vouch is about his political stances and like their.
It's just such an
prescriptions for
easy
what he's talking
punching
about.
bag, you know?
Yeah, but like I don't know if you've ever like I think that like I would say Fringy, well Mahler, Fringy, Rags, like most of the EFAP people like tend to actually look at like fairly interesting angles, and like given a big enough panel they'll look at like a bunch of interesting things. But like I think I would look at like Mahler and Fringy as like tied, and then as far as like inquisitiveness and I don't know, it's actually super hard to like disentangle, but like
They've got a decent wisdom score, I get you.
well, it's like Muller, Fringy, and Rags. Like, it would be very hard to disentangle, like, who's, like, and, like, why they would, like, look over each other in, like, a more inquisitive nature. But, like, I don't think Fringy has, like, solo done it, but, like, Mahler's solo been on there, Rags' solo been on there, and, like, Mahler and Fringy have, like, been on there, I think, or Rags and Fringy have been on there. And they've, like, gone over, like, how fucking deceptive that like, or like what are the policies prescriptions that you would look at if you were looking at things through like communistic like lenses or socialistic lenses, stuff like that. It's actually interesting because like you rarely get that on EFAP. Like they meme about it, but it's like, oh yeah.
Well, I mean,
at least
they
get,
talk
like,
about the message.
well, I don't think they do talk about the message very often. I think Drinker talks about the message, and that's what ties Mahler to it, because they do open bar. But I don't even think that, I don't think Critical Drinker is married to that. At least not to the, like, the stigma of it. I think he's tied to the implications of the ESG message.
ESG,
But
DIE, yeah, I get you.
Yeah. He's honed in on like what the implications of that are, but not on like that being like a hill to die on. Cause like I don't know. Sorry, I did a bunch of field work, so I'm actually super caught up on EFAP stuff. But yeah, YMS, your movie sucks. Went on EFAP to be like, yeah, Critical Drinker sucks. And like he like tempered a lot of it, and he's got some decent points, but he still ate like a quarter of a crow on stream. And was like, yeah, I mean that would be like you're not eating crow if you're predicting something. You're eating crow if you make like a claim about something that you, even if you didn't have time to investigate, you didn't have time to investigate. Why did you make the claim? So that was like a bizarre one, but it was kind of interesting seeing like the defense of Critical Drinker, which was like, do we really need that much of a defensive? But it turns out almost everybody that's like attacking these people doesn't watch their actual content at all. Like even the guy who like broke down Simba because he loves Simba and looks at all the stuff and then does a podcast about movies, looking at movies, watched like hardly anything of Critical Drinkers stuff and then came up with some pretty strong conclusions that were completely incorrect. I was like, wow, that's good. Okay. I mean, I know people suck, and I know they're gonna do it. I don't think YMS sucks holistically, but like, damn, that was like such a misfire because you're like, I was conservative. I was like, okay.
Well, they are the bad people. You know, they are the wrong thinkers.
No. I don't know. I don't know if my argument has painted me so hard today. It's not a revelation. It's just like my mind is overshadowed by so many whataboutisms.
Whataboutisms?
Mama JF would like to come over and talk about whataboutism.
Oh, thank you, Papa JF. I've lent my parrot whataboutisms. Because he takes half of my name and half of yours. When people talk to you, they say, what are you talking about, Papa JF? And then when they look at me, they say tisms.
It's a marrying. It's a hyphenated last name. It's whataboutisms. There's a fucking off the wall one. But yeah, no, it's. I think it's very interesting. They
I have
like
no idea what the source of that is. I obviously would never see such wrong-think content. I don't know what you're talking about.
Copy and paste.
Look, all I need is I need more dopamine fed.
Oh my god. Amazing. Wow. I can't believe it, Chad. Wow, Chad, that's amazing. React content. That's amazing. But yeah, you should actually, if you, depending on, I think they do Sundays and Tuesdays. But that one's actually worth a shot because there's good analytical stuff and then there's like meme bullshit because I think they're both kind of high. Adam's definitely high, but Stitch is like actually quick on the draw about a lot of stuff unless you make like an intense pun.
Yeah. I'll have to look it up. We'll most definitely have to look it up.
But if I told you Short Fat Otaku, Sarkon of Akkad, Shoe on the Head, Destiny, EFAP, and like broader reaching people than that, but like as far as like that weird like skeptic debatosphere, like go on there to debate about like a bunch of different shit. Like they did a debate recently with Destiny about people like inadvertently calling them a right-wing podcast because Twitch is so far left-wing, where they both have left-wing intuitions, but they just don't like either side of the party right now, and they sympathize with a lot of the left wings and they agree with a lot of the left wing things, but they can't like wholesale endorse it. Like that was actually pretty fucking fascinating, where it was like, I don't know, it was like an 8v2 6v2, something like that. And like it was actually like, oh, it's. And then like I can say I'm super biased. I like Jonathan Haidt a lot, and then like they were also talking about like intuitions and stuff like that. I was like, oh my god, base and like Dictator's Handbook, stuff like that. Like, and that's from multiple different people, but it's like it's weird that like the skeptic sphere just shows up on Adam and Sitch. What?
Adam and Sitch actually started the skeptic sphere. He's actually he's the man behind the curtain.
No.
He's the Wizard of Oz.
No, they didn't. They
They all danced to his tune.
Adam was doing like, here I'm gonna have a bunch of matches, and it was just like a completely artistic. Here's a bunch of matches lighting up, and they're gonna like hit this strike box with a bunch of matches in it in a bottle. It was like, oh, they got like 1 million views. But then Sitch was like hardcore breaking down like movies, where it was like he noticed that the throne room scene that Rian Johnson did. Actually, it was Rian Johnson.
Yes.
Rian Johnson did the throne room scene, and he noticed that there was like repeating choreography because it was the same.
And things just randomly disappearing.
That was done. Well, it wasn't just that, but he literally noticed that you change the camera angles, you track. This is what are they called? The red guys, the Vanguard.
I guess throne, like royal guards. They were under the Empire.
Yeah, they were like, but they were like Vanguard guys, and it was like it wasn't just like Shadowversity did like, here's the breakdown of them fighting. Like Sitch actually was like, these are repeating shots of the same scene that you just saw from a different camera.
So basically, they did what they did in G.I. Joe.
They recycled, like, here, we're gonna use this take from multiple camera angles, use it for like clarity for like insert shots and stuff. Cuts like that, and they just said, oh, fuck it, we'll like redo this. And it's like, Sitch broke down like, here's this laser traveling from this gun going over this way because these people tracked it, and that's what's actually happening here. Look at the way that this person is twisting their body. And it was like, oh, this guy does politics and talks about like movie reviews, stuff like that. Pretty fucking base. It was like Gamergate stuff that I think activated both of them, but it's like you also get these crazy like
So you fed Gamergate was the canon event.
Book? Kind of, yeah. Adam's like currently doing their own comic book, but he knows like Ethan Van Sciver and like all these Comicsgate people too. They have this like random broad range, and it's to the point where there's like, oh yeah, like Anna Kasparian is like comfortable going on there and like talking about her and like her struggles. How she's not like gonna like sign up for Fox News, but how she's disgruntled with the left. And I was like, wow, that's actually pretty fucking cool, and that's why they got so much like coverage on like Twitch and stuff like that. Sorry, I'm done with farming. I just think it's like it's very refreshing to see the channel. It's like
It is.
yeah, no, just fucking kill each other. Chat,
Fight.
kill each other. Everybody disagree. Everybody doesn't have to agree on fuck all. You can fucking just, who cares? Like, keep it civil, keep it so it can stay on YouTube, and then we're gonna go over this stuff, and then it's just like absolutely opinionated, measured, but completely willing to be hostile people in the center, where it's like, yeah, it's kind of like the greatest problem in the universe. It's kind of like what we did on the Coast to Ghost thing, where it's like we had fairly reasonable positions, but we argued over it, quibbled over stuff. And it's like, yeah, no, we pretty much agree that there's like, yeah, both sides have like shill establishment people that are gonna like bar any like sort of radical change from happening. So why talk about it in the first place? Stuff like that, where it's like I could get through a bottle or half a bottle of tequila if we're in a nice mood. Still talk about this.
No, I think that's really cool. Fed.
But yeah, seeing people fight it out.
Where can we find you? Where are you situated now?
Nowhere.
That
Nowhere.
Nowhere.
Actually,
That's right. He's behind you already. He's in Mount Walk's walls.
Tomorrow it's gonna be a shorter one, but you can look at buffguypillowfights.com, or you can go to. Let me make sure I got this. It's rumble.com/ but it's Rumble for the Midnight Rift Party. Everyone's gonna always misspell that. But yeah, definitely check it out tomorrow. It's they do a long ass fucking stream. It's gonna be.
I wouldn't know what that's like.
They do the full day one. Like I've done.
Bro, I found this
long-ass
Indonesian
hauls.
VTuber fed. She does like 12-hour streams, and it's like, my God, I could make super autism babies with this woman.
Yeah, no, they do. Pessy does 12 to 14-hour streams while like drinking and smoking and like it's a fucking slog
Midnight
to go
Rift
through all.
Party. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, that's what I said. Did I not?
Sorry, it was a little slurred. That's why I'm really happy you sent it, so I could enunciate it.
Yeah, no, well, I'm used to saying it as a thing. It's Buff Guy Pillow Fights, Midnight Rift Party, that sort of thing. That's Joy of Pessy, very awesome guy that he's a Merchant Royce. He does editing for them, shows up on the show, more so now.
Does he
Same
fix
thing
his
with,
BMW too?
Doesn't do shit for that. Absolutely not. But if
Sorry,
you
that's
know
all I really know about
Revenge-
Merchant Royce.
Oh, Revenge of the Sis. They commentate on. So there's Daywave, Nightwave, Revenge of the Sis. Revenge of the Sis is like the middle ground. Royce does Daywave, Mersh does Nightwave, and Frozen Asian, Joy of Pessy, and oh my god, I'm doing the tip of the tongue. Tom. What is Tom's actual name? I mean, I'm really fuck is Tom? But basically, it's like 12 hours of like, just like absurdity. It could be like random soap operas where they acknowledge Princess Diana's assassination. And you're like, what the fuck is happening? There's nothing to do with the soap opera, but it happened in like a similar time frame. Like, we're covering it in soap opera form, and we're shelving everything else, and then we have to write ourselves out of the corner. Holy fuck. Or it could be like Tokyo Gore Police. We've done a bunch of those things. Very fun, but that's where they want to like do long fucking streams. I'm not gonna be on there for a long fucking stream tomorrow because it's my sister's boyfriend's birthday, and I don't have a full set list, but I've got at least 5 minutes of roasting to do. So
I gotta go watch a girl turn 30 tomorrow, so that'll be fun.
yeah, I'm watching a guy turn 40, but I'm also roasting him in front of an audience, so I've got to tamp that one down. I've got a few jokes, but I gotta.
I'm going to watch her face Walcoon.
I mean, that's a thing. It's definitely a thing. I definitely say if we're thinking about things where the thing is a thing to more of a thing as far as like an interpersonal thing. like,
But Fed, do you know the thing?
yeah. It's the thing they're gonna say tomorrow in front of like 200 people for a
Nice.
roast. Yeah. I barely know this guy, but it's my sister's boyfriend, so it's like, I gotta roast him. Don't worry, I've worked in a Jew joke. He's not Jewish, but everything about him would lead you to think that he's Jewish. There's one little subversion that I got, and then also I'm not too worried about it, 'cause it's like, if I'm like, I don't do that great on stages, but when it's like just hanging out with people,
Really?
there's like
I would expect you to be a good
300
performer.
people. Although there's 200, 300 people talking in these things, like there's like 400 people, 500 people sometimes when we're doing Biffle Babble and stuff like that. Not fucking phased for a second. Just normal total thing. But this is like, I gotta do like
You have to see
between,
these
like,
people the next week.
Well, they're like people that we know in the first place, but then it's like 6 to 10 minutes of like open mic, like roast, and it's like I don't have like a bunch of objections to this guy. Where it's like literally, it's like one of the jokes is essentially it's like, oh yeah, hard-working, clean-shaven guy, black hair, kind of short, but in good shape. Religious. I was kind of shocked by that one. I had to double check with my sister, and she was like, yeah, no, he's totally religious. And I was like, oh, I wasn't shocked by that. The thing I was shocked by is the fact that you said he's not Jewish. So it's like, like
I
stuff
see.
like that, where it's like, it's just like I gotta tease out these little petty things and do.
Yeah.
I mean, there's gonna be a little bit more finesse and where it's like you don't know the guy, so it also doesn't really
hit as
apply
well.
as much. Yeah, but
But Fed, so they can find you on Midnight Rift Party tomorrow at what time again?
Midnight Rift Party for the Long Burger. I think you can check in at what is it? It's 10 a.m. CST.
That's 8.
They should be going.
Pacific?
I think you're correct.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
Fed.
And then that goes till 12 or 10 through 12 a.m. It literally goes all day. It's fucking insane.
Just
But
a
yeah,
short
get out of
14-hour stream.
Yeah, it's actually, there's a great thing where Pessy, because we played Tokyo Gore Place, they have an alligator vagina in that movie, and
Doesn't an alligator have a cloaca?
no, but
They lay eggs.
they had.
I guess it's birds.
No,
maybe.
this was a woman's vagina was an alligator. The head. Tokyo Gore Police is super fucked up. But they also had what was lovingly described by, I think it was Miss Slaughter, said it was the forbidden ravioli chair.
I recall you talking about this.
Yeah,
But
that was phenomenal. But yeah, I'm gonna let you go play your.
yay!
Get out
But
here.
thank you,
Yeah,
Fad. Thanks for hanging out, man. It was a lot of fun chatting with you.
Yeah, have a good one. Catch you later.
Coast to Ghost 115 in the books. Have a great night, Fed. And have a great night, chat. I will see you all on the flip side. Bye-bye.